Another season is upon us. Freshmen arrive wide-eyed with dreams of future glory, while seniors prepare for their last chance at immortality. There are only a handful of these opportunities in a man's life, a handful of chances to distinguish yourself from the rest. It's on these fields where history is made, where legends begin and heroes triumph. Traditions tell the story of what you represent, of those that forge the legacy you uphold. When you come charging out of the tunnel, 100,000 people will be watching your every move. How you respond to that pressure is what defines you. These are the moments that reveal your toughness, your determination, and your pride. The Roughnecks on the Sooner Schooner. Ralphie charging out of the gate. And Chief Osceola planting his spear. The time has come. Your time is now.
Hello and welcome to the very first ever College Football Red Zone, here live not only on the YouTube platform but also on the Twitch platform as well, as we come out here on a beautiful week one, on a very sunny and ideal football weather here in week one of the college football season. But while for many of the teams around the country have waited for over 200 days since we saw the confetti fall in the national championship game, with Ohio State ultimately winning against Notre Dame, it has certainly been one of the most tumultuous off seasons in recent memory. We have saw an extravagant amount of movement in the transfer portal, over 3,600 players entering the transfer portal this past offseason. We have seen discussions about the college football playoff play out in depth over the course of the offseason as well. We have also seen, of course, probably one of the biggest things that we could even be thinking about, and that is the House settlement that did take place over the course of earlier this year. But at the same time, though, the beautiful thing about today is, while hypotheticals look beautiful in spring and even in the summertime as well, at the same time, though, what we get here today is a chance to settle things on the damn field. And even though for most of the college football world here today, we do get to see that opening day, it has already been an exciting college football season. Looking at what happened in week 0 and week 1, we have seen the likes of Kansas State and Iowa State battling out across the sea, giving us a memorable week 0 experience. How about UNLV barely escaping an upset? Army already getting upsetted by Tarleton State last night in a Friday night light thriller. And then, of course, we have to think about probably one of the biggest statements made in the young college football season already. How about USF coming out here and beating Boise State in dramatic fashion, in decisive fashion as well, coming out and making a statement to possibly cement themselves as the best G5 team in the nation. But that's not what matters here today. We have a week 1 slate, and we are going to have quite a few games here on College Football Red Zone. 11 hours of College Football Red Zone action. Let's go ahead and take a look at all of the games being presented here today. Swinging over to the Red Zone report, where we start things off here in terms of what we got going on for the noon game actions. We know what the heavy hitters are here today. Game of the century type potential here today in Columbus, Ohio. ESPN College Game Day, they're there. Fox big noon kickoff, they're there. Dave Portnoy, may or may not be there. We truly don't know. But what we do know is that the top 2 teams in the nation, according to Redshirt Sports, the official top 25 poll of college football Red Zone, what we do know is that they're facing off, and we're going to get a clear idea of who the number 1 team in college football is going to be when the dust officially settles. That's going to be a game that has major attention, but certainly not the only one. Syracuse taking on the Tennessee Volunteers. Tennessee coming in as the number 25 ranked team in the nation, according to the Redshirt Sports top 25, while Syracuse coming in year number 2 under Fran Brown. They're going to be seeking to prove that what they did last season, a very successful season for the Syracuse Orange, trying to prove that last year wasn't a flash in the pan, but maybe not the same amount of talent in a tougher schedule. It's going to be a big hill to climb, but they could make some noise starting off by beating a ranked SEC team in a neutral site field. How about some of the other games that are happening over the course of the noon window as well? How about what we got going on between Mississippi State traveling down and playing their in-state opponents in Southern Miss? Southern Miss, of course, having one of the more interesting off seasons in recent memory. How about what we saw from the fact that Charles Huff is your new head coach, coming over from Marshall after leading them to a Sun Belt title game last year. They will have his coaching debut be a SEC team in Mississippi State that is going to be looking to try to regain its honor after losing to Toledo. Not only losing to them, but they got their ass beat last year. They're going to try to redeem themselves as they get things going in the early going here in this noon window. Meanwhile, a couple of games happening both on the Big Ten Network. Florida Atlantic taking on Maryland, for example. While Maryland appears to have the overwhelming advantage in terms of the talent roster perspective, don't be sleeping on this Florida Atlantic team now, as they have a brand new head coach in Zach Kidney, the youngest FBS head coach in all of college football. Will be looking to get his coaching tenure off to a hot start, trying to pull an upset off against the Big Ten. And speaking of the Big Ten, another Big Ten home team going through as Ball State with a brand new coaching staff will be taking on Purdue and its brand new coaching staff, as well as both programs after being the bottom dweller of their respective conferences last year. Going to be looking to start their brand new coaching eras off to a hot start, trying to start the season off at 1-0. And then last but not least in the noon window, we do have Northwestern taking on the Tulane Green Wave. This is considered one of my best bets of the entirety of week number 1, as watch out for this Tulane team, one of the better teams in the group of 5, and they'll need to be, because early returns suggest that the American is going to be a gauntlet in the G5 once again. They'll be playing host here this afternoon to the Northwestern Wildcats, led by Preston Stone. Is he the 2023 version that led them to an American Conference championship over the course of last 2 years ago, nearly leading SMU to a New Year's Six Bowl? Or is it going to be what we saw from Preston Stone last year, who ends up getting benched in favor of Kevin Jennings, and that is why he is in this transfer portal in the first place? Meanwhile, taking a look at some other games happening, maybe one of the lesser windows, but certainly some fascinating games. Yes, we do understand that Penn State and Georgia are both going to be playing during the course of the 3:30 window. Nevada coming in as a heavy underdog, coming in as a 42.5-point underdog against what is the number 3 ranked team in college football, at least coming in one of the more hyped teams in recent memory as well. But can they live up to their potential, and can James Franklin finally get this Penn State team over the top? Their journey starts today. Meanwhile, how about the Thundering Herd of Marshall going on the road to take on the number 5 ranked team in the nation, according to Redshirt Sports, as the Georgia Bulldogs, one of the elite in college football, taking on a Marshall team that is missing a lot of pieces from its Sun Belt championship game following the departure of Charles Huff. They have revamped their roster tremendously, almost net transfers in the transfer portal, and this completely new cast. Can they stack up against one of the elites in college football, or are we going to see a splattering happen live in Athens, Georgia? How about number 9, Alabama, according to the Registered Sports Top 25, going down to Tallahassee in order to take on the Florida State Seminoles. Easily one of the worst teams in the Power 4 last year. After finishing 2-10, they went back to the well once again in the transfer portal. And one of those transfer portal acquisitions in Boston College transfer, Tommy Costellos. Well, he was certainly talking that talk during the offseason. But can he walk the walk as well when Alabama enters Tallahassee? Or are we going to see maybe glimpses of the old Alabama come back out and really light things up against this Florida State team coming in unranked, unsurprisingly, to start the 2025 college football season? Last but not least, we do have Temple taking on UMass. Now, this might surprise some people here a little bit, but that being said, this is going to be a game that is going to get some attention, more attention than usual here on College Football Red Zone. And the big reason for that is plain and simple. This is a CFP elimination game. We talked about it earlier this week on the YouTube channel. For those that are coming in live on the YouTube stratosphere, could be one of the more competitive games that we see in the free 30 window. This, according to our internal power rating metrics, this is literally a pick'em game. Literally pick a coin, and that's how you can pick who wins for Temple and UMass. It could be that close. If I think there is one game that could possibly get into overtime here today, I truly do believe that this would, in fact, be the one. So with that being said, that's something that we'll definitely keep an eye on over, and I believe that is happening on ESPN Plus. So we got you covered over there, as you already know who I am, a man of the people. Let's go ahead and check out the 7:30 window real quick. 4 games that we're going to see during the course of the 7:30 window. First and foremost, let's go ahead and check things out with Missouri State and USC. Congratulations, Missouri State. Welcome to the FBS. This has been played out a little bit for those that enjoy College Football 26. Your prize for starting off in the FBS ranks, you get the debut against the USC Trojans, which, in my opinion, I think should have been ranked in the top 25 to start the season. But regardless, Lincoln Riley, in the midst of trying to reimagine the identity of this program, is going to be looking to get his Trojans off to a hot start against a brand new FBS program from the boys out at Missouri State University. How about another big debut happening in the 7:30 window, though? And that is going to be New Mexico taking on the 14th ranked Michigan Wolverines, according to our partners over at Red Shirt Sports. But we know what the biggest story of the year is going to be all about. You already know what time it is. We are, in fact, going to get the debut of Bryce Underwood, the top quarterback in the class of 2024. He is going to be making this start, and is going to be on a New Mexico's team that may be considered counted out here over the course of this game when that 7:30 window does go ahead and kick off. But at the same time, though, watch out for this New Mexico team in the future. I think they can certainly surprise some people. However, with that being said, this, of course, does have the potential to be a splattering here tonight. That being said, we got 2 games that we will be keeping a very close eye on when that 7:30 window does kick off. LSU and Clemson. It's a battle of top 10 teams in between the SEC and the ACC. 2 programs that are going to be looking to try and get off to better starts in recent memory. These 2 teams have not performed up to maybe what their standards are. One of these teams is going to have to win. It will happen, whether it be Brian Kelly's LSU Tigers going into the road and playing against Dabo Sweeney's Clemson Tigers, who are looking to possibly make a deep run to the college football playoff and maybe make some noise once you get there as well. So a battle of Tigers as well as a battle of Death Valleys. We're going to figure out who the true Death Valley is here tonight for those that like to participate in that discourse. Of course, we have UTEP against Utah State, a CFP elimination game, another game that we talked about earlier this week on the channel, as we will go ahead and get things rolling. UTEP, led by their brand new quarterback, the former 5-star Malachi Nelson, making his way from USC, making his way from Boise State. Now he's here at his third school, and for his first career collegiate start, he's going to be on the road against the Utah State Aggies, who are going to be breaking in a brand new head coach in Bronco Mendenhall, as we'll see if Malachi Nelson can finally live up to that 5-star potential, or are we going to see a certified bust? We're going to have some of those questions answered here tonight during the course of the 7:30 window. There is going to be 4 more games that are happening that aren't in a major kickoff window, but they are going to be sprinkled in to the college football red zone stream here. And yes, it is going to be 11 hours of college football action that is, in fact, going to be blessing our TV screens. Let's go ahead and get things started here with the 12:45 kickoff that is happening on the SEC network to the Toledo Rockets going on the road to take on the Kentucky Wildcats. A critical year for Mark Stoops and the boys, as we used to think of them as Captain 8-4, and that could really create some tension in the room if Kentucky, after going just 4-8 last year, looking to get off to a better start, but can't be sleeping on this Toledo Rockets team by any stretch of the imagination. This is a Toledo Rockets squad that is no stranger to pulling off big upsets. They beat Pitt in the bowl game last year in Detroit, Michigan. They were also the beneficiaries of pulling that amazing upset that we talked about earlier on the Red Zone report. Seeing this Toledo Rockets squad beating Mississippi State convincingly 41-16 being that final score here today, as we'll go ahead and see whether Toledo can once again represent for the MAC and pull off an upset against the Kentucky Wildcats, or will Mark Stoops and company get off to a 1-0 start. Meanwhile, at 2:30 Eastern, we are going to have over on FS1 Old Dominion taking on the 17th ranked Indiana Hoosiers, according to that Red Zone Sports Top 25. Your number 2 over Kurt Zanetti. Last offseason, he talked about how people needed to Google him, and oh my goodness, I think he knew what he was talking about, leading Indiana to its best season in school history in his first go-around, 11-2. And those 2 losses, by the way, were 2 teams that played in the national championship game. So even though Indiana was knocked out in the first round of CFP last year, it's certainly not completely unfathomable that Indiana was a top 5 team in disguise last year. They just picked the wrong team at the wrong time in the CFP, as well as the fact that Ohio State exists in the exact same conference. But with that being said, cannot sleep on Old Dominion by any means. These Monarchs have been receiving a little bit of love over the course of the offseason. A little bit of a dark horse darling in the Sun Belt. We'll see how the Monarchs can stack up against the Indiana Hoosiers. Old Dominion certainly not a stranger either, historically pulling off a bigger upset against the Power Conference schools during non-conference play. Meanwhile, at 6 p.m. Eastern, we will go ahead and kick things over on the ACC network with Coastal Carolina traveling on the road to take on the Virginia Cavaliers. Tony Elliott entering the 2025 season with arguably his most talented team since originally arriving in Charlottesville, Virginia. And they'll look to live up to those expectations, starting with a Coastal Carolina team that is looking to change narratives of its own as well. And that is, of course, because of the fact that we are witnessing a Coastal Carolina team that used to be at the very top of the G5 and nearly got New Year's Six invitations on multiple occasions in the late 2010s, early 2020s as well. Can they get back to their former self, or will it be another disappointing season for the Chanticleers? Finally, for these intermediary games that we have the 7 o'clock window that we have going on, as that is UTSA, the Roadrunners, making the road trip. Y'all see what I did there. Taking on the number 20th ranked Texas A&M Aggies, according to the Redshirt Sports Top 25. UTSA looking to be another one of those programs that looks to be in that mix for that American championship. Well, they have a chance to prove that there is some substance behind that argument, as they'll take on Texas A&M on the road. Year number 2 against Mike Elko, as Mike Elko was very close to leading the Texas A&M team to the SEC championship game in Atlanta last year. But unfortunately, what happened to him was the fact that his team did collapse a little bit towards the very end, including losing that bowl game to USC in the back end of the 2024 college football season. Can Mike Elko build off what he did in year number 1? And it starts with this UTSA squad that is going to go ahead and try to cement themselves as one of the top American Conference teams that we will be able to witness here tonight. There is a few other games that are going to be happening around the country that won't be on the College Football Red Zone stream tonight, because it is a little bit on the later side. But we do have 3 other games happening after 7:30 that are going to be happening as CFP elimination games. 2 such games are happening at 8 p.m. Eastern. So one of those games is going to be the Eastern Michigan and the Texas State matchup. That matchup will be happening at 8 o'clock Eastern. Chris Creighton, in his 12th year with the Eagles, will be traveling down to San Marcos, Texas, to take on the Texas State Bobcats, a future member of the Pac-12. One of these 2 teams will be eliminated from CFP consideration. Who will that be? And that will be happening at 8 p.m., I believe, on ESPN+. And speaking of ESPN Plus as well, we do also have the Rice Owls taking on the Ragin' Cajuns of Louisiana. Louisiana coming in as divisional champions in the Sun Belt and looking to get back onto that path once again. Well, there's a brand new coaching staff out there with the Rice Owls. Louisiana heavily favored in that matchup, nearly a 2-touchdown favorite. However, at the same time, though, certainly cannot count out this Rice team as well. My favorite moniker, one of my favorite monikers, as Josh Payton and his Meemaw would always said, that is somebody you do not take lightly. You absolutely do not play with food. We'll see if Louisiana follows that advice, or will we see a little bit of an upset down in the Bayou. Last game that we are, in fact, going to see here tonight is Georgia Southern at 9:30 Eastern, and I believe this is going to be happening on FS1. They will be taking on the Fresno State Bulldogs out of the Mountain West. And it seems like the Mountain West is a little bit more open than anticipated. We saw Boise State get blown out by USF on Thursday night. We've seen UNLV, although they recovered and beat the Sam Houston Bearcats last night in a little bit more of a entertaining Friday Night Lights matchup. they have more questions than anticipated on their side of the ball as well. And then what about San Jose losing to Central Michigan last night after losing the turnover battle heavily, 3-0? And with San Jose State losing, Boise State losing, UNLV has struggled out of the gate, there's a chance for this Mountain West to be very open, much more open compared to what we originally expected. And Fresno State be one of those teams and bounce back. They didn't look great against Kansas, but Kansas State is rolling high early, so certainly cannot be counting them out either way. That game will be kicking off at 9:30 Eastern on FS1, with the game happening out in Fresno, California. Well, welcome everybody to the chat. Queso Stream, how you doing, man? I am doing really good, and I'm doing really good because of what we're about to get going here shortly. As I get to unveil, it's my pleasure to do this as well, as we make sure we actually get it up on the screen. There we go. Just want to make sure that, okay, we got audio on, so we should be good to go for it. So welcome to the custom score bug for college football red zone. So at this part, because we are getting in on a few minutes before kickoff, so want to just kind of level set expectations here throughout the course of college football red zone for the next 11 hours. So one of the things that we can't do right now is we cannot show the physical game because we want to remain in compliance with YouTube copyright laws, as well as making sure that, you know, we don't get into any major trouble with the major broadcasters as well. That is something that I deeply care about. That being said, though, what we were able to do as a workaround, we did some tests during the course of the College World Series that happened late in the year, is that I can have games going on in the background. So you guys will still be able to hear the background audio. That will be going on. But what we are going to do as well is we'll have the score bug up so that you can see what's happening in all 6 games going at the same time with the background audio. So let's say we have Ohio State, Texas on. When Ohio State and Texas is live, what we're going to do is we're going to find the Ohio State, Texas game, turn on that outer glow, and that's how you guys are going to know that that is the game that is going to be live and happening at the same time. So hopefully all that makes sense. I'm going to update this little, there's a banner at the bottom that's going. I didn't get a chance to add this, so I'm going to add it real quick. Game currently live. Going to add that. So that's how you know like a game is currently live. All right. So with that being said, guys, it's been a lot of talking between the off season and what we have in terms of our, I guess, little version of our pregame show. Hopefully you guys enjoy the presentation of College Football Red Zone. A lot of work that's been done. And before we get too deep into it, let me just say this. This would not happen without the support of my wife. I could not have asked for a better mother of my children, and a better wife and a better supporter of me. You know, I couldn't have a better supporter of life in general. So very thankful for her and her support in all of this. But with that being said, so the Ohio State game will actually not tip off until 12:15-ish. However, that being said, we do have some other games that are happening around the country that are kicking off right now. Let's go ahead and tip it over to New Orleans, where the Tulane Green Wave will be taking on the Northwestern Wildcats. Here we go.
Of Lee Corso and the return of college football. It's Northwestern, it's Tulane, and the hot topic all year for both programs, the quarterback situation. Preston Stone, Jake Retzlaff, two elite transfers make their debuts today. Hi again, everybody. Welcome back to college football. Boy, it feels good to say
yes,
that. Matt
does.
Schumacher, the former Ohio State Buckeye, Dustin Fox. Before we get into the matchup today, congratulations to Lee Corso. What a man, what a coach, what an ambassador for the sport.
Like audio background.
Ironically, you were there nearly 30 years ago for his very first pick, putting on the Brutus headgear.
Never would have imagined in 1996. I'm there watching my older brother who played for Penn State at the time. I'm an Ohio kid there with my family. He puts on the Brutus headgear, and it becomes this legendary moment that is iconic. And we talk about it to this day, and here we are 30 years later, nearly 30 years later, and we're celebrating what an icon of the sport and just an ambassador for college football.
A worthy celebration for an amazing man. Congrats again, Lee, as we turn the page to a new college football season. Dustin Fox and for Tulane.
Looks like Maryland
electric offense last year. They lost Terry Menson, the transfer portal to Duke, but they picked up one of the top transfer quarterbacks in Jake Retzlaff.
Yeah, Jake Retzlaff, we all know about this young man. He was a terrific quarterback for the Cougars for the last couple seasons, 11-2 last season as a starter. He graduated from BYU, decided to take his talents here to the Big Easy, and is going to finish up his final season here as a member of the Green Wave.
While Tulane's offense last year was electric, Northwestern's was anemic, and they addressed the #1 concern in the offseason. Quarterback Preston Stone was the guy that David Braun, their head coach, felt like he had to have, and they got him this year.
Well, the key to having a good quarterback at the college level is you got to have a player at that position that everybody else believes in. And now they finally feel like they have that in Preston Stone. Played 3 years at SMU, 13-3 as a starter, had some adversity at the end of his career, obviously banged up, then he gets benched and decides to move on, and Northwestern feels like they've got themselves a good one.
Well, this Northwestern team was in the bottom of the Big Ten last year in nearly every offensive category, and Coach Braun told us the thing that you can expect if you're a fan of Northwestern this year: high-level quarterback play and an offensive line that looks the part to play in the Big Ten. And on the other side, John Summerall, coming off a 9-5 season in his first year at the helm, has a real chance this year, Dustin, to take Tulane to the college football playoff.
To college football
they are one of the
Redzone,
favorites out of the group of 5.
Yeah, man. That college
game day, man. That leather partner 2025.
Oh my goodness, got me going.
Cannot believe we are here.
Have a
so
team
excited for a little college
football.
Line
For the Atlantic,
this is a heck of an early season matchup.
We're actually going to put
P5 versus P4.
We're actually going to switch over to the FAU Maryland game right about now.
We mentioned 7 different captains. Coach Kitley and the players voted. There were 7 captains elected, and it was Veldkamp, the new quarterback, who led the voting to proudly captain this 2025 Florida Atlantic squad. Out of the gun with protection breaking down. This is incomplete.
All right, so that was done. We already have a game break happening. So Purdue had already had an extremely explosive play off of the play action. Mac Brown fires over the middle, and Purdue is going to draw first blood against the Ball State Cardinals.
Husky there in coverage.
Spin moves as well. Oh my goodness. So just
2nd
like
and 10
that,
for the Owls.
we are going
early
to
stages
with Purdue
here at CQ Stadium in College Park, Maryland. Bathed in sunshine.
Veldkamp
snaps one out wide, baby. Checks it down to Sands, who's upended quickly.
That's exactly what Maryland has to be able to do. And that was the tackling piece that they were talking about all week. Tackling in space. Nicely done right there.
Dante Joyner has the chance to be a very special player. Coach Loxley refers to him as old school, a throwback. There was movement there.
Free play.
Free play, tossed up and incomplete. Deflected and intercepted. The flag was down. The pick was made by Wingate. The question is, will it stand?
No, it's not going to stand.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. going to be, looks like it's going to be an offside.
They get Sidney Stewart for offside there, Matt. 29 in the red.
He's a really good player.
With that being said,
Sidney Stewart, and he brings it all the time. He jumped a little bit right
well.
there. Look at this pick.
Oh, that's an incredible play.
That's funny. He didn't even know it was there.
Wingate running in coverage with the tight end, Mike Kirk.
How you doing, man? Welcome to College Football Red Zone.
On the ground this time. Good sidestep move to the outside, lowering the shoulder as Jamari Sands gets brought down by Jalen Husky.
About the 30-yard line. The
A
Owls
gain of
are
10 on the
driving.
play. First down yardage for FAU, moving it smartly in the game's first 2 minutes.
And moving it quickly, as you can see. You see it right now. You see they're spread out. 5 receivers, one in them, and no back.
Matt, you made the point, as this game goes along, it's going to test the conditioning for the Maryland defenders. It's hard to substitute.
Yeah, and you want to try to stay in the zone as much as possible, because if you start locking up
All right,
a man,
so not only is FAU driving
DBs,
inside the
they will
30-yard
get tired
line,
fast.
we have an interception
Sands
from
in
the
the backfield, first and 10
Preston
for
Stone
Veltkamp and
on
the
the first drive of the
Owls.
season.
And another
there is a
flag.
flag on the play, but if it holds up, then Tulane is going to start inside Northwestern territory as well. Looks like they're going to be starting inside like the 40 to 45-yard line. So,
Play game. Defense.
so that'll be something that will be monitoring. We have multiple things going at the same time. But Mississippi State with an extremely explosive play, almost 60 yards on the
You're not
slot
allowed to
fade.
clap. You're not allowed to mix with the cadence.
On the board first,
Which is,
and
we
they
never would
will
do something.
No,
score
of
against
course
Southern
not.
Miss.
Never.
Waiting for the
Messer
extra
in
point
motion.
to happen.
Veltkamp swings it out to him.
But we'll
Messer
assume that
streaking to the
Mississippi
outside,
State
ridden
takes
out of
7-0 lead.
Driven to the sideline by
See what
Gavin
happens.
Edwards.
Kick here real fast. The kick is up, and it is good.
They have this going.
Mississippi
They'll
State
get
will
you
be taking
on a roll like
a
this.
7-0 lead.
You just got to
early.
calm down. Now the
Go
field
ahead.
shrinks down here. You're inside the 25-yard line, so you're not running as far, but you have to lock things up pretty quick. Could the ball come out quick?
Sands in the backfield, 2nd and 3. Jamari Sands brought to the earth quickly on the interior once more. That's Wingate, who reminds Coach Loxley of E.J. Henderson from time to time.
Yeah, they just watch this. How Wingate just sees it and attacks it. That's exactly what you have to do.
3rd down and short. Let's call it 3rd and 4. Opening drive of the game. High snap. Sands right to the interior of the defense. There's a flag down. Maryland's Dylan Fontes coming up off the pack. Very pleased with the way his D-line just stiffened there.
Offsides. It's going against them. Going against Maryland. Here's rule number 1 in football. Don't beat yourself. They have not done a good job of that so far.
The Terps were 3rd in the Big Ten last
Offside.
year in penalties.
That's going to be a first.
3rd in the Big Ten in penalties and penalty yards per game a season ago. The 4th penalty on this opening drive against Maryland. The scat back gets in there for the Owls. Xavier Terrell.
So with that penalty for
25
FAU,
and the like does a
that
great job
does
of
mean
hiding
that the
behind his
Owls
linemen.
will in fact have a red zone opportunity in the
Veltkamp
20.
looking
Caden
downfield,
Viking
zips
drops
it in
back,
the
and he's going to
flat.
fire and
Has
get
his
the
man there. It's the
completion.
tight end Martavius
Inside the
Scullins.
10-yard line. We got a goal line opportunity for FAU on the opening drive.
He kept him on his hip just like you're supposed to. And the ball was right where it had to be. This is really well done.
Reddick made the tackle. Florida Atlantic in expert fashion in this opening drive. Veltkamp keeps it himself after the protection broke down. He slides down with Reddick nearby.
I like what I'm seeing out of Veltkamp here early. He's seeing the field really fast. He's getting rid of the ball quickly. That eliminates the pass rush, but it also tires them out with the pace.
6'6" Caden Veltkamp is a Josh Allen fan of the Buffalo Bills superstar. Zach Kitley prowling on the sideline. His team has 2nd and goal as we near the 4-minute mark. Blitz comes. Veltkamp lobs for Kirch. Deflected away.
Man, that was over the dot there by
That's good
Caden
coverage
Vikel.
down there.
Meanwhile, the
Levan
Team Green Wave,
Scruggs.
for those that are keeping track of that game on
They're going to try to
ESPNU,
run a
the
pick
Green
down
Wave
here.
have
You're going to watch him. He's
achieved
going
yet
outside.
another first down,
the
which
outside.
means that we are going
that's
to,
just
in
great
fact,
coverage.
see Tulane
Really
in the
good
red
coverage
zone
all
as
the way
well.
around.
They're inside the 15-yard
Scruggs
line
was all
with a
over.
1st and 10
He's going to
opportunity.
set this up.
3rd and
down.
goal. Velkamp checking to the sideline as a flag. Penalty marker is down.
Offside. Defense. 29. In the neutral zone. Across the offense to react. It's a 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Second time Sidney Stewart's been a little bit overactive. Terps putting up a bit of a complaint. The flag is against them. It's 3rd
Meanwhile,
and
second and
goal.
short from Twain Green Wave inside the 5-yard line. It's going to be a run up the gut. And it looks like Northwestern's going to stand them up. So it's going to be 3rd and short. It's going from about the 3-yard line. All right, it's 4th and goal for FAU. So we're going to put a cap onto this. Let's switch back over to that Tulane and Northwestern matchup to see how things play out over there.
The line of scrimmage on
All right,
two
well, that
players on the field.
Yeah.
The line of scrimmage both ways, Dustin, was something that David Braun and his Northwestern coaching staff
Also, for those following on
coming into
ESPN,
this game
Southern
and
Interest
into
is
this
crossed to
season. By the
50
way,
against
that penalty
Mississippi
makes
State.
it 1st and goal.
They'll be working this ball, and so
Now
does
from
Tennessee.
about the 1.5 yard line.
Tennessee also crossed the 50 in their neutral
Big
site
test
matchup
here for the
against
Northwestern
Syracuse.
defensive front.
And it looks like FAU also goes for it on 4th down. They don't get it, so it's swarming kind of 0. But Tulane gets on the board in the end zone. Touchdown, Green Wave. And they're going to draw first blood at Yalman Stadium, taking lightly a 7-0 lead against the Northwestern Wildcats here in this
Everybody on
opener.
that Northwestern sideline, including all the players on the field, thought this was going to be a run. It's a play-action bootleg. He had 3 options he could have thrown to, and they were all open. And they decided to go to the back of the end zone to Reed.
All right,
And
so
that's his
that
first touchdown
being
grab
said,
as
with
a member of the Green
we're
Wave.
now going to flip back over to the
Couldn't ask
Tennessee
for a better
Volunteers game
start
as
for this
Tennessee is putting together a drive.
defensive line.
They're putting it together right about now
Sanders.
as they're looking to have their first drive of the
Aguilar,
season
well
and in a
protected.
touchdown.
Now extends the play. And that's incomplete, broken up by Demetrius Samuel Jr. Again, that's a young man that enrolled in January at Syracuse at 16 years of age. He only turned 17 in April.
Yeah, he's a young man who's going to play both ways at some point for Syracuse. A 4-star. He's just, when you watch his high school tape, it's just fantastic. He's like a man playing with boys. And he's out here on the Autobahn in the fast lane against this offense. And they're going to test him early and see what he's got. He is more than wired for the challenge.
3rd down and 10. Chance for Syracuse to get a stop. Aguilar sets up the screen. Bishop gets a block. Has the hash marks in a lane. Into the red zone.
And with that, Tennessee is now officially in the red zone against the Syracuse Orange, looking to draw first blood in Atlanta.
Great call by Josh Heupel, the middle screen. You just see Joey Aguilar just taking his time, letting it set up.
They don't take their time for long. And there's a form tackle at about the 17-yard line.
Well, that's
Excellent hit from Devin Grant as he brought down Deshaun Bishop.
I mean, he was a great young man to talk to. We visited with him. Devin Grant going to move all over the field, playing the nickel, play safety, and he is a hammer coming downhill. That is his forte. And he's going to have to make a lot of tackles against these backs from Tennessee that can run it as well as anyone.
Meanwhile, it looks like actually it's a no, not Ball State. It's Purdue that again has another red zone opportunity. They just ran it inside the 10-yard line. So another goal line opportunity for the Purdue Boilermakers early as they're looking to take a 14-0 lead with just 5 minutes played into the game, mind you.
See, Mike Matthews may have taken it upfield a little bit far. You see how that ball was a little bit behind him. You just wonder if that's a little bit of miscommunication on the part of the new quarterback. And one of the wide receivers that they're counting on here. Big 3rd down
10,
here
but it looks like
in
the
the high
play was
red
stopped at
zone.
the last moment. Looks like it could be a false start. Meanwhile, 49 for Tennessee.
It's picked up. Aguilar, one-on-one shot, back corner of the end zone. And incomplete. He overthrew Brazel. And again, Demetrius Samuel, they tested the freshman, and he was in good position.
Hey, he tried to run a double move on the outside, a little stutter go. You're going to see it up at the top. You see Aguilar try and look off the safety, and then come back to the strong side and just throw that thing high and back shoulder. Chris Brazel, 6'5", 200 pounds, trying to get that ball up high over the
field goal unit out. We're going to put a tap onto this. We're now going to head down to watch Purdue and Ball State game and what they got going on. As Purdue does have, looks like a second and long, but they're inside the 15-yard line. Tennessee does end up settling for a field goal. But for those that are watching on Fox Sports, Texas and Ohio State did officially kick off. They're officially getting things started.
On game day, overall, very efficient, like I was referencing as a key to the game for Purdue. But little things like just getting off on the ball a little too quickly can happen early in the season.
Quick throw, screen set up. There's an alleyway looking for the end zone. Cut down at the 5 was Corey Smith on his first grab of the afternoon.
Variety to the play calling here early in this game from Josh Henson, first-year offensive coordinator at Purdue, but you get some of the big bodies out in space. Braden Joyner making sure there's an alley to be able to advance the football after the reception.
And Josh Henson, the new OC coming over from USC. Trojans ranked among the nation's best passing teams over his 3 seasons, and we're seeing Purdue already early on going to the air early and often. 3rd and goal set up here. Got 3 receivers to Brown's right. He's looking that way, now rolling that way. He can use his athleticism too. Gets in the end zone, tiptoeing inside the pocket.
And look at that, yet another touchdown for Purdue. What a start for the Boilermakers, as we are going to see them. No, that's not Purdue? Huh? No, that's Purdue. Okay, for the scoreboard for Big Ten Network, that's wrong. Ball State did not get back to score. Those points should be going to Purdue, and we should see the Boilermakers with a 14-0 lead here shortly.
He's got the game on a string right now through the first 2 offensive series.
Okay, that being said, all right, so Purdue does have a 14-0 lead. Let's go kick it to the biggest game of the new window right now, with Columbus taking on the Texas Longhorns.
Jay Campbell on the outside. Watch out for Ryan Wingo. Very fast, elite speed.
Second down and 10 to the 25. This time they'll run it straight ahead. And it's Wisner. Gain 6 defensively for the Buckeyes.
All new starters up front. Everybody is new for the Buckeyes. Kenyatta Jackson, a guy they're relying on for pressure. Sonny Styles, their captain. He's got number 0 now. That big block O, he's been relied on as the captain. And Caleb Downs, the best player, I think the best defender in college football in the back end.
Buckeyes with a chance to get off the field on 3rd and 4. Manning goes through his progressions underneath. It's caught, but short of the first down from this spot. Igbeneusen with the tackle.
And the offense is staying on the field right here. They're going to go for this.
So they'll go for it.
Oh, I don't know. My goodness.
It might be Ohio State feels like they denied him.
Getting a first down signal from that far side officials. Today, officials, Gus, are from the SEC. This is an SEC crew. It'll be an SEC replay booth, and they will give them that first down.
Wow, they actually gave him that first down. That's crazy. That's actually kind of crazy, I'm not going to lie.
So a first down for Texas, opening drive from the 35. C.J. Baxter. They give it to him. He skims through the hole. Nice move as he cuts it back up, picks up a first down, getting to midfield. Lorenzo Styles Jr. with the tackle. That's a gain of 14, and they're so happy that this young man is back in the lineup.
Tore up his knee in camp last year after having a marvelous true freshman year the year prior, and really leaned in, was a coach on the field, and he feels like he's a better player. He's explosive. They have been waiting to see him back on the field, and that's a great carry here early.
All right, so it looks like we do have an interception caused by the Southern Miss defense, so they're going to open things up inside the 30-yard line, actually, as Southern Miss is going to look to get a big play downfield, but it's incomplete.
Over the middle, incomplete. Flag on the play, however.
False start, number 1 on the offense. 5-yard penalty, still first down.
You know, Gus, I think what's interesting is watching this offense. This is a very different offense than Quinn Ewers. There you see the movement early. Quinn Ewers had a great quick release, you know, kind of like Tua Tagovailoa. So there were a lot of run-pass option plays with the throws going over the middle of the field. This is a more traditional offense, moving the pocket for the quarterback, drop-back pass, setting Manning back in the pocket, letting him control the game. Already a difference from what we saw from Texas a year ago.
So that'll make it first down and 15 at the 44. Baxter again straight ahead with a crease, but he's gobbled up quickly. Edric Houston, who they're very high on. He's long, quick, former defensive end, makes a tackle for a 2-yard gain.
And the new defensive coordinator here at Ohio State. Yep, that's Matt Patricia coming back to the college ranks. It's been 20 years since he's coached in college. He's been in the National Football League so many years with the New England Patriots, winning Super Bowls there with Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. He's with the Eagles, the head coach of the Lions, and now the coordinator here for the Buckeyes, replacing Jim Knowles.
Second down and 13 at the 46. Again, Baxter churning those legs. That knee, they say, is good. He gains 5 this time. McClain with the tackle.
Yeah, big third down here, partner, right? Early in this game, we already saw Texas in their own territory go for that fourth down.
All right, so Southern Miss does end up taking a 43-yard field goal attempt. Ball was supposed to be passed on the big game in Columbus, and that field goal was actually successful. So Southern Miss does get on the board, but they're still down 7-3 as of right now.
We'll see if they can get to Arch Manning here.
Third down and 8 at the 49. Manning out of the gun. High snap, handle, sprints out of the pocket, trying to square his shoulders, dumps it, not enough for the first down. As C.J. Baxter makes the catch, and that'll bring up fourth down and short.
Good rally up here, rally from the defender. You see right there the defender, that's the corner Jermaine Matthews, who played a lot of football for them last year. Maybe wasn't a starter, but played a ton of snaps for them, and he comes up and he squeezes on that route. Makes it a 4th and short, and they'll again keep the offense on the field here, going for it on 4th down.
Steve Sarkisian, mastermind offensively. 4th down and 2.
That's right, another 4th down attempt for Texas. They got the last one.
Baxter.
This time they're not successful, though, and Ohio State is going to officially take over on downs. What a way to make a defensive stand to start your season out. Oh, my goodness. And that's huge, too, because Ohio State is going to start with phenomenal field position there. Probably going to get inside the 40-yard line. That being said, this is going to go into commercial. I don't believe in commercials necessarily. We'll flip it over real quick to FAU and Maryland. We won't stay there long term, though.
Cooper from the 32, and he ran right into a wall. There is a penalty marker down off the 36-yard punt. Reserve linebacker Sharquez
during the kick, holding, return team, number 6, 10-yard penalty, first down.
Well, they're having a flag fest here.
Unbelievably so.
Hey, man, I'll say this about Purdue so far. Purdue
nothing in this game.
Really good at the start.
At today's impact players, presented by Auto Owners Insurance.
And they also forced another punt, so they have the ball once again.
Has the ball.
Well, when you take a look at Nolan Ray, you're going to like what he has to offer. Big kid, does a lot of good things, catches the ball well out of the backfield. And Langston is one of those players. He's just big, powerful, quick in the line of scrimmage. Just an overall good football player, and he'll make a lot of plays today. He'll figure into a lot tonight.
Langston, 7 in the white, the captain for Florida Atlantic, does everything right. 7 in the red is Malik Washington, the new quarterback, the starting quarterback for the Terps.
Hang on now.
DeJuan Williams, and Williams carves his way into the second level, brought down by Dylan Williams.
Doggett, that's on the inside. Doggett, watch number 1. He's going to want to jump right around a block, and he does that. And as he jumps around, they take advantage of the hole that it created.
Williams stronger now, a few years removed from a lower body injury. He picked up 15 on that one. First and 10 Terps as we near the midway mark. Deep shot from Washington, airing it out, overthrowing Shalik Knox.
Coverage was there. Knox had no shot at it, and he knew it. But you get a little sense of how far he can throw that football, which, if you overthrow him, doesn't matter.
Mike Loxley's offensive coordinator, Pep Hamilton, said he doesn't want to distort the natural instincts of a young quarterback, and there he turned him loose.
He has an interesting release, and it's not quite sidearm. He's rotating his hips. He's throwing from his hips. It's kind of like that Mahomes stuff.
Saw the numbers on Loxley in his 7th
All right, so
season
it
as
looks like
head coach.
Syracuse got another first down inside the 40-yard line. So let's go ahead and kick it back over to Syracuse and Tennessee. As it looks like the Syracuse Orange, they're putting together quite a drive right now.
Illegal shift. Offense number 2 and number 15. Never reset. 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
Oh, never mind. I think I'm on. We'll tune in for a little bit though.
You see, here's Daryl Gill.
Since I heard him in, it looks like there's no one else that's really across the 50-yard line right now.
See Fran Brown on the sideline arguing about it. What a nice play call on the part of offensive coordinator Jeff Mixon against that too-high look. Ran a high-low combination. Angeli read it out perfectly. He looks very comfortable, Bob, so far here early in this game.
Another 4-man rush. Angeli hit as he throws a wobbly throw, and it gets to midfield. As Jonte Cook came back to help out the quarterback.
All right, so we'll see what Syracuse does here on 4th down, but we're also keeping tabs on what's happening in Columbus right now. Ohio State with a 3rd and 4, but they are on Texas' side of the field. If Ohio State picks up this first down, we'll flip it back over to Columbus.
That's a big boy to be hitting on your quarterback at 6'5", 300 pounds. He came in for Jackson Moy. It's unfortunate for Syracuse that they had the penalty. They had a nice drive going, nice rhythm going. That's a good start.
All right, so they actually don't get that first down. It's going to be 4th and short from about midfield.
And a punt that
two of the Buckeyes decide to do there.
Inside the 15-yard line.
Meanwhile, Northwestern looks like it's at midfield right now.
So now the up-tempo Tennessee
and they're going to get inside. Ooh, inside the 35-yard line.
This is what their head coach was telling them. Take a deep breath.
So if Ohio State picks up this first down, we'll flip it over to them. If not, we'll flip it over to Northwestern and Tulane as Julian Salmon goes play action, looks over left inside, it's caught.
I think my role in this
Hopefully
game is going to be to calm them down.
No, looks like he dropped it, so Texas is going to have it. Let's flip back over to the Bayou.
As far as the leadership, I'm going to have to
proven wide receivers trying to help Preston Stone find his groove in his first career start for the Northwestern Wildcats. Play clock down to 2. Stone.
Mississippi State is also putting together a drive of its own as they get to about the 30-yard line. 4 stubborn miss. And the Golden Eagles are going to have to take their first time out with 6 minutes to go in the first quarter.
And he's certainly targeting Wilde on the outside. A couple targets here on this drive alone. That's a nice pickup on first down. Now here you go. 2nd in about 2. They go right back to that little heavy set. Tight formation, bunch formation to the top.
Tennessee is also putting together something as well. They have the ball and they just crossed midfield against the Orange.
He will leap for a first down.
We'll keep tabs on what's happening with the Volunteers. Looks like they'll have a 2nd and short.
Well, Northwestern struggled in just about every facet offensively last year, including scoring in the red zone in the bottom portion of the FBS. That's where Tulane's offense excelled. In the red zone here, 1st and 10. Hyman. always finds positive yardage.
It looks like we have a game break as we have a pick six at Maryland as Caden Bynkamp was picked off and taken back to the crib. So that's how Maryland scores its very first point of the season. The Maryland Terrapins taking, in fact, that early 6-0 lead late in the first quarter.
By his head coach, David Braun, to maybe expand it a little bit with Preston Stone at quarterback. First carry to Caleb Komolafe. And he pushes the pile right near the first down marker, and they will move it.
Meanwhile, it looks like Northwestern is driving. They're looking to get their first points of the season, while Tennessee at about the 40-yard line. We'll see how this Northwestern drive plays out, and then we'll flip it back over to the Tennessee and Syracuse matchup that we currently have going on.
We've seen some more of that Big Ten physicality up front from this O-line that rivals the Chicago Bears in terms of measurements. Komolafe.
Second and 10 for Tennessee. Meanwhile, as that pass is dropped, so it's going to be a 3rd and long coming up. We'll see if the Volunteers can, in fact, convert, or are we going to see this Tennessee drive stalling out?
.90 seconds left in the opening quarter, 2nd and goal. Stone, end zone, and overthrows Griffin Wilde.
Boy, a lot of contact there against Griffin Wilde. Isaiah Shine was the man in coverage.
Right, 3rd and goal coming up for Northwestern after an incomplete pass, but Tennessee does pick up yet another first down, and it looks like they're at, looks like about the 27-yard line. One more first down, and the Volunteers will, in fact, be in the red zone as well, and we'll flip it back over to them.
3rd and 7. Can you get the first down? Correction, 3rd and goal.
Komolafe scooting across the 5 and stacked up.
All right, big decision time here for, I believe, David Braun, I believe, is still the head coach for Northwestern, entering his, I want to say his 2nd or 3rd year.
They picked up another couple of yards inside.
Meanwhile, though, looks like we have an offside penalty.
Here you're on the 4.
So now Tennessee deeper in Syracuse territory.
At least get something on this drive. Maybe they fake it. But they're lining up for a field goal.
Luke Akers for 3.
All right, field goal is good. Now we're flipping back over to Syracuse and Tennessee and see how the rest of their drive plays out. 2nd and 4. And the Volunteers pick up the first down and inside the 15-yard line.
As Jaquez made the stop, but 1st and goal for Tennessee.
You see that power running scheme, just getting double teamed at the point of attack, pulling an offensive lineman, and these running backs just getting downhill. Peyton Lewis goes 212, Deshaun Bishop 208. And these guys run that ball downhill over and over, and then they take the play action shot.
Plenty of time on the play clock as they bring in that 2 tight end look once again. Tennessee does. With the slant, Kitzelman makes the one-handed catch down to the 2-yard line. Great hands from Miles Kitzelman.
Just a little delay release by Miles Kitzelman, who Joey Aguilar told us he's kind of developed the chemistry with. Look for him to be a factor today.
Lewis powers his way into the end zone for a Vols touchdown.
Get a double team at the point of attack and pull the tackle around. You're just going to see him hit it downhill. Just old-fashioned football, just old-fashioned gap scheme football. And there it's just mano a mano in the hole. Peyton Lewis against Derek McDonald. Peyton Lewis won that one. We said it early in this broadcast. This running game for Tennessee is what they hang their hat on. Power running game.
All right, so Tennessee will take a 10-0 lead there. We got another emerging drive as Mississippi State is driving once again. 3rd and long, though, as in the Florida Atlantic game. We got another big-time catch. We might be checking back in on FAU and Maryland shortly. Just want to see if Mississippi State can convert this 3rd and 16 real fast, though.
It'll be 3rd and 16 way back at the 37. Crowd in it here at the Rock. Time for Shapen. He'll survey and escape. Shapen brought down from behind.
All right, so he's brought down from behind. So Mississippi State's drive is going to stall out. Meanwhile, Caden Veinkamp comes out and throws a dot to the corner of the end zone. So FAU is going to be looking like they are going to even things back up here shortly. Again, those slot plays, they have been really popular, and they are certainly been beloved for sure.
Give the quarterback Blake Shapen a different look.
Well, Charles Huff excited to bring the majority of his coaching staff with him, including defensive play caller Jason Seymour, and now Kyle Ferry. Left-footed kicker from 55 in the left hash. On the way, Ferry.
Wow, what a kick, by the way.
The double nickel from downtown.
All right, so only one game that's not in commercial right now, or at least I'm hoping that's the case. Well, all right, so it looks like we're seeing Purdue going to go into commercial. FAU Maryland's in commercial. Looks like the one game that isn't in commercial right now, it's Northwestern and Tulane. Tulane about to receive the kick.
There's Maurice Turner on the return, is chopped down in front of the 20. Agreed, by the way. Bynum certainly will contend for Conference Player of the Year, you would think. Jake Retzlaff hoping he can be that for Tulane this year, which was very close. Remember, last year, this Tulane team was ranked in the top 20 at one point, winning 8 in a row before they lost their final 3 games.
That's the great thing about the playoff expansion is now it does allow
teams. All right, so it looks like Ohio
Tulane
State's going back on live, and Tulane's drive is starting. So making the executive decision here
to win 5,000 big ones in cash prizes.
We're going to flip it back over to the Ohio State-Texas game. Gotta show up the Ohio State-Texas game for sure. I mean, it's game of the century potential here. Very back and forth.
Jeremiah
for Ohio State and Texas.
That last time out. Got a feeling they're really going to go to him now. Second offensive possession for the Buckeyes. 1st down and 10 at their own 8. And they'll hand it off. James Peoples this time. Sophomore from San Antonio, Texas. Stopped by Brook.
Yeah, both of these offenses playing a bit conservative here, testing out the defensive lines, and this was to be anticipated here with young quarterbacks making starts, trying to rebuild offensive lines and defensive lines early in the season. You get the sense that these two defenses will both be elite, Gus, and right now it's every team in the country, really. The defenses are ahead of the offenses early in the year, and we're seeing that play out here in the first quarter.
After a gain of 1, 2nd down and 9. From the 9. Sayin. Out wide. Smith breaks a tackle. Makes a few people miss. And he'll get up the field for a gain of 6.
And now a big 3rd down on the Ohio State side. And just like you were mentioning before the series, they weren't going to go 2 series without letting 4 touch the football. Design screen on the outside, trying to make it a more manageable 3rd down, which he's able to do here at 3rd and 3, Gus.
Third and 3. From the 15. Donaldson. In the backfield, now motions out. Empty for Sayin. Julian Sayin. With time underneath, throws a strike, 1st down. Ohio State. Max Clare, the Purdue transfer. A gain of 11.
Makes up for that drop on that first series on 4th down. So he's going to come here as Smith's trying to basically clear out. And look at the attention they're paying Smith. Colin Simmons, the great pass rushing defensive end, immediately jumps out of that line of scrimmage to bump Smith, who was lined up as the number 2 wide receiver in the slot. And they were able to get to the tight end, Claire, for the first down.
51 catches for close to 700 yards and 4 touchdowns at Purdue last year. Sayin, quick strike, and Smith takes his eyes off of it for a second, drops the football.
Nerves for everybody here on the opening week. This is a ball that you don't normally see Smith drop. In fact, we went and watched him practice. First thing we saw when we walked into the building, they chucked it downfield to him, and he just reached out and grabbed it one-handed. And Julian's saying, he's like, whoa, I haven't seen that much in practice.
Makes a second down and 10 from the 26. Peoples this time. Oh, he's ambushed behind the line of scrimmage. They wrapped him up quickly. Gang tackling LaFau. First man to him. That's a loss of 1.
Boy, I tell you, LaFau was in there quickly. Good speed from that linebacker position. He doesn't get a lot of the credit in that linebacker core because of Anthony Hill, who's a preseason All-American, but LaFau playing really well early in this game against the run. Good speed there, triggering to get a tackle for loss.
Junior from Hawaii. 3rd down and 11 at the 25. Donaldson back in the game at running back. Sayin under pressure. Got it away, and another drop by the Buckeyes. Another drop by Jeremiah Smith. And that brings up 4th down and 11. Ohio State.
All right, so it looks like Ohio State is likely going to be punting this football away once again. Meanwhile, we're going to see Purdue. They just crossed over to midfield. So let's go ahead and flip over to the Purdue and Ball State game and see how their game is progressing right about now.
Elite footwork on display. Brown to the air again. Caught once again for a first down. Looks like a gain of 11 over along the sideline.
Loads of off coverage being displayed by the Cardinals on defense right now. Just sort of a death by 1,000 cuts. It tests the consistency of the accuracy from the quarterback.
E.J. Horton on his first grab. Oh, another quick throw over the seam and incomplete. Looking for Jesse Watson, redshirt freshman, who they say is the most improved guy since spring practice. So we're seeing a versatile slew of wide receivers for Purdue to this point. We were wondering about that position. Who steps up? Multiple guys are stepping up to this point.
And part of the plan as a defense, when you're playing off coverage to the extent that Ball State is you'll just see how consistently can a quarterback read it and complete it.
2nd and 10. Tempo's been pretty quick. Lofty pass, but it was a beautiful one to drop right into the breadbasket of Michael Jackson III. Just floated it up like a rainbow, and it was perfection.
Ryan Brown really liked that completion, the teardrop that he completed out into the flat. And he's on the move. I really like what I'm seeing early from this Purdue offense and from the way that Ryan Brown is executing it. And we've got to remember that he's only been here since the summer. He didn't take part in spring ball.
And off to Maccabee. Tough guy to bring down, gets to the 10. If you saw the little celly at the end of that, too.
Oh, yeah.
Was that the gooseneck, like I'm dropping in a good jumper?
It was.
Floater. It was the 11th first down, by the way, on the gain of 18 prior to the Maccabee run for this Purdue offense.
There's some conjecture about Maccabee, whether or not, as so many players entered the transfer portal after Ryan Walters was relieved of his command, Maccabee decided to stay.
All right, we might have something brewing in the Southern Mississippi State game as well. Looks like 4th and short coming up, but we'll see what they decide to do once they get out of the quarter. So at the first quarter, Mississippi State does come out 10-3 in their score. And then for those that are on 12:45 kickoff between Toledo and Kentucky, we're going to go ahead and get that score bug up real quick. And then we'll make any adjustments and changes that we need to make. So the score bug doesn't get updated right away.
In his game, we're seeing that early on.
A little bit
3rd and 1
there
from the 6-yard line.
Let's see if they lean on the interior of that offensive line in this pistol formation.
Yeah, you got Maccabee right behind him. They will give it to Maccabee this time, lunging ahead. See if he has enough.
Faces Mr. Stinchcomb.
Officials are ruling him short for right now. So the first big decision of the season for Barry Odom.
Brown likes the choice to keep the offense out there. Here's that Pete formation you talked about. Maccabee going to take a direct snap, and Maccabee lunges ahead. Maccabee is into the end zone.
Look at that. Another touchdown for Tulane, by the way. You love to see it. Yeah. And you're seeing like a little bit of the kind of like the making of the sausage. So you see that like pop up for a split second.
Leading the way into the end zone.
$233 total yards for Purdue. Still 10:21 to go in this opening half. First decision time type of moment for Barry Odom. They go for it on fourth down, and Devin Maccabee finds the end zone. 21-zip Boilermakers.
All right, there we go. Okay, we got that going. So,
fans with
all right, so we got the Kentucky game. We're now watching over that, and then we don't have any other games to add until about 2:30. That will be when Old Dominion and Indiana will eventually kick off.
Score.
The more you fuel up, the more you score with Marathon Rewards. Marathon, the official fuel of the Big Ten.
All right, so
transfer 33 yards.
Another thing that Tulane's doing a really good job of, Matt, is they're making Northwestern run, and they're
all right. So Tulane just hit a massive play down the sideline. They look like they're going to be inside the 10-yard line.
Northwestern run sideline to sideline. It's hot, Matt. It's humid. I played tennis this morning at 6:30, and it wasn't, the sun wasn't out. Had to drop that in, by the way. It was steamy out there. Point is, these Northwestern defenders right now could be getting a little bit tired.
Retzlaff trying to take advantage. End zone shot. Oh, and it's in and out of the hands of Bohannon. Garner Wallace on the coverage.
For those that are watching live, by the way, let me know whether is the bounce okay for like between like my mic and the game audio mic. If there's too much inbounds, let me know, and I can make some adjustments on my end.
Those easy catches in practice become a little bit more difficult here in a game.
On a steamy Saturday midday in New Orleans, Louisiana. 2nd and 10. Retzlaff takes off. Design run, and he goes head first across the 5 as Braden Turner met him from the nickel position.
We do have an emerging opportunity for Tennessee, who once again, well, actually, never mind. I misread that. They're inside of 35. Never mind. They're on 35. Stubborn Miss, though, that has crossed midfield. And it looks like they are going for it on fourth down. We'll see how it goes out for them. Both strategy and, I don't know. Looks like they're going to be marked short, so Mississippi State is going to take over.
Play of this Tulane drive.
So back to the Tulane game on 3rd and 3. Retzlaff over the right hand side, but it's blocked.
Retzlaff incomplete, and now decision time for John Summerall.
Not even close to a decision. This is a very easy decision. You're going to bring out the field goal unit here to try to take the 3 points. But another drop. This should have been a catch and should have been a touchdown. Tulane should be walking away from this drive, being up 14-3.
All right, so Tulane's going to settle for a field goal, so which means we're going to go ahead. We're going to take a moment.
And what did Josh Heupel tell us about the quarterback's responsibility as far as the run game? He has a big role in that as far as being able to control the front.
We'll figure out with Tennessee. Okay, actually, this time, like, Tennessee is actually in Syracuse territory. And with a big one as well, inside the 30.
First down and more. 14 more yards for Star Thomas to the 25 of Syracuse.
That time they just changed the blocking scheme, run the same little gap scheme type of look. This time pull the guard instead of the tackle. Same principles, just downhill power football.
They have the Syracuse defense on their heels, but they put the ball on the ground. At the mesh point, Aguilar.
And Syracuse gets the turnover on down. Or not down, but the fumble recovery.
A mistake at the mesh
Oh, that's so tragic.
I mean, you can see right here.
Full-on red zone opportunity.
You can see Aguilar has got his eyes down the field. You know he's going to pull this.
Yeah, I hate to see it. Yeah, it looks like nobody else is at midfield, so I'll get back over to the Columbus. Look how things are going over there. Not a lot happening.
Has been here for a long time. Great recruiter and great wide receiver
Ohio
coach.
State and in Texas right now. Still no score. This might be one of the last plays of the first quarter as well.
As a wide receiver, 2nd and 5 at the 44. 4 seconds on the play clock.
It looks like they're just going to take it to the end of the first quarter as well. So, all right, again, no one really at midfield. We got another fumble in the Tennessee-Syracuse game going down the sideline, and Tennessee scores. Tennessee scores yet again, pending a review. I imagine they're going to review it, but it looks like as of right now, Tennessee is going to have a 17-0 lead. That's crazy.
Struggled to stay on the field.
That is crazy, man.
Calzada throws, caught, first down, past the 40. Jamori Macklin making up for the penalty.
All right, so again, like we're back to where we originally were with nobody really threatening the score at the moment. So we'll check in on Kentucky and Toledo. With their game just getting started. And it does look like we are seeing Tennessee get the field goal unit out.
11 yards for the senior from Missouri. Used to play for Mizzou and for North Texas. Straight ahead, it's Dowdell. That's Dante Dowdell. He played for Oregon, where he was limited for a couple of years. Then he went to Nebraska and ran for over 600 yards with 12 touchdowns. In fact, led the Huskers in rushing last year.
You look at Kentucky, I mean, they have in their offensive backfield at the running back room 3 leading rushers, obviously from 2 other teams, and one Jamarian Wilcox. We'll see how much we see of him, but Dowdell and McGowan, both prolific rushers last season.
On 2nd and 5, a toss ahead to Law, and it's blown up. That's hardly Gilmore, excuse me. And in the backfield, back at the 40.
Okay, looks like Toledo is holding it down. Well, looks like Maryland actually putting together a drive of their own silently inside the 40-yard line.
For FAU. Washington has all day. Floats this one over top, incomplete, of his 3rd tight end, A.J. Szymanski.
Yeah, I don't like what they did right there. See, they took the ball out of his hands, Joe, and they ran the football, and they started winning the line of scrimmage. And then the quarter came, and they come out throwing the football again. Go back, let the kids settle in, run the ball, pound it like you said you were going to do, and then use them if you have to.
They love that left side of the offensive line. Retrell Perry and Isaiah Wright, guys who strike hard, heavy-handed offensive linemen. 3rd and 10 for Malik Washington.
Hell yeah.
Looking over the middle on a crossing route to Smith. As he's upset.
Hey, appreciate that. Thank you for coming through the stream. Guys, this is my wife, by the way. She is the reason why College Football Red Zone is able to happen. It's with her support. If it's not for her support, this production is not happening at the present moment. So, huge shout out to you, and huge shout out to our almost 9-month-old son, MJ, who's watching this with some grandparents right now. Love you both deeply. Deeply love you guys. Checking in on the field goal attempt real quick. Looks like he got the juice. So looks like we are going to see Maryland take the lead.
The 49-yard field goal. O'Hare, who was 12 for 12 in field goals at Richmond. First ever season playing football back then, and he's part of a wave, Matt, of Irish kickers from the private kicking club Leader Kicking. He drills this one.
Top of the day to the leader kicking in his lap.
Mike Loxley hopes that this young man, Sean O'Hare, can be Chad Ryland-ish kicker nowadays for the NFL Arizona Cardinals. That boot puts Maryland back on top.
Ouch. All right. Cool. Okay.
Philip Noyes will be set to kick it for Maryland. Noyes is the man who uses his leg.
All right, so that's.
And change left.
Looks like Tulane is driving yet again.
Due to Barnes on the carry. A physical, bruising runner who, despite all the transfers coming in at the running back spot, still figures to be a major contributor, the leading returning rusher from last year.
Yeah, this is a very important drive for this Northwestern defense. It's the second time they've been put into a sudden change situation.
All right, switching back over to Northwestern and Tulane. Tulane trying to get something brewing here inside the 40-yard line of Northwestern.
Pressure off the edge, picked up, and airmail looking for the.
All right, but it looks like Ohio State is inside the 50-yard line as well, so we're actually going to flip over to Ohio State and Texas. Clear priority game there, being two top two teams.
Drops, 2 by Smith, 1 from Claire on fourth down. So the young quarterback, number 10, Julian Sayin, again. The overlooked.
We are keeping tabs on that Tulane and Northwestern drive, by the way.
Arch Manning at the quarterback position. He's come in and he has played well so far. They've run the ball. They've tried to establish themselves on the ground, and here they are across the 50 in a nothing game.
Southern Miss also crossing the 50-yard line against Mississippi State as well. So multiple teams threatening across the board.
Incomplete. Jeremiah Smith the target, but that one broken up at the last minute.
I think that was 29, Grayson Littleton. How about this guy? He's just a true freshman. He's running across the field with number 4. Ohio State trying to say he got there a little bit early. Maybe, I don't know. That's a tough one to call right there. But this Littleton, I tell you, he's going to be a really good player. This coaching staff very excited about number 29, and even to the point where they're fine having him over the top of number 4, Jeremiah Smith, covering him across the field.
Littleton from Tampa, Florida. 3rd down and 4. True freshman at the 44. Sayin lobs it up top. Incomplete, over the shoulder grab. Littleton in coverage. Brandon Ennis the target. And Hero Canoe, the former Buckeye for Texas, was pressuring Julian Sayin.
Well, we're starting to see why the coaches love number 29, right? You start making plays like that. There is a flag on the field, and it is in the backfield.
Personal foul, face mask on the defense.
Oh, wow. Man, Texas is going to get off the field there once again. But because of that face mask penalty, the drive is going to remain alive.
And he started jogging off to the sideline.
And yeah, he
comes off your head
crystal clear, threw the helmet off and everything.
Stay in the game. So not only does Daniel stay in the game, but they get the free first down after those 2 nice plays.
That's a 15-yarder as well. You hate to see it if you're a Texas fan.
That's a huge penalty, and it gives.
Love to see if you're an Ohio State fan, obviously. We'll see what Ohio State can do here now that they get a brand spanking new set of downs.
From the Texas 29 for Ohio State. C.J. Donaldson, the pistol back. They give it to him, and he's lucky to get across the line of scrimmage.
Meanwhile, Southern Miss with a red zone opportunity. They're inside the 5-yard line. We'll see if Southern Miss can tie it up, and that's going to be incomplete. That's going to be 2nd and goal for the Golden Eagles inside the 5-yard line, though.
He's going to win this game, and Coach Meyer during the pregame show also said, you don't want your quarterbacks in the first or even in the second quarter throwing that ball over the middle, because if it's high, it could be a pick and a turnover.
That's right. He's exactly right. Tips and overthrows wind up as turnovers.
2nd and 9 at the 28. Sayin scrambles, and he will just dump it out of play. A flag, though, thrown. Jeremiah Smith looking at the official, and this is going to go against Texas.
And the penalties for Texas really killing them in particular on this drive. That's probably going to be the 2nd first down that Texas gives up by penalty this drive alone. And with as low scoring of a game as it is, like it's the only game aside from Toledo in Kentucky that got off like 5 minutes ago that is still scoreless. So points definitely a premium.
Hold right there from Malik Muhammad. It was on 5. They announced 4, Jelani McDonald, but that was Malik Muhammad, number 5.
Meanwhile, Southern Miss with their flirting goal.
It's the 6th time
Did he
they've
catch
tried
it?
to throw it at Jeremiah Smith.
Yes, he does. Touchdown, Golden Eagles.
But it's also now the
We're an
second
extra
penalty on
point
this
away
series.
from them tying
The
it
Buckeyes
up.
again with another first down, Gus.
Buckeyes in the red zone. 1st and 10 of the 19.
Meanwhile, we have Ohio State now because of that penalty. Ohio State is going to be in the red zone. They're going to be starting things out at the 19-yard line.
Official stopped the play near side here.
The spot should be the 28-yard line, not the 29. 28-yard line.
Does he mean the 18? 28 is 10 yards away.
It's the 18. Yes, it's the 18.
All right, first game.
First day for everybody.
That's exactly right. That's right. Oh, man.
Steve Sarkisian saw him coming in, look clean as usual. His wife, L'Oreal, put him together like she did last year at Michigan. First down at the 18. Carnell Tate in motion. We haven't called his name yet. He lines up in the slot. He's a spectacular talent. Here's a handoff. Donaldson pushes the pile forward.
All right, some nice drone running there.
Picking up yards. That's 7 the hard way.
And they really were excited about getting C.J. Donaldson in the transfer portal. Comes in from West Virginia, and he came in actually, Gus, about 240 pounds. He walked in, and Mick Moriarty, their strength coach, said, yep, not for long.
Meanwhile, Tulane has something going. They're inside the 30-yard line on northwestern side of the field. They look to extend their lead further.
On these interior
While Syracuse looking to dial something up. They're still looking for their first points of the day. Inside the 35-yard line is Angeli. Going to just simply throw it away. Good decision there. Looks like there wasn't much of anything open.
And scored 30 rushing touchdowns. Again, a first down.
And then meanwhile, Kentucky just intercepted Toledo's quarterback.
5-yard run.
And so it looks like Kentucky is going to have a potential scoring opportunity as well. They'll start their drive inside the 35-yard line as well in Toledo territory. So, you know, lots of different scoring opportunities either. Mainly keep our eyes on the Buckeye State, however.
And then Donaldson, nice patient run, and then physical at the end, leaning forward for those extra few yards.
10th play of the drive coming up, which started at the 20-yard line for Ohio State. Here's the handoff. Peoples trying to find a seam.
Ball State as well has something going too. They're going to be inside Purdue 30-yard line. Ball State, another team desperately searching for their first point of the day.
And Quinshon Judkins, both second-round draft picks. I thought this was where, listen, they were really good in a lot of different areas, but where they excelled is here in the low red zone. Low red zone meaning inside the 10-yard line. Gus, they had a knack, you remember last year, of getting small and powerful and finding that goal line. We'll see if these new backs for the Buckeyes can do the same.
Second down and goal from the 4. And they go straight ahead again for Donaldson. Trying to use that big body, and he'll pick up a couple. Talk about those running backs, Travion Henderson.
All right, so Syracuse also getting a big play down the field. So Syracuse also in the red zone now, going to be inside the 10-yard line as the Orange are looking to get their first points of the day in Atlanta. Same thing could be said about Kentucky. With the 12:45 kickoff, the Kentucky Wildcats now inside the 20 as they look to draw first blood against the Toledo Rockets.
Are they thinking about a fourth down?
Lots of red zone opportunities going on right about now.
What's going on? It looks like they might want to try to call a timeout, and they're going to get that done. They're going to call timeout here from the sideline.
Extra offensive lineman in the game for Ohio. 9:41 to play, second quarter, no score, but the world famous
Buckeyes. This is about to go into commercial, and I don't believe in commercials. So we'll flip back over to Ohio State, Texas shortly. But in the meantime, while we're waiting for Ohio State and Texas to get back back into things. We will check in on Syracuse's goal line opportunity now. First and goal. When Houston run up the middle, he's going to pick up half the yards necessary to get into the end zone.
Goes to the 2, second down and goal. Jordan Ross made the stop for the Vols.
Critical for Syracuse to come out of here with points, preferably with the touchdown. And you know some kind of ball handling is going to be involved here as far as maybe a proof play, some rollout, some play action. The wide receivers have been able to get some separation on the outside a little.
Here we go now. Second and goal for the Orange. See what they got dialed up.
Angeli, the pitch. Willis looking for the pylon. He's in.
Bang! Orange get on the board against the 25th ranked team in the nation in the Tennessee Volunteers. We might have ourselves a ball game after all in hot Atlanta. So while since that's about to go get going here, let's now go ahead and flip over to Kentucky and Toledo. See what the Wildcats do.
You called it before the officials called it on Nasir Bowers.
Just a little bit early. See him hook, upfield arm. Just his left arm and Nasir Bowers. You see that a lot. The DBs, they got to time it well. They kind of slingshot themselves in front of the receiver. Easy call. Good call by the official.
First and goal, Kentucky.
All right, so meanwhile, we have our first safety of the Saturday game. As Maryland is actually able to successfully get a safety, and we have a touchdown in the Kentucky game.
Second and goal. Excellent push. The left side of that offensive front.
We also got a field goal as well, but like the City forgot about.
Got great movement right there on the inside. And this is something that they want to do. They want to do come out of the gate and assert themselves. When we say energetic physicality, there's a better way to demonstrate that than with a downhill A-gap run right next to the center and guard.
All right, so here we go. Kentucky and Toledo inside the 5. Same thing could be said about Ohio State and Texas, also inside the 5-yard line. To finish this play out, and Kentucky does not push it in. Let's now quickly head over to Ohio State. Third and goal opportunity. And Ohio State draw first blood finally. 9:41 left to play in the second quarter.
Made it difficult on Ohio State. A couple of penalties on Texas on this series. This SEC officiating crew throwing those flags, and they've helped out the Buckeyes on this series getting down here.
Third down and goal at the 2. Donaldson. Texas getting pressure.
And no.
Looks like it was Cole Brevard getting inside the backfield.
Yeah, this interior defensive line, a couple of times they have stood up and they have done a great job. This
right,
was a decision
made
during that timeout. 2 plays that they were thinking they want 7. They're going to go
Kentucky on a third and goal, go with a QB sneak, and they find the end zone. Touchdown, Wildcats! And Kentucky will draw first blood here.
4th down and goal at the 1.
Meanwhile, Ohio State going for it on 4th and goal inside the 5-yard line. Power on power, and Ohio State wins it out. Touchdown, Buckeyes! And C.J. Donaldson holds it out and will take. It looks like a 7-0 lead. Unless something crazy happens here with the field goal. So, work to do with updating these.
They're going to follow this left side of the line. Right here, Luke Montgomery and Austin Severeld. And this double team gets movement, and that movement is what allows Donaldson to just lean
love to see it here, man. Absolutely love to see it.
For a touchdown.
So Ohio State strikes first. Jayden Fielding in for the extra point, and it's good. Buckeyes go on a 13-play drive, covering 80 yards.
All right, Ohio State's going on commercial. Looks like the only game that's not in a commercial right now is Purdue and Ball State. Purdue also a hot start, but looks like both teams might be settling in right about now. With their 41-yard field goal attempt as well, happening for Tulane.
They would think about taking
these
timeouts here, but momentum, a very overused term, but certainly a more confident Ball State outfit right now, playing better football on each side.
first couple of drives were electric for Purdue. Touchdowns, 3 of the first 4. First 2 were 70-plus yards in under 2 minutes. Then the third touchdown drive was a little over 5 minutes. Ate up some clock, did it in a different way. Great start for Ryan Brown at QB. If you tuned in late, he was named the starter.
It actually looks like Purdue and Ball State, they might be taking a sweet time a little bit. So let's actually flip it over to Syracuse and Tennessee instead. It's a little bit more of a competitive game anyways, to be honest with you. Very surprised, by the way. Very happy to start that.
Tylander in hot pursuit, but just can't get there. It's a nice play.
All right, here we go.
Nice execution on the part of the Syracuse offense.
Sean Bishop pushes the pile for 2. As always, up-tempo, play action. Aguilar, he wants it all. In stride, he's got Stanley. Touchdown!
Wow, an 80-yard strike. Touchdown, Tennessee!
What an answer by the Vols.
Oh, my goodness. Tennessee pouring it on. I don't think they miss Nico very much. Not a single bit. All right, so anyways, so it looks like we do have another potential scoring opportunity brewing. FAU and Maryland. Maryland trying to put some more points on the board here to get inside the 40-yard line.
Farouk back from injury, returning to his explosive self. Juwan Williams bouncing off of tacklers. Brought down near the 33-yard line. Tyler Stolsky, who came in from the University of Minnesota to be a leader here with Florida Atlantic, made the tackle.
Yeah, Williams is just a redshirt freshman right here from Baltimore to St. Francis. But he's got some good toughness to him. They list him at 215, but he runs more like a 230-pounder.
Washington pulls it down. Quick pass on the slant, right on the button. He's there to defend against Farouk.
Yeah, that was a big-time throw right there. With pressure right in his face, he comes off of it, and the ball comes out right on the money.
Maryland moving
All right, looks like Maryland now in the 25-yard line.
Leading by 5 on home turf. Washington 1st and 10. There was a whistle on the penalty marker before the play began.
Nobody else at midfield, however.
False start. Offense. Number 66.
A day that has been littered with laundry continues for Maryland.
Carlos Moore. No, Ba. Lou Ba.
Coach Loxley has seen his team commit 9 penalties in the first 22 minutes of this game. Ryan Manning in motion through the formation. Washington to throw. Malik throws that one. A good catch there. Farouk had to twist behind to make that grab.
He had to twist behind because it was thrown behind him. But a nice job by Farouk to be able to get his hands on that thing. It sets up this third and about 14.
After the pickup of 1.
All right, looks like Tulane might have something, or not Tulane, Northwestern, excuse me. Northwestern might have something brewing as well. Northwestern just crossing midfield against the Tulane Green Wave. Now inside the 40-yard line, as Maryland's going to get another touchdown on the board. Malik Washington, the true freshman, feeling himself right now. All right, so that's we love to see that. Now let's see what Northwestern can do. What can they do against Tulane? See if they can make this a one-possession game before we go into halftime.
And that run by Komalafe will make it 3rd and short.
Plenty of options here on 3rd and about 1. You're in plus territory. This is obviously 4-down territory. You're not going to do anything here. That's crazy.
Off that scoreboard. That would be good.
Komalafe in the game.
Back to him. Shifts past the tackler and has enough to move the chains.
Boy, Matt, you got to think with that offensive line, if you're Zach Lujan.
All right, looks like we're actually going to get into a.
You want to maybe implement.
Looks like a 2-minute warning.
In situations like that.
So we'll put a bookmark on this, as it looks like Stubborn Miss is just off the yard line against Mississippi State. What a perfect throw, and it's incomplete.
And swatted away. Carl Chester, the intended target. Kelly Jones. That has been a great battle all half.
All right, so that's actually also going to fourth down. Looks like and Cleo's about to punt, so
to work against that defense.
Yeah, it looks like we'll get some Texas and Ohio State going instead. All good.
From 5 to 1 this season. 3rd down and 3 at the 44.
See the Texas pick up the 3rd down while we wait for them to get out of the 2-minute timeout down in New Orleans.
Manning bounces out of the pocket. Burst of speed, looking for the first down. Oh, he's chopped down by Styles right before he gets to the marker. Let's see.
Ooh, what a hit that Arch Manning took, though. Oh, my.
It's a 1st down.
Boom.
I tell you what, he did a nice job keeping that ball in that right arm because it started coming away from his body. He's trying to get the sticks right there, the line to gain. And how about the hit right there from Lorenzo Styles, who comes in and kind of upends him. And they're able to get the line to gain, and it's a 1st down.
Arvell Reese with pressure. 1st down at the 47 for Texas.
All right, they actually do get the 1st down. How about that?
Play fake.
Tell you what, the Arch Manning to pay the price. We're going to load up, though. We're going to go deep downfield.
Coverage incomplete.
That actually one was intercepted. I ain't going to lie to you.
There, as well as Matthews for Ohio State.
I'll tell you, this is really good coverage because you've got elite speed right here from Ryan Wingo, and they're able to get the safety to run with him. That's Jalen McClain. And then that opposite corner, Jermaine Matthews, he just took off from his position and went back deep into the field and ran underneath the route. That's number 7 right there. Excellent coverage for the Bucs.
2nd down and 10 of the 47. 6:32 remaining in the 2nd quarter. And they'll hand it off. Baxter, not a lot, if any. Kenyatta Jackson jumping on top. No gain.
Boy, you see that red flash in the backfield. Almost made the tackle in the backfield. That was number 2, Caleb Downs. You're starting to see Matt Patricia move number 2 around as he gets more comfortable calling plays defensively here for Ohio State. He said he could be creative with him because the knowledge of the game is elite for Caleb Downs, number 2. And Sark knows he's got to understand where Downs is at all times.
Texas 1 of 5 on 3rd down conversions. They need 10 here. Manning stepping up, and he's taken down behind the line of scrimmage. Arvell Reese. Goon Squad.
I'll tell you,
all right, so that's all right. So nothing happening from that last Texas drive.
And now their defense, Dustin Fox, with its back against the wall.
Northwestern playing. They're back out of the 2-minute timeout. So now let's see what Northwestern can do here in these final 2 minutes.
Down 10. Stone under duress throws it away, and was that intercepted?
And that's intercepted. Oh, man, tough day for Preston Stone. I believe that's his 2nd interception, by the way. All right, we do, at the very least, see, we do have a Mississippi State and Southern Miss
what Stone's thinking here. I mean,
now crossing the 40-yard line, so I guess we'll see what Mississippi State can do now.
Top, a gain of 7 more yards.
And that's a name we thought we'd hear more of early. Brennan Thompson, the speedy receiver, transfer from Oklahoma.
All right, there we go.
Pace we're seeing now by the Bulldogs. The pump fake, there's a penalty marker, and this one
and that's going to be coming back 100%er. 100%er, that's coming back. Ain't no way.
And that will negate a positive passing play.
Offense number 54, 10-yard penalty. 1st down. Correction, 2nd down.
Steen, part of that revamped Mississippi State offensive line. They wanted more size. He comes in from Virginia after 3 seasons in Charlottesville.
Yeah, but it's one thing to have more size, but as an offensive line, you need to play together. There's 5 playing as one, and so on that play, Steen may have thought he had help on the inside, and he didn't, or maybe he needs to know, okay, I'm one-on-one, I have to be better with my hands. So it's hard to get offensive linemen to gel if they've all transferred from different places.
Shapen almost like a quarterback robot. He spins and delivers the pass incomplete. A late penalty flag flies in.
That's probably going to be pass interference, so it looks like Mississippi State should be given like a free first down.
Defense, number 1. The ball will be placed at the spot of the foul. First down.
So Josh Moten is a guy we've talked about a lot, hyped up a lot. You're going to see the PI, you're going to see the penalty, but what I care more about is the mental side of this. What do you do after a penalty like that? You can't grab the backside arm, obviously, but how do you respond? As DBs, you have to have a short-term memory. Forget about it, move on to the next play.
Bulldogs with all 3 timeouts remaining. USM with just 1, plus the 2-minute stoppage. Another flag. Ian Foster.
Oh, we got a big run happening in the middle for Tulane. Jake Redzone, can he go the distance? He does! Touchdown Tulane to get another one on the board. Oh my!
So it's interesting.
69 yards, a very nice touchdown run for Jake Redzone. His Tulane debut, and Tulane with a commanding lead over the Wildcats.
They didn't make the adjustment.
Looks like we're about to see them take a 20-3 lead.
So
Oh
they
my
declined the
goodness!
penalty. It's a loss of 1 on the play. It'll be second down.
Tulane all over Northwestern in this first half.
The pass interference penalty. And then the alignment issues into the flats. Brendan Thompson. It'll be third and short. Jeff Levy talked with us yesterday about Brendan Thompson, the most electric wide receiver.
Oh my goodness!
Coach. And here comes a little extracurricular activity. And Moten continues to talk down there on the sideline near the Mississippi State side of the field.
Well, it looks like safe to say Mississippi State's about to be in the red zone. All right, so while they're sorting all that out, Syracuse actually getting ready to enter the red zone as well. So let's flip it back over to the Syracuse game while they try to get all that sorted out. Oh. So we have, looks like a red zone opportunity for Mississippi State.
Trying to stay in this game with Tennessee as we step aside.
It's the final game, folks. This one wins the series.
All right, actually, never mind. That.
Down from the 30.
So you saw it there.
Okay, so it looks like there was offsetting penalties there, matter of fact. So no new penalty yards to Mississippi State. They're going to be at the 30.
3rd and 3. Bouncing it outside and up for the first down.
Now we see Mississippi State in the red zone. All right.
With his size, and that time a little speed, a gain of 10 on a play that was doomed from the snap.
You talk about his size. He's 230 pounds, but what stands out more than anything is his patience. Look at him. He's patient enough not to try to stick it in there, but to find the outside. Great run by Bothwell.
Jeff Levy said he's got a chance to be special in Starkville. Lassoed from behind, a loss of a half yard by Mason Clinton. Number 95 in black and gold. Both of these teams have held up at the line of scrimmage, I think it's fair to say, with a lot of new faces and transfers coming in.
It feels like this drive, though, means more.
Movement, Shapen. And they'll stop it. Let's see who jumped first.
Flag on the field.
There was a little contact as Clinton came across the line of scrimmage. The Golden Eagles.
Offside. Defense, number 95, in the neutral zone, causing the offense to react. 5-yard penalty. First down.
So at 3-5, are you inclined to maybe take a shot at the end zone here?
Not yet. The running game has been effective, whether it's been Booth or Bothwell, but it just feels like, going back to that point earlier, this drive means a lot. Earlier we saw that Southern Mississippi State was backed up, got that first down. it seems as if momentum is going to be decided the next few plays.
All right, that's also going to the.
Indigestion
So we'll put a
level
bookmark
is
on
rising
that real
for
quick.
Coach Watson.
Maryland looks like they're driving as well. They're inside FAU territory, so we'll see what's going on with Maryland and FAU. And then actually, hold up now. How did I miss this? Toledo inside the 30-yard line of Kentucky. Rockets with a chance to possibly go ahead.
Able to substitute. And Kentucky
Get
was
things
not
going
dragging.
there.
You can see it was a late substitution by Toledo. And so the center judge.
Toledo, they're first of the half.
And of course, as soon as I flip over there, they're going to go to the commercial, aren't
The
they?
center judge went in over there and said, look, you got to give the defense time to sub, and they were running out of play clock.
Hey, reminder, our stellar SEC football lineup rolls on today at 4:15 Eastern. Arkansas hosts Alabama A&M. And we cap the night with number 21 Ole Miss hosting Georgia State. 18th ranked Oklahoma, 15th ranked Florida, and Vanderbilt will stream on SEC Network Plus and the all-new ESPN app, so you can watch anywhere. Tennessee looking good already in Atlanta, up 24-7 on Syracuse. Texas trailing Ohio State 7-0 in Columbus, and Mississippi State and Southern Miss are tied in Hattiesburg in the second quarter.
Southern Miss. Well, Kentucky fans will remember that team from the opener last year. That was a slog fest. Rain soaked opener for the Wildcats versus Southern Miss a season ago.
All right, here we go. We got them back on the field once again. We did miss out. Maryland did get another touchdown on the board.
Bulldozes his way down to the 20, where Afari makes another tackle.
So Maryland coming out making some things shake for sure.
Offense, but this is what Toledo wanted to be able to do better. Get that ground game going. They are counting on Chip Traynor to help kind of spark what is typically a very substantial rushing attack.
They don't have to run another play if they don't want to. Quarter could expire before the play clock will. But they do. And Traynham is patient.
Wow, what a nice run.
He gives Toledo another first down. As we start the second quarter, college football is back in Lexington. Cats 7, Rockets nothing.
All right, so that's
down 7-zip, marched all the way down the field. Put 3 points on the board, looked like.
actually, so no one really threatening at the moment per se.
Matt, what do you think of this here?
We have Matt Austin.
Review, there is no foul for targeting on the play. Second down.
And Matt Austin, we might as well have you weigh in as well, even though we've just heard the decision.
Yes, no one really threatening. Right? So let's go ahead and take it to Tennessee and Syracuse matchup.
Or if you went with the shoulder first.
The Orange trying to put something together before with 8 minutes left here in the first half.
Opportunity to regain his balance. Could he really protect himself? So he could have still been defenseless, but I don't think the head, I don't think the force of the contact was to the head. I think it was more shoulder, and the helmets just happened to click.
As a matter of fact, Tennessee is going to get inside Tennessee's 30-yard line. While we do have a red zone opportunity for Mississippi State as well, they'll be looking to retake the lead in
started the 2023
I'm not sure where Southern Miss is, like exactly. I don't remember like the town name. If anyone in the chat is more intimately familiar with Southern Miss, let me know. So for now, we'll check in on Syracuse and Tennessee, though.
Colton Hood all over him, but couldn't stay in bounds.
You see Colton Hood, a lot of hands. You see him. You see the grab there at the end,
and he didn't hold on.
These Tennessee defensive backs play with a lot of physicality at the catch point. You're going to have to be careful. I love the fact that they challenge the football all over the field. Eventually, one of these calls is going to go Syracuse's way if they're not careful. This is a big third down. They need to get some momentum back if you're part of Syracuse. Angeli got to make some good decisions here.
And they have to call timeout again.
Charge timeout. Syracuse, they're second. This will be a 30-second timeout.
So with the play clock winding down, they're forced to call timeout. once again.
All right, so while that timeout's being sorted out, let's go check in on a first and goal now for Mississippi State as they try to retake the lead before going into halftime.
Season last year for Jeff Lebby. He was ready to get on the field for year 2. Shapen just stood there like a statue. Makes something out of nothing.
He didn't take a sack there. That's crazy.
No gain on the play. It'll be 2nd and goal.
Not the worst thing in the world. You didn't take a sack. You got back up to the line of scrimmage. The clock is ticking. So you're still in a perfect position to get points without giving the ball back to Southern Miss.
Booth, the running back, he's gone. Now Shapen into the flats. Traore backwards out of bounds near the 6. 3rd and goal.
All right, well, we get ready for the 3rd and goal. Syracuse getting into a 3rd and 9. 7:52 left to play here in the first half. See if Syracuse can pick up this first down.
They understand there's been a lot of run game and quick pass game to the flat. Critical 3rd down when it comes to keeping Mississippi State out of the end zone.
At the end of the half, it all comes down to this. A drive that's over 5 minutes long. Shapen towards the 1. The pass is hauled in, but short of the goal line for Brennan Thompson on the comeback.
See that clock still running. He was going backwards. He was going out of bounds. Once again, not a bad thing. I would say bring in big people again.
Syracuse may be settling for a field goal here.
Said, number 1 in maroon and white back
and
on
the
the
same
field.
could be said about, well, I don't know.
4th and goal.
No, they're not. Mississippi State is going for it.
Bothwell on the field flanking Taylor. And the 6'4" frame, we'll see the defense call a timeout. Big moment here at the end of the half.
And big people. There was an extra offensive lineman on the field along with Kamario Taylor, the 6'4" freshman. I love the timeout there by Southern Miss.
And just
understanding the size of the moment.
All right, and just in case you haven't forgotten, Toledo does have a huge drive going on inside Kentucky's 10-yard line. So when we flip it back over to that Kentucky game.
Redzone for Toledo a season ago is just a condensed part of the field. They ran the football so poorly a season ago, made it very difficult to get points coming away.
Lexington gets loud on the 11th play of this Toledo drive. Gleason quarterback run, 3rd and 4. It'll be 4th down. Stopped at the 4 by Josiah Hayes.
At Kentucky, we're in that 4-down look, 4 defensive linemen. They just didn't get that far upfield. What as much running room as you'd anticipate. You see a big sub.
I don't see a kicker coming on the field.
No, they're bringing in bigger bodies. Toledo just subbed in, tight end. They might have to burn a timeout here, guys. They just changed out the personnel, but I don't think they got the call.
Sorry about that. I was trying to make sure that things are
get to talk about it.
working properly.
4th down next.
Cam Ball, number 10. When
Here
that ball
we go.
goes to the edge, you got to get your hands inside. You're going to see him lined up right there as a tight end. You got to keep
No,
your
they didn't get that. So, all right, here we go. Ohio State and Texas. Let's get back over there. 4th down. Texas going for it.
And now a timeout by UT.
And then Mississippi State did end up settling for the field goal. All right.
Go in the half, they're down 3 scores. Can they keep good field position? Keep them backed up, make them punt, maybe get a good return.
We got that going.
And let Steve Angeli continue to kind of learn this offense on the fly. You saw Fran Brown trying to encourage him. What did he tell us? I know that, again, I'm going to have to be the guy that keeps this team calm because we just haven't reached that point yet in terms of these guys kind of self-sustaining. This is one of those moments right here. Can they get this game to within 2 scores before the half?
Right, we're back at like Syracuse and Tennessee.
3rd down for the Syracuse defense.
And a moment for Joey Aguilar as well.
That's absolutely.
If you can get a 1st down conversion.
But that's going back to the commercial. What's now?
Texas.
Let's get into what they really want.
They've decided to punt it away. Bomeister is getting a lot of work here in this first half. Ennis back deep. Over to the sideline. Lets it take a bounce. And bounces out of bounds inside the Ohio State 5.
There we go.
With 35 seconds to go. A 43-yard punt.
Yeah, no one really threatening the score at this moment.
Yeah, that's two really good punts.
Yeah, we'll check in on Ohio State, Texas.
Utah. Now we've seen
not a ton of action here. Our lowest scoring game,
Ohio State,
with the exception of Toledo and Kentucky. That's only a commercial break, though.
That takes all of that rhythm away. And now with only one timeout in 35 seconds, you're probably going to call a screen pass. And
right, we have a big play in the Maryland game, though.
In a situation just like this, right before the half in the semifinal.
Let's head over to the Maryland game.
Moving in a change, but
don't expect Ohio State to do much with 30 seconds left in the first half.
Staying inside, reading his keys, with pressure coming right down his face. He finds that middle guy right where the ball has to be.
22 yards
there we go.
For Octavian.
Here we go.
Making a very similar
Actually, what am I doing? Hang on. We still have this Toledo and Kentucky game.
Had a chance to think about it.
Sorry, we're still trying to figure out the kind of what the Kings out. 7 games is a lot. Southern Miss and Mississippi State did go in the halftime, and it looks like Ohio State and Texas are doing the same thing. Whereas Toledo, no, they go for the fourth down. It's no good. No good. So the Kentucky holds, and Toledo is going to be held scoreless here early in the second quarter. So only have one game where you do see someone across the 50.
Knotts has one of the 2 touchdown passes today from Malik Washington. That was a bullet.
And actually, there's another one. Syracuse and Tennessee. Syracuse. Let me find the
are giving him the catch.
Like inside the 30.
You're absolutely right. Move the pocket, play action pass. Ways in which you can try and slow down a ferocious pass rush. Great play calling.
And Jelly to the sideline again. And tied up on the far side was Tyshawn Russell. Good coverage by Ty Redmond. 2nd and 10.
It's hard getting some separation on these corners on the outside. They're just so long and athletic.
That's a true freshman.
How about it? I mean, they've done a nice job here of building this roster, especially on the defensive side. They've had success throwing the football over the middle off of play action. They've run some nice zone beaters over the middle.
Oh, wait a minute. So Toledo doesn't get a touchdown, but when Kentucky takes over, they couldn't even get it out of their own end zone. So Toledo's going to score. It's probably not the touchdown that they're looking for. It's going to be a safety. And then we have, looks like a pass interference possibly in Tennessee and Syracuse. That should get the orange firmly in the red zone as well. Let's do this. We'll get the update in. There we go.
Defense number 6. 15-yard penalty. First down.
When the ball's kind of underthrown and late arriving, and you already
that's big too, because Toledo is going to get the ball back.
Where you don't interfere with the receiver.
And so they'll have another crack at it, maybe possibly mess around and take the lead. Who knows? We never know.
Fortunate break for Syracuse. Now they've got a fresh set of downs.
All right, so that means Syracuse is indeed in the red zone. Inside the 15-yard line, to see if the Orange can put together yet another touchdown. Meanwhile, 48 seconds left in the first half in Maryland versus Florida Atlantic.
And Jelly pulls it. Shot to the end zone, incomplete.
In Maryland, put together yet another touchdown drive.
On the near side of the field, this will go against Tennessee once again.
Offside. Defense number 18 lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty. First down.
That's Tyree Weathersby.
Yeah, it's just not. He's just right here on the end man on the line of scrimmage. You got to have your hand. You got to put your head behind the football, or put your hand behind the football. Put your head behind your hand. You'll never fail. You'll never line up off sides. It's a lapse in judgment, but again, fresh set of downs for Syracuse. Tried to attack the middle of the field on that slant. The ball was a little bit late, a little bit behind the receiver.
All right, so 1st and 5. Let's see what Syracuse can do something with it.
Of them throwing the ball in the middle of the field, trying to find that zone.
Wow, 1st and goal for Maryland. Already up by 19. Here's Washington. Drops back.
Direct snap, wildcat. Now Valari
incomplete
is
there.
a former quarterback, so he's kind of in his comfort zone taking the snap. He actually began his career as a quarterback in Michigan, transferred to Syracuse. They turned him into a tight end, really against his wishes. He thought about transferring out. Here's a handoff to Willis on 2nd down and about 3 inside the 10-yard line. Now a big 3rd down coming here for Syracuse with 4 minutes to go in the half. Quick snap, Angeli ready.
There we go. Meanwhile, 2nd and goal also happening for Washington.
The 1st down line to gain, but Tyree Weathersby brought him down. It's going to be 4th down.
And Maryland scores again.
Slow to get up again is Bryson Eason. So we have an injury timeout before the 4th down call for Syracuse with 3:48 to go. They have to go for it, you would think, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, Bryson, yeah, they sure do. Look, they got to see if they can cap this off here and get some points on the board in terms of a touchdown. Nice penetration on that play by Bryson Eason, who you mentioned.
With Syracuse going for it, too.
4th down and 10 earlier. This 4th down and 1.
What do you think, a little play action, dump the ball over the middle, or are you going to run it here?
Angeli looks over. Plenty of time on the play clock.
You see some confusion on the part of Tennessee, some late communication. Andre Turin, time to safety, trying to communicate with the rest of the secondary.
Extra point, too. So, Maryland is up by 25 plus. So, we'll go ahead and put a bookmark on that game for a little while.
1st down, Syracuse, goal to go inside the 5.
We'll keep tabs on it to see if FAU makes it a game. But for the time being, we'll go ahead and we'll refrain from any further updates, at least like covering it directly. If you are looking to watch Maryland and FAU, that game is located on Big Ten Network for those that are like interested in watching that like a little bit more.
And just watch the blocking at the point of attack. TJ Ferguson, number 69. Just turning out on the defensive tackle, Jamal Wallace. Creating enough of a seam, enough daylight for Yasin Willis to go ahead and convert.
And a little bit of
all right, so with that being said, I'm going to run and use the bathroom and take my dogs out and get like a general resupply. So I'll be right back. The scoreboard will be up.
Nathan Robinson came off the bench now.
But while that's going, I'll have
3 deep at defensive tackle on their chart.
I'll still have the Syracuse Tennessee game on. So I'll be right back. We'll keep things like rolling shortly.
A great defensive tackle room. Chris, what does it look like down on that Tennessee sideline?
Well, I can't add that Bryson Eason wasn't even out there on that play. Was watching him, and he's rolling his right arm, looking like he has some pain in that right shoulder.
So this is the 3rd defensive tackle to be injured for Tennessee as they're helping Nate Robinson off the field. And there's Jackson Moy without his helmet. So who knows if he'll be able to return either.
Young guys are going to have to step up. Guys like Ethan Utley, Isaiah Campbell, these freshmen, they're going to have to maybe play in this football game. Jamal Wallace, redshirt junior, who you saw in the last play. With Bryson Eason back in the ball game.
1st and goal, Syracuse. Once again, trying to get themselves back within 2 scores. Willis, nice move to cut it upfield, but gets shut down at about the 2-yard line. He picked up about 1.5 yards.
That's a heck of a cut, man. On that wind back, you see him just plant his foot in the ground, and you just see the corner Colton Hood going, hey, where'd he go? This is a critical series. Almost down inside of 2 minutes.
They have to think Syracuse will take the clock down to the 2-minute timeout. Why not? Tennessee does have a couple of timeouts left, but maybe limit the time that the Tennessee offense would have on the backside as it's 2nd and goal from the 3. And that's exactly what we will have. Syracuse will let the clock wind all the way down to the stoppage.
This is a 2-minute timeout.
Tennessee with a 3-score lead, but Syracuse knocking on the door.
Is there anything you'd like to add?
Thank you.
Thank you to all the staff.
And doctors at the
had the big gainer, got the target that they wanted. We talked about Rodriguez and the juice that he brings as a receiver. Well-placed ball, catch and run. Where's the ball security? Week
many penalties, and that's in all three phases, so we'll get that fixed here at the half.
Not only does he strip this football out, watch
All
he
right,
punches it out.
all right, we got back. Had to take a bathroom break among like a bunch of other things, but we're back. There's like only one game currently going on. That's Toledo in Kentucky.
You can see why
It looks like everyone else
for the Senior Bowl down
is in
Alabama,
halftime.
as Toledo takes over at their own 27. Gleason underneath and complete. Too wide for Crosby.
We're seeing if they could maybe get a shot. Heavy play action.
Make sure scoreboard.
See if you can get that Kentucky secondary playing downhill. Nothing doing. See if you could try to capture that momentum, because as good as the Rockets defense has been.
Okay, it does also look like
Kentucky defensive counter
you have
difficult to move the football for the Rockets here.
Ball State driving, but they're at commercial break. So we'll stay on the Kentucky Toledo game.
On second down, train them up near the 30. Most inch we expected
Until Ball State can Ball State do get back like commercial.
In Kentucky's case, in 9 months. In a lot of other teams like Toledo, in 8 months. Sure, you get a couple scrimmages against yourself in August, but when it gets real for the first time, there are going to be errors early in the game.
Yeah, and the other part, too, is even though it may have been more recent for others, these are new teams. So many new faces having to chill and gain experience.
Another third down for Toledo. They're 1 for 4. Gleason trying to bubble, gets it to Trainum.
Oh, hang on.
Gets loose and gets Toledo the first down.
But there's a couple of things you can do to try to slow down a pass rush or take advantage of what is otherwise a defense that's getting consistent pressure like Kentucky is. The screen game may be the most dangerous.
13-yard pickup. Now Gleason will carry it himself and take on
shot there, that's for sure.
Defenders up to the 47.
That time, Toledo, we talk about the tempo. As you see Gleason kind of trying to shake off that hit he just took. See if they could catch Kentucky sleeping. They were empty in the backfield and jumped the football. Let's see if they could get the Wildcats defense without their cleats in the ground.
All right.
Gleason will slow it down and come up to the
All right,
line
so
here
it looks
on
like
second and
we
6.
do have Tennessee and Syracuse in all of this. They finally get out of 2-minute warning after felt like forever.
To the goal line.
And they got it. Touchdown.
Well-designed play. Jonte Cook able to squeeze it across the goal line right on his hip, courtesy of Angeli. And Syracuse does indeed make this a 2-score game once again.
And this is a nice route concept, getting a little man coverage. And you'll see it when we draw it up and take a look at it. Syracuse wide receivers did this perfectly. Some defenders would say, hey, man, that's a little pick route combination, rub route combination. But they played it off perfectly.
Only bitter old defensive players would call that a pick.
No, I mean, it's
the rest of us call that a little mesh, a little rub at the goal line.
It's exactly what you should run down here. And they did it great.
And Syracuse also gets the field goal as well.
Down down 24-14 with 1:55 to go.
You see here, they're just going to get a little interference and then run this off right behind it. But watch how the receiver, as he gets into the body of the defender, look how he turns around. He's getting position, puts his hands up, like saying, hey, look, I'm not trying to pick him. I'm actually an eligible receiver trying to receive the football. But he...
All right, so that's getting settled. Now, let's see if Ball State can do so. Oh, never mind.
Ball State staff, Ryan.
Looks like their drives stalled out while I went to the bathroom. My apologies, not completely being on top of things there. All right.
Actually, we got your newly minted deltoid. Send you down there. Pads on Jason Ross.
All right, so looks like Duncan Cleve's going to commercial. The only game not in commercial again.
Brown still time to throw. Can stand by that offensive line to
help
keep things alive.
It looks like Tennessee and Syracuse
Westfield, New Jersey
not going to commercial break either.
Able to get his first Syracuse touchdown pass. Aiden Lewis returnable from the goal line. Just shy of the 25-yard line.
All right, let's see what Tennessee can do in its final 2 minutes.
They got Ryan Williams. Boy, is he special. This could be a heck of a combination. Ty Simpson, the Alabama quarterback, as they are arriving, getting set for what will follow our game here. Alabama, Florida State at 3:30 Eastern here on ABC.
Bob, the number of young wide receivers in college football right now who are just taking the sport by storm is just amazing. We're going to see, we've seen it here today. We're going to see some more of it tomorrow when we see South Carolina. These young guys are coming into college football blazing.
The ball pops free. Is it an incompletion? It didn't look as if that was a completion.
What a hit, though.
It was not.
What a hit, though, baby.
And now he gets up with a limp.
Yeah, Green Iron. I just saw that as well, which actually,
driving on this little spot route. You're going to see Chestnut coming downhill, number 2, right there on your screen.
All right, that was
good. Puts
his
shoulder pads right into the rib cage of Chris Brazzell.
Yeah, I mean, if Syracuse can get another quick stop,
under contact and avoiding a hit in the backfield.
and instead they're going to give a big run. Uh-oh!
Bishop dragged down from behind from a possible tackle for loss for Syracuse to Bishop being brought down by Chris Peel all the way down at the Syracuse 28-yard line. It appears a gain of 47. Aguilar, quick hitter. Mike Matthews makes a man miss. He's into the red zone. Down to about the 12-yard line. And now falling down is Demetrius Samuel Jr. And the Tennessee crowd not buying it.
This one, this isn't a good look. This one looked blatant, where he just kind of hit the dirt. He was walking back to the huddle, getting lined up.
All right, so while we're attending to that injury, Purdue and Ball State, Purdue is in the red zone as well against Ball State. Already up 21-0, as you can see on the screen. And we're going to see Purdue once again
the only returner on this offense with 5 or more starts.
Get another scoring opportunity. And if Purdue gets another touchdown on the board, what we'll probably do is we'll put a bookmark on that and focus on some of the other remaining games that are
So when
happening.
he returned for fall camp, there were other quarterbacks he competed with for this job.
Won the job, and then finds the back of the end zone.
And just like that, as I mentioned, saying something about it. That's another touchdown to the two, dog. You can't make this up. Yeah, we'll. All right, so we're gonna put a bookmark on that too.
Most precision we've seen from Ryan Brown in his young career. An excellent route for Michael Jackson as he stacks the defender into the end zone. Not only on time, but on the money from his QB.
We'll make sure you hit the extra point real quick.
Extra point.
All
Good
right, all right, back to Tennessee and Syracuse. So we have 2 Big Ten games happening on the Big Ten Network, and coincidentally enough, what we have witnessed is it being 2 blowouts on the Big Ten Network. That's the 3 blowouts so far. So Purdue is up by 28, and then you have Maryland, who have to be up by 26. So a couple of blowouts definitely brewing right now. Now let's go ahead and lock it back in. Tennessee and Syracuse.
Inside the 6.
Back to that power running game they go. Double team at the point of attack. Pull the backside tackle. Just let these running backs just smash it up between the guard and tackles.
Plenty of time for Tennessee with 2 timeouts. They run it again with Bishop. This time he gets all the way down close to the goal line. Is he in? Yes! That last little push for a Tennessee touchdown.
All right, so it looks like Tennessee scores yet again right before the end of the first half. We'll now check in. It looks like Kentucky did get across the 50-yard line in Toledo territory.
3rd and 3, Dowdell right at the marker at the 40-yard line.
Another nice push, right side of that Kentucky front. Wave the chains forward.
All right, there we go.
Just get downhill. Dowdell, we talked about it. Get McGowan inserted in that running back room. Dowdell, the coach has said, look, we just needed to upgrade that talent. We needed to be better at running back so that we run the football better. It wasn't just the offensive front the season ago.
Calzada to McGowan. And Seth's inside the 35 down to the 34. 6-yard gain.
Talk about the size of some of these guys up front. Also the athleticism. Able to pull some linemen, get your center out in front. Kind of fitting. This is the alma mater of Dermontti Dawson, Hall of Fame, NFL Hall of Fame center for the Steelers. Get those guys out in front. Move that point of attack.
Certainly did it there, as it's now 2nd and 4. And McGowan straight ahead gets almost to the first down. It'll be 3rd and short. I realize that these guys have not played a ton of football together, Matt, but they're the 3rd most experienced offensive line in number of starts in the entire country. They haven't started together. They've started for other programs. They bring a ton of experience to Kentucky for Mark Stoops to play offensive line. And as we said in the open of the show, he wants energetic physicality again with execution. See if they can execute this 3rd and 1. Calzada puts his head forward, and that should be good enough.
Well, talking with both Coach Stoops and offensive coordinator Bush Hamilton.
Oh, hang on. So it looks like they actually reviewed the Tennessee touchdown. It actually is no good.
If they actually put the ball at the half-yard line, then they're
so
giving Syracuse a break.
I thought they hit the extra point, which is why I already moved on. That is not the case. So Tennessee will have 1st and goal. About half a yard to go. I won't change anything to this number unless they fail to get it, because frankly, I don't.
By the way, Demetrius Samuel has made a miraculous recovery.
I don't want to go through the work just to change it back. So we'll see if Tennessee still punches it in yet again. If not, then we'll just go ahead and we'll make that edit again. But it is for all intents and purposes. This game right here is actually not 31-14 yet. It's 24-14 after the overturned call.
To polish it off, and he does. Tennessee touchdown.
So that touchdown actually does happen. I just wanted to make sure that actually did happen for you guys, to keep you guys in the loop and updated on that.
Back to the original line of scrimmage.
So now we're back. We're back onto the Kentucky and Toledo game. See if Kentucky can make something shake here.
For Kentucky from there, Jacob Coway won the kicking competition in August. Of course, we saw Zach Schreiner do a lot of that in the past in college. Aiden Ross has kicked some too, but you can see how long, big of a leg Coway has if in fact Kentucky has to kick a field goal. It would be a 45-yarder from here, but Kentucky's thinking about a 1st down. On a bubble screen. Gilmore can't get loose.
Oh yeah, Toledo was all over that one.
They're trying to get their left tackle Pete out in front. Just didn't get there in time. It was not going to be a very positive play regardless. Toledo defense all over that one. You see Pete out there, just didn't get there in time. Plenty of Rocket defenders having diagnosed, got out wide quickly.
And here is a 45-yard attempt for the man from Billings, Montana.
And kick is good.
Snuck it in there, 1 for 1 in his collegiate.
All right, so that's
2nd and 4.
Well, that's being handled. Looks like no one else crossed the 50, so we'll check right back in on the Texas Ohio State game.
With as a freshman, he was the Big Ten
nothing
receiver
really
of the
happening
year and
interesting
freshman
enough,
of the
right?
year.
And,
He broke the Buckeyes freshman records for catches, receiving yards, receiving touchdowns, and receiving yards in a single game. And he's a baby.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 2 true freshmen. I said this last year. There's only 2 true freshmen that I've ever felt could play at whatever level of football possible when they were 18 years old, and that was Adrian Peterson.
All right, so Tulane is also putting together. Looks like they're almost back in the red zone once again for Northwestern. See if Ohio State can move the sticks here on 3rd and 4, and they don't. So it looks like they're going to punt it away again. So. Yeah, I wanted to cover more of this Ohio State Texas thing. Genuinely, there is really not much happening from an offensive standpoint. So, you know, it is what it is at this point.
They are 2 for 2 on 3rd downs in this drive. 3rd and 5. Retzlaff rolling. Has Hayes, who's back into the game after losing his helmet.
All right.
And another first
I think that first down does give Tulane into the red zone officially. Nobody else really crossing midfield at the moment.
Remember, this is a team that lost a whole bunch of production out wide. Their top 4 pass catchers, both to graduation, the NFL, and the portal. He's one of a plethora of new players on the outside for Tulane this year.
Yeah, we're now 6 minutes plus into this drive here.
All right, we'll see if Tulane can put some more points on the board.
The entire 3rd quarter.
Already definitely in control.
Here's Bohannon. He is chopped down.
Now, I talked about earlier how we did see Preston Stone have a really difficult game so far with at least multiple interceptions as Syracuse and Tennessee finally go to halftime. But in the meantime, it actually wasn't 2 interceptions. He's actually thrown 3 picks. It's been a brutal day for Preston Stone. We'll see how much longer Northwestern sticks with him, or if we end up seeing a backup quarterback at some point.
Go down and do exactly what the opposing team's offense is doing. That is where it gets to be kind of a snowball effect of frustration.
Retzlaff on 2nd and 10 underneath and incomplete, looking for Turner.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll give you some positive for Northwestern right there in that play. I mean, that was a really terrific job by Braden Bruss, who plays the will backer position for Northwestern. Very athletic, has kind of waited, has bided his time, and now he's playing. And that was a tough matchup. You're right there with Maurice Turner in the flat, stays with him, ball thrown a little bit behind, good coverage.
Maurice Turner in motion, 15th play of the drive, 3rd and 10.
Be a heck of a win to get off the field with the field goal attempt here if you're Northwestern.
Underneath, Turner trying to use his legs.
Looks like it's going to be well short, so probably will see yet another field goal attempt here.
Come on for Tulane.
One more thing to say, though, for Northwestern's defense, if you hold them to 3 points here in whether they make this kick or not, they've had the ball for nearly 8 minutes.
16-play drive, and now Patrick Durkin comes on. Alec Clark, the holder. Jason Arredondo, the long snapper. 31-yarder
we get
for Tulane.
A good it's up for Tulane, and it's good.
A 20-point
all right,
for
so
Tulane.
All right, so that's going.
The defender and then again steps away from.
All right, so no one at midfield yet. So again, kick things back over the ceiling. Literally anything.
And he's still able to get a first down.
I mean, literally anything from this.
First down and 10 at the 47 after the 14-yard gain, and they'll hand it off. Wisner.
It doesn't seem like Ohio State, Texas does have Ohio State across midfield.
Forward, close to the first down in front of Igbenogson.
Yeah, good series. And as Tom Rinaldi told us, Sark was going to focus on first down, and now they've gotten a couple of quality first down plays. When you get second and short, this is the time to take a shot right here. Get a big play action and take a shot over the top.
2nd and 1 at the 38. And they'll hand it off looking for that first down. Wisner leaning and gets it. Let's go downstairs to Tom Rinaldi.
Well, Gus, you mentioned it. The pedigree speaks for itself with Peyton, Eli, and Archie. But when we spoke to Arch this week, he said, please give my mom, Ellen, some love. Track and field, volleyball, and soccer star back in New Orleans. The all-district selection is a high jumper. She's in her high school's Hall of Fame, and it's an inaugural class. She'll be very happy if you say that on air, Arch told us with a laugh. There you go, Arch.
That's right. That's Ellen's baby out there. First down and 10 at the 36. And the handoff, Baxter.
All right, so not only do we have like Texas trying to put together a drive, but Mississippi State recently entering the red zone as well, inside the 15-yard line. See the Bulldogs can go ahead and try to extend the lead as a decent run up the gut. Does get the Bulldogs inside the 10-yard line.
Career for himself.
That's right. Here's Manning underneath. Ooh. Sonny Styles comes up and makes the hit on C.J. Baxter.
This is what Ohio State was going to be nervous about, though. They did. One of the questions surrounding this team was the depth at defensive line, and now on a long series, you're starting to see this defensive line wear out.
All right, another run for Mississippi State that almost, does he get over the goal line? No, they're going to mark him short at the 1-yard line. Texas, meanwhile, officially in the red zone. Will we finally see Texas score its first points of the season? Oh, wait until all the way in the third quarter to do it. But hey, if they do end up finishing this drive after all, better than never.
Two great defensive tackles that Michigan had, obviously, and
Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham,
and that worked out for Sark and Texas, and they played a great game. Now, the first half did not go how Texas imagined it going here today, but they're starting to find a rhythm here offensively on this series.
First series of the second half at the 20, and a slingshot to the sideline. Caught by Moore. He's close to another first down. Igbenogson with the tackle after a 9-yard gain.
Yeah, more of that if I was a Texas fan. Again, a little play fake from Arch, and then he's on
all right,
the edge.
Run up the gut again for Mississippi State on second and goal. Does he get in?
Legs, and he can still dump the ball off on the outside.
2nd and 1.
There is a flag.
Manning, play fake, looking, guns it, sideline, caught. This time it's Dalen McCutcheon, and he'll pick up a first down.
Yeah, nice first down there. Arch just surveying that boundary side, the short side of the field, and he comes down to McCutcheon. McCutcheon is able to get
it looks like it's a false start, so Southern Miss getting some breathing room because of the illegal formation penalty.
In the shoe against the defending.
So it's going to be second and goal still for Mississippi State, but instead of from the 1-yard line, it's going to be from the 6. So that's going to be happening right about now.
Arch straight ahead with wiggle, and he'll get inside the Ohio State 5 as he gains 5. Arvell Reese with the tackle.
Can't wait to see the game plan here from Sark, because last year's Ohio State team was as good as we've seen in a long time inside the 5-yard line and goal line situations.
And look at that, Mississippi State still runs it in anyway. Touchdown Bulldogs! It looks like Mississippi State gets a little bit of breathing room on the road. Now we'll see if we can get something going. Can Texas still get on the board? But the Ohio State defense holding strong still.
Well, on these crucial type of plays, oh, there's an injured Buckeye on the ground here at the bottom of that pile. Hard to tell who that is down there.
In the meantime, we'll take a quick break. Back in a moment.
All right, so we'll put a quick bookmark in Ohio State, Texas. While they tend to be injured players,
I'm told, has just gone to the locker room.
we'll now check in on Toledo and Kentucky. Really the only other game that we have
10-2.
where it's a one-score game. Toledo is approaching midfield, though.
And then you get it right back. Gleason, nothing open. Throws complete underneath to Trayvon Rudolph. It'll be third down for the Rockets. Clock continuing to run.
Rockets just with the one timeout. They had to burn the one because of the late substitution earlier and then thinking over a fourth down.
Gleason goes down. Steven Souls Jr. got him again.
Both edges end up getting home. This has been the story all afternoon. The Rockets were an obvious passing down. They really struggled to hold up.
All right, so that's going to...
watch, both of these edges right here are going to win.
All right, so that's going to be fourth down, it looks like, for Toledo. So now, while we're still waiting for Ohio State, Texas to get back on the line, Northwestern does have a third and short.
Stone.
And it looks like it's bobbled and dropped to Northwestern. Though with a fourth down as well.
He's keeping his offense out there.
Well, the last drive was 8 minutes and change, right? So there's 5:56 left to go in this quarter. You're down 3 scores. I'm not saying that Tulane's going to do that every drive, but if you don't convert something here, how many possessions are left in the ball game?
Not many. Play clock down to 3.
All right, here we go. Northwestern's going for it on fourth down.
Is incomplete. Looking for Amarazi.
Nothing there. So that, you hate to see it. We are back at Ohio State, Texas, though. We'll see if Texas can dial it in, actually find their way into the end zone, while we do end up seeing Tulane taking over, and they're getting ready to go on to commercial break as well.
They'll hand it off. Baxter cuts it back. Trying to power forward, got close, and he'll be down. Looks like at the 1-inch line, gains about 2 yards on the play.
Man, this is just like a carbon copy of last year, right? Ohio State's so good inside the 5, and Texas will go for it here. Fourth down.
Go for it. Looks like
they're going to do the tush push, and they don't get in. Ohio State does it again. Nebraska, Penn State last year. And right now, Texas.
Oh, my goodness. This Ohio State defense is literally a carbon copy from last year. And I mean that in the best way possible. That's incredible. We have a goal line stand here. And Texas remains scoreless. Wow, what incredible work being done there.
Way back in 90.
Been able to get going. Now, it's not necessarily a point of emphasis.
We have, let's see what we got going on. We have Kentucky still only up by 8. We'll check in on them for a little bit. No one really threatening, per se.
Have not really established the pass.
So if that portion holds up still, then we might flip it back to Ohio State and Texas.
And he's inbounds. Clock will continue to run.
Farrier, when he spins inside, we're thinking, okay, I'm going to pick up yards. We also want him to be on that boundary, though. Getting tackled in bounds.
By McNeil Warren. Good job by him to keep this clock moving. Under 35 seconds to go. Calzada almost stepped into trouble and throws, and McGowan can't make the catch. Incomplete. Now it's fourth down.
You see really nowhere to go. Great job by the Rockets secondary. They've got some good players in that back end. That's where coming into this game, Toledo was like, look, they don't see ground in that regard. Good job holding up on that offensive series. Both offenses so far incapable of taking advantage of opportunities here with time on the clock.
Ross again out there. This is his second punt. Bryson Hammer waiting back at the 28-yard line. Great punt, Ross.
Wow, what a kick by the Kentucky punter.
15. And he's tackled at the 18-yard line.
Equally nice special teams there as well. You'd love to see it.
It's a 54-yard punt by LaRosse. Both teams went away from campus this summer. This is Kentucky's trip that we're looking at their summer retreat in Baghdad, Kentucky at Cedar Moore Camp. Toledo went to Mount Union to have their own little retreat, and both head coaches talked about how vital that is when you're building.
Hey, look at that. We got a Division III mention, Mount Union. Really an elite Division III program out of the Ohio Athletic Conference. Love to see that mention. Love to see it. All right, so still no one really threatening unless we see something from Jake Renstoff and the boys. Actually, hang on.
Throughout the year, they were able to stuff Oregon, Nebraska, Penn State, and even Texas in the college football playoff semifinals. And just a moment ago,
man, what great push right there from the interior. And
now,
Texas
so Tulane has a 3rd and 4 right now.
Steve Sarkisian knows
Tulane picks up the first down. We'll flip over to the Tulane game.
Against Ohio State. They had first and
okay, so if they don't pick up the first down, Tulane is likely going to punt it away at about a 4th and 5.
So Ohio State takes over.
And yeah, it does look like the offense is stepping out of the field. So if Ohio State, they can get under a pretty compromising position at the moment.
And just try to give them a little breathing room.
Just a little
I'll tell you what's so difficult. The goal of this series is just to get a first down and then maybe a second to try to help the field
and that's
position. 2 first downs.
Kentucky and Toledo are going to overtime, halftime.
But even within that, if you can't get a first down, you've got to get the ball away from the goal line. Because if you're punting the football with just 11, 12 yards behind the snap, it's got to be such a quick kick, a one-step-in kick, that generally speaking, that punt only gets out to about the 40-yard line. You set up the opposition with great field position. So right here, this is an important series for Ohio State trying to get away from their own goal line.
2nd and 9 at the 2. Play fake, Sayin scrambling, flag on the play in the end zone.
That's going to be a safety.
Oh, no.
That's on the offense. That's going to be a safety. It's either going to be that or another hands to the face from Texas. I think they could probably call either. You got the linebacker, Lafau. He comes in number 18 in the middle of the line of scrimmage. And Gus, he's going against the offensive line. His hands are up.
There are 2 fouls on the play, 1 on each team.
Woo.
On the offense, number 75. Personal foul, hands to the face, number 18 on the defense. Those penalties offset. Replay, 2nd down.
I tell you what, that's David Smith, our official. This is our SEC officials today. I think that's a great job officiating this play. It's a tough look because you don't see Lafau right there. His hands were initially up in the face of Hinsman. And Hinsman then after
they definitely both been wrong for that one.
He holds on. So watch right there. Okay, so see, there's the hand that you're seeing right there. Hand in the face. That's what's called
both
originally.
100% in the wrong for that one.
From this crew.
So 2nd and 9 at the 2. Again. Sayin hands it off straight ahead. No room, no gain. For Donaldson, Ethan Burke there defensively.
Now the situation I just explained, Gus, about that room for your punter. Now it's not even really about the first down. You'd love to move the chains, there's no doubt. But you've got to get this ball away from the goal line if you're Ryan Day and the Buckeyes. Because a short punt, it's called a quick kick. A short punt is going to set Texas up with beautiful field position, and certainly something that Pete Kwiatkowski is thinking about. He's the defensive coordinator for Texas.
And huge drive coming up here
from their defense.
Man, 3rd and 9. They got to convert this first down. Otherwise, you're talking about punting inside your own 5-yard line. That is a dangerous scenario that they're looking at right now.
Sayin
Very dangerous.
Again. This time they'll get a little breathing room as C.J. Donaldson will pick up 6.
Yeah. He's run there by Donaldson, but that's not going to that's not going to really move the needle at all. Still punting inside their own 10. That's a dangerous spot to be in.
Motion just to try to get some space
Danger
for that
zone
scenario.
scenario.
They were able to pick up some yardage and get some room.
So Joe McGuire about 8 yards deep in his own end zone. Ryan Niblett standing inside Ohio State territory at the 44. Niblett to the sideline. Takes a bounce. And out of bounds around the 45, 46. A 45-yard punt. Well done by McGuire.
All right, so it looks like Texas
with very solid
will
field
at least
position.
be about midfield. So we'll put a bookmark on that while they go to commercial break. In the meantime, we got targeting.
The previous play is under review.
So that's going to get Mississippi State across the 50-yard line.
With the stop, and we will bring in our rules analyst, Jerry McGinn. And Jerry, what did you see on the field?
So the call on the field is targeting, and I don't see this as a targeting foul. This is just a defensive player going low for a hit, and I think it's a clean. I think they're going to reverse the call on the field and leave the defensive player in the game.
Big news, if true, for Mississippi State. Or for Southern Miss, rather, but for Mississippi State and Brennan Thompson, it's a violent hit as he was spinning and then coming downwards towards the turf, and that shoulder dipping in.
Correct, but he wasn't down, which means he wasn't a defenseless player. So he wasn't defenseless, so you're looking at, number one, is there forcible contact to the head or neck area?
The result of the play, first down.
A great call
All
by
right, so
Jerry
no
and
targeting
also
there.
by Sam Acho, and the call is overturned, no targeting.
Yeah, for someone to be defenseless, they have to be down, right? That elbow has to be down. The forearm has to be down after they've made the catch, of course. And so he was not a defenseless player. That was a good hit.
Okay, so we do have, so Mississippi State actually not going to be in Southern Miss territory. However, Northwestern's trying to put a little something together as Northwestern is in Tulane territory. They're
a little contact
on,
there
looks like
early
about the
on that
45-yard line.
on the outside. Johnson.
So let's check in. I'll see if
Amarazi.
Northwestern can do anything. Difficult day for Preston Stone, but he still remains in the game for now.
Cleanly played game from a penalty standpoint. Of course, the 3 turnovers in the first half for Preston Stone. Looking and contact again, but Johnson deflected the ball.
Yeah, there was a lot of contact by Johnson there, working against, again, Amarazi, number 10. Kind of comes through the back. I thought that may have been a flag. But again, no call.
But it wasn't a flag, though. And I'm not going to lie to you guys, boys. I didn't expect Northwestern to win this game. I'm not going to lie to you. But at the same time, I do not think it would be this lopsided, though. The Wildcats,
you got to get a first down.
they made me cheeks. I'm not going to lie to you.
To Tulane.
They go to the ground. Porter bouncing it outside. Diving for a first down, and he is stopped short by Bailey Despaney.
All right, so Ohio State and Texas is back on. So let's go ahead and see what this Texas Longhorns can do. We'll keep a close eye, and we'll see what happens with Northwestern and their drive. Then also, for those that are watching on ABC, Tennessee and Syracuse, that team has
52, and he's
come out in the half.
See Peyton Pierce and
So Syracuse is going to start with the ball to begin the second half. Northwestern actually going for it on 4th and 2 inside on the 35-yard line, and it's incomplete. So another turnover on downs.
And he's gang tackled.
So Tulane takes over yet again. It's just a frustrating day for Northwestern. That will, in fact, continue.
Start letting them throw it.
Well, I think they've tried. This secondary has won the battle on the outside. There's nowhere to throw it deep. They tried to throw it deep one time. It was double covered. You've got the best defender in college football back there, Caleb Downs. You don't want to just blindly throw the ball over the middle. And so I think Ohio State has largely taken that away, Gus.
Play fake.
Meanwhile, Mississippi State has driven deep into some of its territory. It's picked off. Ohio State takes over yet again.
Matthews Jr.
Huge day for the defense, man, as they're able to pick off Arch Manning.
Turnover of the game.
A little veer and shoot, if you will. They have a little bit of everything with his background.
And it forces you to be patient as a defense because you have guys like Brandon Thompson who have speed. You don't want to press them, but if you're playing 5, 6, 7 yards off, they're going to take these easy access throws and use them as runs.
Evans went in motion. Bothwell again to the perimeter. Puts his head down and plunging across the line of gain.
All right, so two things happening here at the same time. So Mississippi State, they're in the red zone right now. It looks like the same thing for Tennessee as they're able to force a turnover on Steve Ongeli and company. So Tennessee is in business.
And then you see Jeremiah Thielander. He's coming on the blitz as well, and you see him there.
It looks like they forced an interception.
Lays out and picks
Yeah, so Tennessee actually.
Again, there you see the pressure. McMurray times his jump perfectly. Thielander stretching out and completing the play. Again, Tim Banks, the defensive coordinator. Fran Brown talked.
Ooh, Mississippi State, they do end up finishing that drive out with another touchdown. And it's getting chippy down there, as we saw quite a bit of words being exchanged. I don't think they're talking about where they want to go out to eat after the game is over. Mississippi State scored yet again. So that gives the Bulldogs.
Now Josh Heupel back to
likely is going to be
game again.
a 27-10 lead.
Just getting the angles and then pulling a guard or a tackle backside and telling the backs just run it downhill.
Thomas again.
Boom, another run for Tennessee. There's a flag, though. See what the flag is all about.
We'll see if it stands.
Personal foul. Illegal low block.
Oh, they're going to take it off the board because of a low penalty. That's so tough.
Ethan Davis, the tight end, that commits a personal foul that erases the touchdown.
You're going to see him come across the formation right here. Block end man on the line of scrimmage. Watch him go low into the knees as the defender is engaged. You're going to see him just go low, trying to cut him out of the hole. Just trying to get him on the ground again.
Yeah, I hate to see it.
Across the formation. And you see David Reese.
Because that was a grown man run there, too.
The physicality of this Tennessee offensive front right now with their gap scheme, power running game scheme is really taking its toll.
Aguilar on the out to Braylon Staley. To the 14-yard line.
There you saw the protection. The pocket was absolutely perfect. He can just stand in there, work on his mechanics, and just drive that speed out. That out route to Braylon Staley on time, in rhythm. If you're Josh Heupel, that's just exactly what you want to see.
10-yard gain, and that makes it 3rd and manageable. 3rd down and 7 for the Vols. Keeper for Aguilar.
First down.
Did the ball pop out? Syracuse thinks it did. They say he was down.
And you see Deuce Chestnut just trying to tomahawk that ball out of there. Down on the ground, but ball's not out. Deuce, Devin Grant lucky to escape here. Got a player down on the field.
And that's Devin Grant.
Yeah, I think he got rolled up on at the end of the play. I just saw that, you know, in my screen, in my monitor that I'm looking at. At the end of the play, he got rolled up on.
And he came up with a limp, and this is not a player mimicking an injury. This looks about as legit as it gets, as he came out of the pile, hopping into the end zone, seemed to be in a lot of pain.
Yeah, Joey Aguilar, as he went to the ground, rolled up on the back of Devin Grant's legs. One of those situations that every football player dreads. He's hoping that he's all right. He looks like he's in a lot of pain.
Outer Rhythm Fantasy Sports, man. How you holding up, man? How you enjoying your college football Saturday so far, man?
Alabama A&M, and then we'll
You
cap the
doing
night
good?
with Ole Miss playing their opener against Georgia State. Also, 18th ranked Oklahoma, 15th ranked Florida, and Vandy will all stream on SEC Network Plus and the all-new ESPN app, so you can watch anywhere. Well, Devin Grant, the transfer from Buffalo, who came in last season, mostly played special teams, but steps in as a starter this year. And he said, you know, when you enter the portal, it can be scary.
All right, so we have the end of the third quarter as well in the Northwestern Tulane matchup. 23-3 your score.
Thomas. And this time, the Syracuse defensive front swarms. Anwar Sparrow in the middle of things for the Cuse. And he may have lost a yard. Make it 2nd down and goal.
And right now at this point in time, it's a gut check for Syracuse. And you can tell defensive coordinator Elijah Robinson, I'm sure, is challenging his unit to say, hey, look, they're not doing anything from a schematic standpoint that we haven't seen them do before, especially this power running game. This is really just mano a mano. How do you want to handle it? How do you want to respond?
Play action. Aguilar, slant, knocked down.
Ah, man.
Deuce Chestnut was playing center field, and it looked like he reacted as if he thought he would have picked that ball off had Anwar Sparrow not knocked it down.
And you're going to see he's trying to hit the slant route. Sparrow times it up perfectly. And he was coming from the backside thinking maybe he could steal one, Bob. But that's what Syracuse needs right now. They need something to pump life into their football team. A big turnover, a scoop and score, a pick six. They need something because right now Tennessee is rolling.
3rd down and goal. Aguilar out of the pocket. Floats one end zone.
Oh, and it's got for a touchdown. Let's go.
Leaking out of the backfield was Star Thomas. And the running back has his first Tennessee touchdown reception. And the Vols extend their lead.
This is a really nice job by Joey Aguilar going through a full field. I mean, watch his eyes. They start over here, and he works it backside, steps up in the pocket. As he's able to get the rush to come in behind. You see him, he's trying to look for that little smash route coming across the goal line, feels the pressure coming off his backside, escapes out the pocket to his left, and this just throws a nice, perfect touch pass in the end zone. If you're Josh Heupel again and offensive coordinator Joey Halsey, you're going, I think we answered. We may have got some answers at the quarterback position.
And once again for Tennessee, Lewis, complimentary football. You get the interception, and then the offense converts.
Exactly. I mean, this turnovers, this is the big play on the part of the Tennessee defense created by Jalen McMurray. And then
making some quick adjustments here.
Just a full field read, escape out the pocket. It doesn't get much better than that. If you're Joey Aguilar, that's a successful way to start this second half.
Never gonna fall, never gonna fall, never gonna.
People keep talking about how schools are paying players directly, but Aflac's been paying policyholders
Yeah, the reason
directly.
you want to run the ball is because when a defense knows you're one-dimensional, it allows the defensive linemen to tee off on the quarterback and the DBs to know they're only playing pass. So you want to at least to try to stay balanced in this third quarter.
So the best starting field position now for Mississippi State. Johnny Daniels, the running back.
All right.
And they will shift Shapen.
All right, so we got Mississippi State actually.
And a wildcat look resulting in a timeout. As Max Reese was ready to receive the snap.
State.
27-10, and Charles Huff pointing towards himself.
All right, there we go. So I had to make sure I got the
rolls right along, coming up at 3:30. Alabama, Florida
had to get the Indiana and Old Dominion scoreboard ready to go.
LSU and Clemson. Death Valley versus Death Valley tomorrow. Virginia Tech, South Carolina. Followed by Notre Dame, Miami, TCU, North Carolina, Labor Day evening. And LSU and Clemson, the quarterback conversation, it's going to continue until we get to the conclusion of the fourth quarter tonight. And right now, according to ESPN, the top two signal callers on display.
And then Northwestern actually might have something brewing as well, because once again, they have in fact got into Tulane territory. For now, we'll primarily keep our eyes on the Mississippi State Southern Miss game.
And LSU say hello. Reese is going to carry it this time.
They're not also across the 40.
Checks in. Number 5 in maroon and white picks up 6. So a little bit of a wrinkle there. The Bulldogs roster. Play action shaping. Jeff Levy digging a little deeper into the playbook. Johnny Daniels. Punishing finish out of bounds, another first down.
And this is where you want to try and get into a rhythm. You feel like the game is already in your hands. Now offensively is when you build confidence. You're seeing some of the unique play calls. Continue to be more unique in your play calls to get a chance to work on things that you think worked in practice, but now you're going against the different types of look.
Look at that discrepancy in terms of total yards. 386 to 176. This game was tied at 10. Not that long ago.
That being said,
Chapin avoids the pressure initially. And we'll call that a forward pass that hit the turf and is incomplete.
We'll keep an eye out on Ohio State, Texas. They are coming out of the fourth quarter. And Ohio State just picks up the first down. They're across the 45-yard line. Let's go ahead and flip it over there.
Game, Joel. Whoever controls the running game, whoever wins the running game, will win this game.
Yeah, and it's interesting because, you know, if you look at the stat sheet, Texas has actually run the ball better.
There we go.
They're running for about 4 yards per carry, 119 yards on the ground, and Ohio State more methodical, 25 carries, 63 yards, 2.5 per carry. But it seems like when they need the crucial yard or two on short yardage situations, Ohio State has been able to get it.
First down at the 43. Another handoff, Donaldson. Nice forward lean. But there is a flag.
Illegal formation on the offense. 5 or more players in the backfield. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty shocked that that's our first, what I would call kind of like first game style penalty, you know, mechanic style penalty. That we've had.
Algorithm, I did not realize that. I did some of your cats, my bad.
First penalty on Ohio State. Again, this isn't SEC.
18 score. I definitely did that.
You know,
and yeah, I threw on Jeremiah Smith as well. I also have Jeremiah Smith for a fantasy perspective. I don't even know how I'm doing.
Very disciplined.
But it's my number 1 overall pick. Has like 5 points.
First and 15.
I'm probably not doing too terribly well.
Donaldson again following his blocks.
Good run there by Donaldson.
This time he picks up 8.
Yeah, great blocking here up front. You know, they're again going to pull some guys around. You got tight ends coming around. And then Donaldson is just going to try to get patient and be right behind those guys. Shabola, the right tackle. You've also got Will Kazmarek, a really nice block.
Syracuse also trying to put a little something together here now. They're in Tennessee territory.
Granted,
they can get a touchdown on the board and try to work their way back into it.
They really trust in that run game as a blocker.
Borderline blowout that they're dealing with right now.
Saying, looking, goes deep, saying, take, touchdown!
Let's go! Let's go!
Cornell Tate, 40 yards.
Oh my goodness! Cornell! My guy! Woo! All right, let's switch over to the
long situation. It
just makes it harder in Syracuse. Let's just make sure this looks like a catch. Oh yeah, that's a full front of a catch.
Screen to Cook. Nothing there. Well, I talk about rallying up to make the stop. Tyree Weathersby was there. Thielander hustling over. That's a loss of a yard. It looks like on the screen to Jonte Cook.
Jeremiah Thielander, what a great interview he was when we met with him and Arion Carter together. These guys are the tip of the spear without a doubt. They are the alphas on this team. It was funny, Josh Heupel told us, he said, those two know it, we know it, players in the locker room know it, nobody messes with those two guys. They lead
we
the
do
charge.
Also have
and there's an example of how they lead the
goal
charge.
line situation in Mississippi State and Southern Miss. Looks like one of the Southern Miss players is down.
Finds a hole in the zone and picks up the first down.
But Syracuse is also in the red zone as well.
That is a great high-low combination here, trying to pick on the flat defender. You're going to see Justice Ross Simmons. He's the outside guy, just running into that zone void as you get the clear out, and he puts it right on him, Steve Angeli. Well-designed play.
Sin Willis inside the 10-yard line. 7 more yards.
That's what I'm talking about. They have some really good schemes here in Syracuse. Obviously, as you mentioned, they wouldn't throw for 4,000 plus a year ago if they didn't.
And is that Arion Carter that is down? Looks
Yeah,
like
Pac-Man, I 100% agree. That is a catch of the week.
Woo,
that got me fired up, baby. Oh, my goodness.
We'll step aside while the trainers tend to Arion Carter.
And also, I do have to be transparent as well. We have, just a light bit of bias.
We just can't stop being American. So get out there, take your
Just a
swing.
tad bit of
Let your
bias.
legends and let freedom ring.
We did grow up as Ohio State fans, right? So we do have some bias in the Ohio State, Texas conundrum, okay?
Right now, during the Ram Make This the Summer
Oh,
event,
what am I
get
doing?
10%.
All right, I'm going to play.
Second and goal.
Mississippi State. Oh, wow. Mississippi State scores again.
Rumbles in for 6.
Just pouring it on. Just pouring it on right now. Oh, my
I love the
goodness.
fact that you're bringing in depth, bringing in transfers, bringing in fluff. But this is an opportunity to show that, hey, I'm here too. Devon Booth was part of this team last season.
Let's check in on Old Dominion in Indiana for the first time, because we are going to see another touchdown there. So here we go. First time we're checking in Old Dominion in Indiana while we're waiting for Tennessee to get out a commercial break.
First snap of the day. Handoff. Markite. No, kept by the
Yo, Joseph! Oh, no way! Oh my goodness, no flag!
Opens with a touchdown of 75 yards from Colton Joseph.
No shot, dude. 75-yard touchdown run for Colton Joseph.
And getting it. This is showing the defense your taillights. This is the zone. Reed has everybody fooled up front. And then from the second level of the defense, third level of the defense, safety comes down, takes a bad angle. You cannot do that with a quarterback like Colton Joseph. Remember,
you're right.
Hennikel, the backup, he scored a 92-yard touchdown in the season finale against Arkansas State. They have some burners at QB.
A 75-yard rushing touchdown to open the season for Colton Joseph, who had 11 rushing touchdowns from the quarterback spot a year ago.
Wow, what a call. Switch over to the OU Indiana game while we were waiting for Tennessee, Syracuse to get out of commercial break.
You know Colton Joseph is going to run the football. You know you're going to see zone read.
Incredible.
Everybody can't collapse down. Everybody has to have their responsibility.
All right.
On ABC, presented by Starbucks.
All right, so it looks like Purdue is going to win by a final score of 31-0. They do have an FCS game next week, so they won't be on the Red Zone stream next week. But 2 weeks from now, they do have USC. Really good performance.
Capped a nearly 40-year run at ESPN by putting the Brutus head on for his last headgear pick. And yesterday, the College Football Hall of Fame unveiled a portrait of Coach Corso in a display case commemorating his time as a player at Florida State, as a coach at Louisville, Indiana, and Northern Illinois as well. Saturday morning's just not going to be the same. It's going to take some getting used to without Coach Corso. Sin Willis bobbing and weaving inside the 10-yard line for Syracuse, about 1.5 yards short of a first down to make it 3rd and short. But there were a lot of tears shed, I'm sure, on that College game day set today.
You know, that's what college football is all about. It's all about the pageantry and the passion and the connectedness of the fan bases all over.
Will Nixon gets a push.
There we go. That's first down for the Qs.
Lee Corso kind of embodies all of that. He sits on top of that passion because he's the one who makes you passionate about the game with like every Saturday. I mean, I can't really even explain this, how much you look forward to Saturday mornings and the anticipation building up to the noon kickoffs and then throughout the day. And he's synonymous with that. He just is. And it's just, he's had a great run. I mean, it's been so cool to watch it as a fan.
First and goal, Syracuse inside the 5. Willis in motion. Play clock down to 1. It goes to 0. Flag out. Did they get a timeout call? We have seen this multiple times for Syracuse, struggling to get the play off and being forced to call timeout.
Syracuse. It's a 30-second timeout.
All right, so in the meantime, Texas has crossed midfield once again and has not led the points. So we'll see if Texas can actually get themselves on the board for a change.
These are these growing pains again. The drop-off that occurs when a guy like Kyle McCord leaves. His mastery and his command.
Oh yeah, absolutely out of rhythm. I'm very curious to see how he does in the matchup against
learning a whole new system.
What you call it?
Against a very
New Mexico. I'm really curious to see how Bryce Underwood does in his first start.
There you see the drop-off. Now, obviously, the opponent has something to do with that. And this defense is going to be one that's going to have to be reckoned with all season long in the SEC and beyond, that being Tennessee. So it's a heck of a game.
Wait a minute, what just happened? Did Hartman throw yet another interception?
Running a gauntlet this year.
So after the timeout, second down, or rather first down still, pardon me, and goal inside the 5. Willis.
Yes, it does. Maybe.
The Syracuse schedule.
We'll probably review it. It looks like Styles didn't have control of it.
Texas is the only other
Actually,
team
no, it looks like
I
don't think they're going to roll that as an incompletion.
That are ranked preseason and will have to play them all on the road. And that's what Syracuse, at least as things stand right now, they'll have to do. They've got Tennessee, Clemson, Notre Dame, and SMU all on their schedule. All 4 of those teams were in the college football playoff last year. Every FBS opponent, 11 of them for Syracuse, went to a bowl last year. Willis, short of the goal line. It'll be third down and goal. So they're really just getting a difficult schedule started today, Lewis.
Yeah.
With Tennessee as their opponent.
And as Coach Brown told us, he said, look, year 2 is really when you kind of make your imprint on a program. It takes about that long. He knows that there's still work to do.
Willis leaps, puts the ball out to the goal line and breaks the plane for a touchdown.
Did he?
That little reach from Yassine Willis. Got it across the chalk.
Oh, I don't know about that one.
Syracuse has their 3rd offensive touchdown.
What a heck of an individual effort on the part of Yassine Willis. And there you're going to see he's going to take to the air. Stretch the ball. There it is. Easy to confirm.
Now Syracuse is going to go for 2. If they get it, technically we would be back in a 2-score game.
Yeah. What?
Because if they
Would
get
be a 2-score game?
They're down by 16. So they're going to go for 2.
All right, Indiana is also in the red zone as well. Let's see what they do against Old Dominion. They look to respond after a one-hitter quitter from Gordon Joseph. But first, we'll check in on the 2-point conversion from Syracuse. This is making it a 2-score game. It's no good. All right, now we're checking in on Old Dominion versus Indiana.
Of this opening drive for the Hoosiers. Need to get to the 2 for a first down.
We got some favorable one-on-one matchups up here.
Give to Hemby, lowers the shoulder,
and
he's just inside the 2. Jerome Carter planted a hit on Hemby.
But he gets the first down, though, so we got 1st and goal. New set of downs. This is an opportunity here. Get a guy like Mendoza, and we've seen time and
time again with those zone read runs, with those quarterbacks. Those kind of legs can be dangerous down here in the red zone.
Hemby again, spins away from one, lunges to the goal line, but he's just shy.
All right, here we go. All right, we're back. We're back.
I'd be surprised if they don't take a shot this time. We've seen it so many times, and I would imagine that they're going to line up again to try and give the same look to a defense.
I've actually played the CFB 26. I've been enjoying it actually. We have a military academy that I have with a couple of players from college. We're playing as Air Force. We're having a good time with it. Only one loss so far.
Again near the goal line.
Oh man, this one's in your front. They are stubborn.
Senior is able to stop him shy of the goal line.
Boy, and credit this defensive front of Old Dominion. You know that you've got a size mismatch, but this is just understanding where your gaps are supposed to be. When you're playing from that second level of the defense, you have to almost kind of think like a running back.
Toss to Hemby.
That's short as well.
We've got 4th and goal.
This is where you get stubborn as an offense, right? You're like, hey, we got to be able to.
All right, and then meanwhile for Texas and Ohio State, the turnover was overturned, so Texas does have the ball again.
We need to be able to line up and run that thing in.
As they're looking to try to get something going on the board. They still haven't done anything all day. It's like they still have a big back 0. The only team left over from the noon window that has not scored yet, even Toledo, has found a way to get on the board with a safety.
Because you think they're going to be stubborn. This is what it comes down to as a play caller, right? We think that they think this, or we think that they know that, and you line up, fake it up the middle, let that quarterback keep it on the outside, or have a run pass option and throw that thing.
Indiana had 1st and goal from the 2. They've run 3 plays, only picked up a yard, and now it's 4th and goal from the 1.
You never put too much on one play, but this is kind of one of those tones.
All right, so we do also have Texas now entering the red zone once again against the Ohio State University. But before we check in on what's going on in the Texas game, let's see if Indiana can punch it in. They are on the 1-yard line. It's going to be 4th and goal. And Kirk Stinetti starting on year number 2. They are going for it.
See if Mendoza's legs are the difference.
Mendoza looking to throw near sideline.
It's broken up. Old Dominion holds it. Indiana's held scoreless.
It's Nikendre Steiger with the deflection.
All right, so now we'll go ahead and check in on Texas and.
I believe he was in the 10th on the sidelines being looked at.
Texas
after that review,
and Ohio State.
Now back into the game, the captain of this defense in there with the block O.
2nd down and 6 at the 12. Wisner on the cutback gets inside the 10 for 3.
There we go.
Will Smith with the tackle.
You know, you got 2-possession game, 8:30 left. This is 4-down territory here, so Sark's got to be thinking to himself, he's got 2 play calls. You can still keep it on the ground.
Hey, there we go. Yeah, I definitely recommend getting like 26 or quite a bit of time into 25.
Get 16 either out of the pocket or involved in the run game.
Highly recommend it, honestly.
3 at the 9. Wisner, the lone
big 3rd down coming up for the Texas Longhorns, though.
Manning looks underneath and
Rob.
Incomplete. Wingo. That ball had a little too much hot sauce on it, and it was low.
Well, now where do you go? Day looking at his defense.
4th down for Texas. They have to go for it.
They've already done it here in this game. The opposite goal line on 4th and goal. Here, 4th and 3.
From the 9, 4th down. Longhorns need 3. And a timeout called by Ohio State. He loves playing against Texas. had a career-high 7 catches for 87 yards in last year's semis. First down now for the Longhorns as Wisner gets out of bounds.
Yeah, good run by Wisner. There was nothing there in the middle, and he was able to bounce it all the way. And conversely,
all right, there we go.
Matt Patricia for Ohio State, the new defensive coordinator, comes from the NFL. What does he dial up in a specialty situation?
All right, my computer was out. I didn't know if we were going to have a screen crash or not.
Texas had the most success against Ohio State, and that's actually continued into today, even on this series, is getting the ball into the short side of the field. That would be to their left, whether it's a screen over there, run the football in that direction, getting a tight end open on the left side, or you can get that right-handed quarterback, Gus, on the move to the right side, get him out of the pocket.
There we go, fourth down.
You can throw it, give him the choice.
Texas 1 for 3 on 4th down conversions today. 4th down and 3 at the 9. Manning in the end zone. Incomplete. He had a receiver, Parker Livingstone, just couldn't hold on. Great coverage by Davis and Igbenusum.
And Ohio State is going to take back over.
Just out of reach of Livingstone. Igbenusum came back.
All right, so we got multiple 4th downs happening. We'll go back over to Old Dominion.
Play aggressive at the catch point.
Actually, scratch that.
Only the second
we'll
time
Tennessee.
Syracuse has forced Tennessee to punt today.
Tennessee and Syracuse
will be the punt
really
returner.
No one else is really threatening at this time.
Rugby-style kick from Ross. And it bounces. Did it hit a Syracuse player?
It came awful close.
Tennessee thinks
I'm sure they're going to take a look at that.
Of a Syracuse player.
They're absolutely going to take a look at that.
Fielded on a bounce.
I think it did, Bob. I think
by William Wright. And did it hit Kerr? This might be Tennessee ball.
I think you're going to see it clip his right calf, right heel, maybe.
Ooh, I don't know. That is really close. That is really close.
No. See his towel right there? Clip that left foot. It's hard to see from that angle.
Kerr has his head turned, and he never really reacts as if it bounced off of him.
And we'll get another look at it. That's where they may be calling. I think it may have clipped that left heel. Or maybe the towel. It's either his left heel or the towel. The ball did look like it changed direction.
If it hits the towel, though, I'm very curious. Would that be a case where that would, in fact...
Well, it was ruled on the field not to have touched it. So it has to be, as Matt Austin told us earlier, clear and obvious that it did.
It definitely hits the towel.
Brushes up against the towel.
Yeah, that's what I initially thought, too.
But is the towel part of the player, though?
That's hard. That doesn't look clear and obvious to me. I think it is.
Is Syracuse trying to make a comeback? I don't know, man.
And let's bring in Matt Austin. And Matt,
they forced Tennessee to punt.
Odd rules question here. I guess the towel, even if it kind of flops out away from the body, still part of the uniform and would count?
Yes, just like a loose jersey would.
So if it brushes up against the towel, even if the towel is
looks like it did
coming off of your backside.
If it does, that's Tennessee ball in the red zone
for Syracuse, but it may turn into a giveaway. As unintentional as it might be, Tennessee might end up with the ball in plus territory here. But you have to be able to see for sure that it makes contact.
Yes, clear and obvious.
And they are taking a long time to review this.
After review, the ruling on the field is upheld. No touching by the receiving team.
Oh boy.
So again, they're saying not clear and obvious.
Exactly.
They stick with the call.
All right, so while they were
looks like it may have. I thought it may have looked
reviewing all of that.
As well, but it's not clear and obvious.
So let's see.
So Syracuse maintains possession at their
Barely,
18
though.
or rather
Barely.
17-yard line. Still down
Barely.
by 3 scores. But a lot of time left on the clock. Still 6.5 minutes to go in the third quarter.
Yeah, there's a lot of work still for Syracuse to do here. There's a lot they can find out about their football team. Tennessee rolling some guys in there on the defensive side. You see most of their frontline starters are back out on the field. I think Aaron Carter back in the game along with T-Lander.
Malachi James. Stiff arm does nothing.
Oh, boy.
Jordan Ross brings him down for a loss of at least 5.
And there's another one of those Rio position defensive ends. These guys can go 6'5", 245. This time it's Jordan Ross. Him, Caleb Herring, Joshua Josephs, all play that position that James Pierce Jr. played last year. And there you see the athleticism that the guys who play that position have. You get out on the perimeter against these dudes one-on-one, it's usually not going to end very well.
6th tackle for loss today for Tennessee. That's going all the way back to 2021 under Tim Banks. That makes 403 tackles for loss. #1 in the SEC. Long throw to the sideline and a diving catch is made by Darryl Gill Jr.
Though.
And I believe that is his first catch of the day.
All right, hang on now. But we do have Southern Miss in Mississippi State territory.
For Syracuse, nice secure pocket for Angeli to survey the full field. And now
all right, so we're actually going to put a bookmark on that.
Oh, he didn't see him breaking across the end zone, and that would have been 6.
All right.
Boy, Robert Briggs was right near the goal line and jumping up and down, calling for the football.
Yeah, you're going to see Braylon Braxton avoid multiple rushers.
So we'll keep an eye on that. But for right now, we have Mississippi State trying to call back into this game in their own right, as Syracuse looks like their drive will end up calling out anyway. So that's a good call moving out of that. Same thing with Kentucky.
He will.
Good point by you. As he took over the starting reins last year in Marshall. 8-0 as a starter after
he's going to run for it. He got some speed. And that will officially get Southern Miss into the red zone.
Washington. Gain of 12 more.
Good play by Braylon Braxton, but there was another opportunity. The running back on that broken play was open on somewhat of a wheel route. Braxton decided to run.
A couple of deep breaths after extending 2 plays. On first down, here's the reverse.
There you go.
Metcalf against the grain and stood up, and a short gain.
Yeah.
Bulldogs stayed home.
But Ohio State's absolutely cooking. Oh, 100%. Defense. I don't know about their offense. Their offense, I think, still is going to have to prove something to me. But defensively, though, they have been outstanding defensively today. Great effort by that defense.
Coming off
Definitely
the field
deserve their flowers, man. 100%.
Luke Rogers now checking in. Jeff Levy looking on. And they stopped it for a moment to allow the exchange. Rogers checks in at left guard. Handoff Briggs. Let the tackle. It'll be 3rd down. And if you're Southern Miss, you're thinking end zone here. A field goal is not going to help you out.
Field goal does nothing. You're thinking end zone, and the run game has been relatively effective. Braylon Braxton, not necessarily with his legs, but some of these inside runs on a 3rd and what seems like a
all right,
pass.
Southern Miss. We'll see if you can make something happen now.
Southern Miss will get Jackson State next week. Team that was predicted 5th in the Sun Belt West Division this year.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what you're
in search of a crease, so small
what you're saying, Pac-Man. And here's the thing, right?
Texas, it's 4th down.
Could also be a really outstanding
see Jeffrey Pittman running back in the
defensive unit.
The running back is running back into the game.
Wait, that could also be true about Texas.
I don't like a run play on this. I like keeping the ball in your quarterback's hands, a quick read, and then if he doesn't see it,
so Ohio State offensively might not even be that bad, so much so as Texas also is pretty outstanding defensively. So it's 35-0, and that's saying something that's not even the case. Oh.
Is caught. And on 4th
Oh,
and
they're blowing that dead.
Yeah, the Bulldogs able to corral Jeffrey Pittman.
All right, so it looks like that's going to be a turnover on downs. Let's take a look around to see if there's anything of note happening. Looks like no one's across midfield. So let's check in to see what Tennessee and Syracuse are up to, since Ohio State and Texas are currently at commercial break.
Aguilar, high throw, pulled down by Braylon Staley. It'll be 3rd down and 4. And for Aguilar now, 14 of 25, 213 yards, and a couple of touchdowns.
And then also we do have Ohio State punting yet again.
Syracuse got to find a way to get a stop. If you're Joey Aguilar, you just got to get the ball to his receivers. They've been able to get open, got to get it to him on time.
He's going to run it himself with a stiff arm, short of the first down.
No, short of the first down.
Tried to sprint to the sideline, and Anwar Sparrow helped to bring him down for Syracuse.
All right, so Tennessee's probably going to punt that away. So let's go ahead and jump over to Ohio State, Texas. Texas is about to start their next drive. So since we are talking about Ohio State and Texas of the Devil, here's my thing about who should be ranked #1 in the nation. I don't think it should matter, right? What the final score is in this Ohio State-Texas game. I think, in my opinion, you're looking at, let's say this result holds up. Ohio State beats Texas. Ohio State should leap over Penn State, and that's the case. Because at that point, you're starting the year off against the #1 ranked team in the nation, right? Whereas Penn State, they're going to have a win against Nevada, right?
DeAndre Moore. Ohio State got
so
out before the ball was snapped.
That's really where things stand from that particular standpoint.
Yeah, they were misaligned right there and got a very late timeout. Matt Patricia, the new coordinator, and they've got a few new pieces and a lot of new faces. There was only 3 returning starters from last year's group. Last year's group was so veteran, Gus. Remember these guys?
Okay, in the meantime, for the Ohio State and Texas matchup, we are going to put a little bit of a bookmark onto that because Indiana, once again, driving inside the 30-yard line as the Hoos are still looking for the first point. They put the ball on the ground.
Jumped on it.
Oh, Dominion!
Frank with the recovery, and the Monarchs have the football.
Oh no! Disaster strikes. Is that the Redzone being cursed?
Protect that ball.
All right, so actually, we're just gonna pop ourselves back over. We're just gonna pretend that we didn't try to check in on Old Dominion and Indiana.
Down the slot.
Oh, beautiful throw by Arch Manning, though.
It's Wingo. Big reception, 29 yards.
Beautiful throw. That was the best throw that
so back to Ohio State, Texas.
In rhythm. You notice he just hitched up right away and threw it right down the seam.
First down, Manning again to the sideline, and Wisner gets
out. If this result does end up holding up, though, I do think Ohio State should be ranked #1 in the country, regardless of what Penn State does in their matchup.
Quick score here. Got to work quickly, obviously, but still plenty of time.
2nd and 5 of the 27. Manning tried to put that one in a shoebox and incomplete.
Well, now you start to think about Manning having to force the football a little bit down the field. He can't be too careful with it, but you can't be careless with the football either. And then where is Steve Sarkisian come into play here, trying to design something for one of his skill position players to get them the right matchup or in the right area for a big play.
3rd down and 5 of the 27. And some movement again on the right side of that offensive line. It might have been Baker again.
Full start, 73 on the offense. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
It's their 3rd full start today. Crowd has
been
electric.
You hate to see it.
On their feet. It has been loud.
You hate to see it.
Tackle 73 Brandon Baker.
You know Bama will be #1. Bold is the team that they beat Florida State. I think that could be a little bit of a trap game with the weather expected to be not so great, and then on top of that, you're on the road, multiple starters missing. That could be a little bit of a trap game for Alabama. So You know, I expect Alabama to win, don't get me wrong. Oh, what a throw.
Texas. Livingstone. And the Longhorns are on the board.
Okay, the game is not over yet.
What a battle at the end of this play. Jermaine Matthews is going to be in coverage man-to-man against Parker Livingstone, and they said he had a great camp, a terrific worker, and he continues to work on this route and just finish the play right at the end, getting some separation, getting back to the ball around Jermaine Matthews Jr. and getting the touchdown.
Long enough.
What a quick strike from Texas and right back in this ball game.
So Texas still with life. 3:28 to go, fourth quarter. Trying to make this a 7-point game. Longhorns with 2 timeouts left. Ohio State with 1.
This is not a guy that during the summer, you know, I was doing a lot of prep for is this Parker Livingstone, but as we take another look, they're trying to confirm this in replay and just make sure he had control before that.
Yeah, he got control.
Looks like he had it.
I think he does. That right hand looks like it's
I would be
there
surprised
was a little shift in that ball.
If that's overturned.
I think they're going to take a further look at this. So remember, let's go back to the other review. It has to have control, and then the ground can't help you make the catch. And I think that's going to be tough to overturn, but I can certainly see why they're making another look. That's kind of in his forearm. They might overturn that.
I don't know. It looks like you have some control, though. For those of you that are maybe actually
looking at it in here listen, he has
watching Ohio State and Texas primarily. What do you guys think? Do you think that's a catch? Or do you think it's going to get potentially overturned?
Movement there, and I'm not going to be too surprised if they do overturn this. Is it enough to overturn this? That's what they have to look at.
I don't think so.
I'll tell you, Mike, what's interesting is that first hand he's got control with is his right hand, but as he rolls over, the hand comes off the ball, and then it's under the forearm and wrist. That's going to be really.
I'm going to take my dogs out real quick, as well as I'm going to go ahead and use the bathroom. But I'll be back on camera shortly.
The law, they might turn this. I just want to remind everybody, you're wondering who's officiating this game. I've said it several times, just so you know. It is an SEC crew and SEC replay. So this is being looked at back in Birmingham, and Arch is trying to help those guys back in Birmingham. Like, come on, guys, it's a catch. That's a tough look. You know, the ball definitely gets to the wrist, Gus, and that's a technicality. And just a giant play because they needed that fast score in a 2-possession game.
Here it comes.
After video review, the ruling on the field is upheld. Touchdown.
All right, not enough. I kind of like it as well. I mean, listen, it's a great move by Livingstone. He's able to secure that ball, hold on to it through the end of the catch, and it's a touchdown for the Longhorns. What a strike, too, from Arch. Couple of good throws on that series. Down the seam to Wingo. He gets Wingo down the seam, and then right down that right side, he's able to find Parker Livingstone.
Mason Shipley comes in to attempt the extra point. And he got it. 7-point game, folks. Here we go. 3:28 to go in the fourth. Arch Manning starting to find himself. 14-7 Buckeyes.
How's it going, Angela?
AT&T's internet works in minutes. It's so easy a baby could do it.
Creed?
Whose baby is that?
It's okay, I asked.
Who?
The baby.
Why is there a baby in here?
We're setting up the internet.
This is a...
Done on the offensive side, the defense has gotten takeaways as well. We head to the fourth after we return. These messages.
Calzada keeps it. And he dives near the marker, just short on what should be the last play of the third quarter. Kentucky is clinging to this one-score lead, but they're threatening to increase that as we start the fourth quarter in Lexington in week 1 of the college football season.
Chevy Equinox is more than an SUV. It's your tour guide and your boxing ring. It's your dugout and your safety check. It's your bedtime. Your big time. And your makeout booth, too. It's more than an SUV. It's your Equinox.
30 rushes for 89 yards, 3 yards a carry. They're going to be asked to try to close this thing out and bleed this clock out. If and when the opportunity arises, the guy that'll be trying to make a crucial throw is a man making his very first start for the Buckeyes, Julian Sayin.
From the 25, first down. Ohio State.
All right, so we're back. So, all right, so we got less than 5 minutes left. Ohio State only up by 7. We're going to be dialed in and focusing on Ohio State until the end of this ball game, because this could go genuinely either way. This is what Saturdays are all about. Battle for number 1 in the nation. Who wants it more? And can Ohio State close it out? Or will we see Texas get one more shot at it?
Sayin needs to hold his guys at the line of scrimmage here, not snap this ball until he gets inside of 5 seconds on the play clock. Empty
Oh, by the way, while I was using the bathroom, Indiana did have a 91-yard punt return touchdown. So that's how Indiana ties the game up for them. As that's incomplete. That stops the clock.
For Julian Sayin, but the clock stops with 2:39 to go in the fourth. Third down and 10. This is a big one for both teams.
It really is, and that is a tough one. You would rather see him just run right there rather than just throw an incompletion that allows Texas to keep their second timeout. Now there's still 3 stoppages ahead. And again, it's tough. There's a million things going through that young quarterback's mind right there, but not throwing an incompletion is one of them, and just running up and trying to dive, even if you don't get any yards. And now Arch Manning's going to have plenty of time if they're able to get off the field here on third down.
Big one. Third down and 10 at the 25. Can Ohio State stay on the field? Sayin under pressure, underneath, caught, but not enough for the first. Brandon Ennis. And what a tackle by Grayson Littleton, the freshman from Tampa.
Boy, as advertised, number 29, right? Coaches raving in our meetings about
All right, looks like the clock did stop, so Texas does use the second timeout, which means that there's only one timeout that Texas has, but Arch Manning, he's going to get a shot to at least send this out to overtime. Going to have the ball probably with about 2:25 left in the timeout. We'll see if Texas can lock in.
Making a mistake there, should have
maybe
that
forced overtime.
So Arch Manning will get one more shot at it. Joe McGuire solid in the punting game today for Ohio State. Back deep, Ryan Niblett. McGuire punting from the 15. Niblett at the 34. Line drive kick.
Oh, we do also have a final result.
15-yard line. Another fine kick by McGuire. 55 yards.
Well, partner, how is this for drama? Arch Manning, the kid that's been in the spotlight since he was 14. We've all been waiting for this, to see it. It hasn't gone great today. Nice series on the last series, but here he is taking the field against the defending national champions in his first start on the road.
There's Dad Cooper, our colleague at Fox Sports, watching his son First down and 10 at the 15.
All right, here we go. Let's see what Arch Manning's got.
Throws it up. Incomplete. Wingo, the target, and he was open, but Manning had pressure.
He had him open. Pocket was collapsing a little bit, but that ball just sailing ever so slightly over Wingo's head. And this pass rush, although it was closing, there was a lot of time there for Manning in the pocket. And if Ohio State wants to get a stop here, I think they're going to have to try to affect his timing a little bit more. I would not be surprised to see them start to ratchet up a blitz or a pressure.
Second down and 10 at the 15. Manning again to the sideline. Big throw. Caught. Woo! At the 45.
Oh, my.
Jack Endries.
What a dot.
Gain of 30.
I can't even be mad at it. That is a beautiful throw.
Just over the outstretched arm of the corner, and as Lorenzo Styles
Golly.
is coming in to try to jar that ball loose, terrific catch by Endries.
First down at the 45.
That's going to go to a 2-minute timeout.
2-minute timeout. 14-7 our score. Ohio State with the lead, but Texas.
All right, so while we're waiting for them to get back from the 2-minute timeout, we have Kentucky and Toledo. Still 10-2.
Pass interference, defense, number 0. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Trying to get into Kendrick Law, who was trying to fight his way back to this football. Ball hung up in the air. You see it underthrown a bit. Law almost. It looked like it juggled, and I think perhaps that's what they're saying. I don't know that he didn't trap the football to the turf. Tough to tell from that angle.
Law has been targeted a couple
Okay,
of
so
times
that
today, but
so pass interference does ultimately save the touchdown from being given up, but
it's first and 10.
Wildcats of Kentucky, they are officially in the red zone as well. Grown Spud, how's it going, man? It's going good. What a beautiful Saturday that we're having. Not ask for any better weather.
Seth running hard.
We're also gonna find out who's gonna be in that who's gonna be in that new #1 team in the nation, if Texas is still gonna hold on to it, or if we're gonna be looking at somebody else.
Just something to push hand and say. There'll be a lot of inside between the tackle runs.
Wasn't that Benny Snell, Chris Rodriguez?
Yes.
Wasn't that the identity of those Mark Stoops 10-win teams?
Bigger, thicker runners. McGowan goes about 215, 220. Dowdell's closer to 230.
It's Kavion Sherman. It's down for Toledo. And we'll take a break here with 12:36 to go.
All right, so that's going to go into commercial. We're still, the Ohio State-Texas game is still in commercial break, so we'll do a quick check-in. Some of this, trying to put together a little bit of a drive before the game, and then, okay. Now we get Ohio State and Texas back online.
14-7.
Make sure to tune in
Monday.
I'll be there. Oh, you going to the TCU North Carolina game? Or what? Belichick's debut?
Yeah, I tell you, that was a beautiful ball, and they're starting to find their way
in this
North Carolina.
For those of you that are in chat right now, how many appearances of Gordon Hudson do you think we see?
Crossing routes, but just right down the seam.
First down at the 45. Here's a run, and it's Wisner. He's dragged down from behind by C.J. Hicks.
And again, a real lack of pressure so far. Manning has been able to sit back into the pocket, start to attack down the field.
Manning again after the 5-yard gain to the sideline. That one low and incomplete. Near the first down marker for Endries.
All right, Grown Spud. We love to see it, man.
Third down and 5. 4-down territory.
You got 2 in your pocket, so if you're the quarterback, you don't want to force the football. And then a great option here, in particular, if you start running through the seams, is the quarterback's legs.
Third down and 5 at midfield. Texas with the timeout left. Trips at the top of your screen. Injuries, the tight end at the bottom. Weiser in motion. Manning. Sidearm. Up top.
Can't bring it in. Oh, he was wide butt naked open. And Manning couldn't put it on the money.
Real estate in front of him.
It's fourth down. Here's the game.
Slightly behind him. That makes it
4th and 5. Texas is trying to keep the game alive.
This ball has got to be thrown out in front of him. Tough catch for Wingo to try to go back over the right shoulder. Down's the only player out there, and he was a safety just trying to recover. Big mistake, and now a 4th down.
They've got to convert this. 4th and 5.
They need it.
Manning in trouble. Got it away. Caught, but not enough for the first. And Ohio State bends, but once again does not break.
No flags either. Ohio State is going to beat the #1 team in the nation in the Texas Longhorns. A defensive struggle, 14-7, but yeah, it looks like that's going to be your final score there. Unless something absolutely wild happens.
How about Hicks with the pressure? Unblocked.
It does look like we are going to, in fact, see Ohio State come out and win this one. So.
Side, and the tackle never gets out there. Watch 11. He's right in the face of Manning, and Manning shows you some serious strength to get that ball out in the first place, but he gets it out.
In the meantime, when we were trying to get that all squared away and settled, Kentucky does find a way into the end zone. So Kentucky does get a touchdown on the board. They're up 17-2.
From that defense, time and time again, they were asked to answer the bell, stop the Texas Longhorns on 4th down, and time again, they came up when the stop when they needed it most.
All right, so it looks like they are going to go ahead and they are going to take a knee.
Still is Indiana football after the interception from Amari Farrell.
Yeah, and you're going to see he's just going to throw this ball behind his receiver. Just misses him. I don't know if he expected the receiver to go further upfield instead of carrying across the field.
And then what else do I need?
But an easy interception there.
ESPN's good. ABC
for Amari Farrell.
CBS.
Nice little gift.
CBS.
And of course, now you're even in the turnover ratio. So if you're Indiana, you're not happy about pass breakup on 4th down early in the game. You fumble the ball away on another drive. But here, things evened out a little bit. Of course, Curt Cignetti, never relax, right? You never relax in coaching, man.
Curt Cignetti's offense has gained 135 yards on 2 drives. Handoff here to Hemby, slides past a tackler, and he gets yanked down near the 40 for 14 yards.
Well, I love this last
while we are also working on getting like some games are ready to go, we do have an update on Syracuse, Tennessee. Syracuse does find the end zone courtesy of Jasmine Williams. We'll see if they'll go for the 2-point conversion here. I imagine they will to try to make this a 10-point game.
Ran for more than 2,300 yards in his 4 years at Maryland. Play action. Mendoza lets it rip over the middle. It's
boom! That's gonna put Indiana in the red zone right there too.
Boy, I love the protection. I love the poise. I love the route. Just great execution all the way around. And look at the athleticism to extend
don't mind me.
and make that catch from Williams. But really, this Indiana offensive line doing a tremendous job, in Mendoza with that protection.
We're going to do a little bit of maintenance real fast.
First down.
This is James straight up the middle, and a second effort allows him to push down to the 12. Roman Hemby, the running back for Indiana, with another chunk play of 7 yards to bring up 2nd and 3.
Watch Mendoza's legs.
Instead, it's Hemby one more time. He gets a push from his offensive line down to the 9, which is right where the first down marker is.
And we have not seen that really today. We've seen Mendoza running the ball much. Run it once for 8 yards. always in the red zone. You should talk about evening out those numbers because those defenders, that defense doesn't have to defend as deep
just saw Tennessee score.
into the end zone. They could bring one of those extra defenders.
They
Talk about evening out
with
the
the
numbers
two-point
with the
conversion,
QB
have they
run.
tried it?
First and goal. Hemby with a nice sidestep and charges down to the 2 for 7 yards.
Either they haven't done it or they haven't done it yet.
I just love seeing this tremendous block to create just a little gap. But watch him get skinny right there. You got to hug those blocks. Don't run into your offensive lineman. They don't like that.
Hemby stacked up at the 1. Feels like that opening drive all over again.
They were saying, though, they don't like it when you run straight into their backs. But Hemby, he did a nice job kind of anticipating where that crease is. And as a running back, sometimes
we got a touchdown for Southern Miss.
You can't always just wait for it to appear. You have to anticipate it. And you kind of find those creases, find those grooves. But it's much easier to understand where your linemen are pulling. And you really want to hug those blocks. He's a tremendous runner.
Third and goal.
That's what it looks like.
Backwards. A loss of 3 all the way back to the 4 by the 2.
Oh my goodness. Is Indiana going to have issues running the ball this year? Genuinely asking, that is.
Come up from his linebacker spot right there.
All right.
He's just downhill all the way, right?
All right.
That's why they love him. Out with the injury earlier a year ago, all the way back in 22. With the Sun Belt record, 186 tackles. Indiana gets another chance when we come back.
This is the mark of a fighter. A rich, full-flavored lager with a crisp, refreshing taste. A reward for those with a fighting spirit. You've earned this, so hold it up high. Modelo, the mark of a fighter.
Calling all fall fanatics. The new DQ Fall Treat menu has arrived for just a limited time. Go fall in and enjoy the Pumpkin Pie Blizzard Treat. Or try our new Caramel Toffee Cookie Blizzard Treat. Taste them before they're gone. Get it delivered in the app.
You expected tears at drop-off. You didn't expect them to be yours. For whatever happens next, grab Kleenex.
The delicious flavor of Eckrich sausage tastes like home and minutes, specifically the Eckrich home.
Is that the original Eckrich smoked sausage? Have you tried the turkey rope? Beef ropes, andouille, jalapeno cheddar, little smoky.
All right, appreciate the patience, everybody.
But I'm more.
All right, let's get back in.
Here's a swing pass to Deshaun Bishop to get this drive, Kevin, started for Tennessee. And a little swing pass out of the back.
Yeah, so the Maryland and FAU game is still technically going, but for all intents and purposes, that game's been over for quite a while. So Maryland's going to come out on top, obviously.
There's a tackle for a loss. That's only the second tackle for loss today. Syracuse defense.
We're going 39-7.
And yet another injury. Chris Thomas is now down, holding the back of his right leg for Syracuse. And if you were watching Texas-Ohio State, as that game went right down to the wire, Bob Wischusen, Lewis Riddick, Chris Button here in Atlanta. The first of 2 Aflac kickoff games tomorrow. We'll have Virginia Tech against Lenora Sellers in South Carolina at 3 Eastern. Tennessee, of course, made it to the first round of the college football playoff last year and lost to the eventual champion Ohio State. And Tennessee had a 17-0 lead at the end of the first quarter in this game. But Syracuse has counterpunched Lewis enough with Steve Angeli engineering a few touchdown drives to stay in the game down by 2 scores.
Yeah, they sure have. Look, they've manufactured just enough offense to keep this game to within 2 scores. But for Tennessee, it's been about the big plays, both through the air and on the ground. And there you see the big bomb to Braylon Staley. And then the way these running backs have run today, Deshaun Bishop, Peyton Lewis, they have been just studs. This is just a beautiful touch throw
All right, so we are now starting to get the three first games officially kicked off. Need a minute to organize. So we got a CS elimination game, UMass and Temple. That just kicked off. We're also getting ready to see kickoffs for Marshall, Georgia, Penn State, Nevada, and Alabama. The Alabama and Florida State game, that is going to be happening on ABC. That will be kicking off till 3:50.
We've got to go 3 and out here at this
So
point on.
we'll be able to keep closer tabs on it once the Syracuse-Tennessee game comes to an end. Penn State and Nevada, that game is happening on CBS. It is the only CBS game that we have for college football red zone here today.
Injured defensive tackles.
And then on top of that, meanwhile, Marshall and Georgia, that's going to be a 3:30 matchup that's happening on ESPN. We'll be able to keep tabs on that a little bit closer once we do end up seeing the Southern Miss Mississippi State game come to an end. That should be happening sooner rather than later. And matter of fact, actually, that game actually come to an end. It did. So Mississippi State does end up coming out on top 34-17. Do not catch that.
You can really simulate on a one-to-one basis. But these guys are having to adjust right now. It's going to be a battle of attrition from here on out.
George Brooks has made his way back in the game. Tank Wilson left earlier. We haven't seen him return. Chris Thomas just helped off the field as well. Third down. Aguilar. One-on-one down the sideline for Matthews. A little push-off. Incomplete.
Oh.
Matthews hoping for a flag. It looked like at the last moment he tried to create a little bit of separation as the ball was falling.
Well, there's no question that he did. He had some separation. Joey just got to put that out there. You see he wins.
All right,
at the
there we
line
go.
of
Okay.
right there,
All right.
he's gone. He's got the separation that he
what else
needs,
did
but
I
he
do?
has to
Okay.
slow down because the ball's underthrown. He beat Chris Peel. Tennessee looking for the flag, looking for the pass interference. Better thrown ball. That might be 6.
Instead, it's a punt.
All right, so Tennessee is punting. Let's check in on UMass and Temple for first time today.
Rose had Gibson wide open right there, sitting between a couple of Temple's own defenders. He just missed the mark.
Tempo offense here from offensive coordinator Mike Bajakian and the Minutemen. First drive of the game just underway here, season opener. And it's a handoff for Griffin. And he is stacked up after a short gain, maybe a yard or two. Totally different teams, and both coaching staffs talk to us about how hard it is to scout this game. Not only all new coaches, but really all new players in the portal era.
It's really difficult. When you talk about UMass, they've got 37 transfers this year. 13 of them are starting. So for these coaching staffs trying to piece together a game plan, it had to be all about what do you do well as a team. You can't do a whole lot of scouting when you've never seen the opposite coaching staff coach these players before.
Sets up a 3rd and long.
All right, there's that. All right.
Stunt up front. Rose has time. Throws. It is caught by McConaughey. Breaks the tackle. Fighting towards the first down marker. He's close. He's about a yard short.
And for those that are curious why we're giving this a little bit more special attention, primarily that is because
fringe field goal range.
This is a CFP elimination game and could potentially be one of the most competitive games that we see in the entirety of the week 1 slate.
Minutemen are going to go for it.
McConaughey played 5 years at Pitt, had 1 career catch. It did go for a touchdown. He matches that total on his first drive with UMass. Running up the middle for a first down and submarined inside the 30-yard line. The Minutemen will move the sticks again with Brandon Hood, the backup running back.
Hey, a
great move in the backfield there by Hood.
They actually
Temple
do have
had a defender right
going
there to make the stop in the backfield. And watch this little juke move that Hood puts on him right there to get out of the way and pick up that first down.
Tackle made by safety Javier Morton. But 1st and 10 for the Minutemen on their initial drive of the game. UMass 2-10 last year. Only wins were against FCS schools, Central Connecticut and Wagner. Blitz coming off the edge. Rose gets it out quickly. It is caught by Jaquan Gibson, picking his way forward, and Gibson's got a first down for UMass inside the 20.
All right, red zone opportunity for the Minutemen. And they strike first.
Understanding that he's got a guy coming hot off of his right side. He's got to get rid of that ball quickly. He finds his outlet there, Gibson on the screen. It's a good blocking downfield. Big 72, Luke Payton at left tackle. Getting a nice block there.
Gain of 11 for the Minutemen.
What do you mean by that?
Into the red zone from the 18-yard line.
Elaborate on that a little bit more. I'm not
to get the signals
exactly sure what you're talking about, my guy. I'm going to be honest with you there.
Exclusively out of the shotgun so far. Play clock running down to 9. Quick slant near side is tipped.
Ooh, that almost got picked off.
Incomplete. Lewis Fry almost had the interception.
Fry doing a nice job from the nickel spot. They call it the Viper spot in this defense, coordinated by Smith. And good job on the D-line by Temple, getting a hand up to bat that ball down.
Check that, it was 44, not 14. Alu almost had the interception, number 44. Second down, it's a handoff for Griffin. Picks his way up the middle. Breaking tackles, and UMass on the board. Griffin from 18 yards out. UMass takes the lead.
We also are seeing Tennessee driving deep into Syracuse territory as well.
Griffin, the red
so
shirt.
we'll go ahead and put a...
and then you just see Sam Pendleton coming out on the pull and just
we'll put a little bit more on that as UMass. Season started with an opening drive touchdown. Shout out to the Minutemen.
It's Isaiah Hastings' turn as he is injured and holding his right leg. And again, Tennessee was ready to go up tempo.
Player presented injured before the ball was spotted. There is no timeout charge.
So with 8:19 to go in the fourth quarter. And a chance for us to spend a little more time talking about Florida State, Alabama. And boy, if there's a team in need of a signature win to begin their season, it would be Florida
Kentucky's
State.
Bringing off a big run in real time down the sideline, and he might be gone. Like a girl in a country song. Touchdown, Kentucky! Another score on the board for the Wildcats, and what's been a pretty low-scoring game in Lexington is we are. I think that's going to be the dagger. Although Toledo did put up a genuinely really strong out and strong effort.
I didn't realize it would be.
But yeah, it just might be barbecue chicken for the Toledo Rockets here tonight.
That guy who did Florida State in, now he's down in Florida, in Tallahassee, Tommy Castellanos, who had a heck of a night that night.
He leaves Boston College to try and go and resurrect the Knowles program. Again, that's coming up next here on ABC.
All right, so Marshall and Georgia officially getting things started.
The kind of physicality and the
Marshall
kind of
is getting the
Tennessee
ball
offensive
first,
line
and
came
then we're
off the ball
also
with.
seeing Penn State and Nevada
Josh Heupel, the coaches
getting ready to
upstairs
kick
will
things
probably
off
tell you, look,
over
just
there
continue to run
too.
the power running game.
Well, under
Looks
Josh
like
Heupel, this
we're
is the
seeing
31st
Nevada
time
receive to start
his
things
team
out
has
in the
gone
ball
over
game.
200 yards on the ground, and they're 28-2 in the previous 30, where they have run for 200 or more. And if you're looking for a reason to believe that Dylan Sampson can be replaced, this stable of running backs, this committee, gives you a lot of reason to believe exactly that. Star Thomas again. Inside the 30-yard line.
See there, they just switch it up. Now they go to a zone blocking scheme. Just give them different looks. And just shuttle the backs through. Clock just keeps on ticking down to 7:36 and counting.
Will they let it tick, though? 30 on the play clock.
Well, yeah, I don't really know. I know there's two teams in South Dakota. I know there's South Dakota. And then in South Dakota, yeah, I just never seen South Dakota as SDU. I always refer to like South Dakota as SDS.
448 total yards today.
And regular South Dakota as South Dakota. Oh, Georgia almost had an interception from the get-go.
Into the red zone.
You just see how it goes hand in hand.
Looks like Marshall is going to have a 3 and out.
Both linebackers are literally standing a yard from the line of scrimmage off of that play action fake. And it's just so easy to just throw and catch. But here we go with the warp speed.
Star Thomas. A nearly 7-yard gain to the 11-yard line.
When you've got it going like this, you can just call whatever you want. You just kind of rotate. Hey, zone, gap scheme, play action pass. Zone run, gap scheme, play action pass. Because the defense is just so tired. They don't know what's coming.
Tank Wilson is back in the game for Syracuse. Jobity returns as well. So all of the defensive tackles that we have slowly seen leave the game at different times with injury have all been able to work their way back in.
Meanwhile, Tennessee getting things rolling here.
Star Thomas again.
Inside the 10 now with this run.
Looks like he just squeezed enough yardage out to move the chains. Let's see.
This is an offensive lineman's dream. You mean we don't have to sit back and pass sets and pass protect? We can just get up on our hands and up on our toes and come off the ball? Thank you.
Clock was stopped before an injured player. Please reset it to 6:05. 6:05. Start on my signal.
I mean, you just see the big guys up front. They're like, yeah, this is what we want. Because, you know, look, they see the look in the defender's eyes. They see it. I've been on that side of the ball where the offensive linemen are just kind of grinning at you.
Hey, Outer Rhythm, I truly appreciate you like coming around. With Roberts trying to make that happen at some point, we are a one-man production. So this, just the fact that we're able to make this happen specifically, you know, very grateful for. And that's another touchdown for Tennessee.
Chris Brazel scooped it up, and he was just across the goal line. We'll have to check the penalty marker.
The rest of the legal person downfield.
Number 72, 5-yard penalty, third down.
So Jesse Perry playing right tackle in place of
Disaster.
David Sanders today. He kicked out from guard to tackle. He was downfield.
You're going to see Jesse Perry right here on the line of scrimmage. And there you see him. He's a good 5-6 yards down past the line of scrimmage. He's just driving his guy off.
Meanwhile, I don't think anyone should be too terribly surprised by this, but Georgia, their first possession, they're already across midfield against the Thundering Herd.
Well, Lewis, is that kind of the classic RPO where you're an offensive lineman and you think it's a run
They're
right
on the screen, too.
Nothing
Nothing crazy. Got Zachariah Branch involved, though.
Look, obviously it takes 6 off the board, but I mean, you kind of understand why it happens when it does.
So third down and 5.5. They'll run it with Star Thomas. He's to the 5.
Yeah, man, I really appreciate you coming out, man, for real. I mean, we're gonna be on for hopefully the entirety of the day.
You just see the guys, and that time I tell you, Jesse Perry has his guy and just kind of drives him, and then
that's at least the goal.
Ground. And these backs, you talked about this stable between Star Thomas, Peyton Lewis, and Deshaun Bishop. That's a pretty good group of 3.
All right, here we go. First and goal for Tennessee.
So first and goal just outside the 1. As they're looking to extend to a 3-score lead once again. And now the play clock is.
All right, Georgia, meanwhile, with a critical third down at about the Marshall 30-yard line. So if this Tennessee game goes into commercial, we'll quickly check over what Marshall and Georgia does.
The Vols will call a timeout. Bob Wischusen, Lewis Riddick, Chris Button.
All right, looks like we're not going to commercial break. So here's the Georgia third and short, and Marshall actually holds up. They do force fourth down. We're just going to be fourth and about 2 yards.
The football, controlling the line of scrimmage and terrorizing the opposition's quarterback with
and then, interesting enough, Nevada still on their first drive the entire ball game.
Physical aspect of the game, no
they are going to go ahead, and they are across the 50-yard line. They got across the 50 and first drive of the game, by the way.
Josh Heupel knows that. That's the way they build this football team. It was kind of startling to me to look at the statistics as we're getting prepared for this game and think of Tennessee as a power running
Georgia
football
goes
team,
for it on fourth down and then get it. So now Georgia is in the red zone as well. Same with Tennessee and Syracuse, which we've already touched up on.
And they've shown that today.
Still keep our eyes peeled on the Tennessee and Syracuse game, but I got a close eye on Georgia as well. Oh, and that's going to be a massive loss.
It looked like he wanted
that might have genuinely taken him outside the 5-yard line.
Threw the timing off, and Gary Bryant came through, made the tackle, and we've got another injury.
It's those kind of things that just drive coaches crazy.
And Georgia is going to score. Looks like about a 15-yard scamper. No huge surprises there. Dwight Phillips Jr. With a 17-yard rush for a touchdown there. So it looks like we got an injured person down field.
For the injured player to see how he's doing. Again, Joey Aguilar.
Meanwhile, in the Nevada-Penn State game, we do have a fumble on our hands as well. Penn State recovers it. Now we'll see if it actually holds up as a fumble or not. It looks like it does. So promising first drive for
he decides to move up in the pocket
for the Nevada Wolfpack. So unfortunately, it doesn't lead to anything at the end of the day. So Penn State will take over. We are also going to see Alabama and Florida State kickoff. We won't get immediate eyes on that. We'll have to wait until the aftermath of the Syracuse-Tennessee ball game before we get eyes on that.
It's the dawn of a new season. Let's go!
Alabama, Florida State.
What am I doing? We can't have commercials on here. What are we doing? Only one game that's not in commercial now. That's Toledo and Kentucky. Toledo just went for it on 4th down. That's not successful. Kentucky will take over. But on the other hand, Amherst, Massachusetts,
for Temple, which has run the ball on all 4 plays it's had so far.
The initial
I think we see Temple put it in the air here, and you got to keep an eye on Colin Chase, number 1, and JoJo Bermudez, number 17, at wide receiver. Those are the guys that they really want to manufacture touches for today. Get them in one-on-one matchups in open space, and a key down here at 3rd and 4. Look for those guys to be involved.
UMass took the opening kickoff, went 9 plays, 75 yards in about 3.5 minutes. Rocco Griffin, 18-yard touchdown run to get the scoring started. Evan Simon does get the start at quarterback. We should see Giovanni McCoy along the way for Temple as well, as they said they were going to play both of them. We have no reason not to believe them, but here it is, Simon on 3rd down and 4.
In short, gotta make something shake.
Empty backfield. Throws into the flat. It is caught for a first down by Bermudez out past the 30, a gain of 7.
JoJo Bermudez, transfer from Delaware. He's shifty in open space. Had to overcome the injury last year, but he's one of the guys that Temple's going to rely upon. They love his playmaking ability in the slot, and he's the guy that they trusted there on that 3rd and short to move the sticks.
Tempo for Temple. They throw out of the backfield for Ducker to the 35. Ridden out of bounds by Timmy Heinz-Peter, linebacker transfer from Rutgers.
Heinz-Peter following Joe Harasimiak, his head coach from Rutgers. Harasimiak was the defensive coordinator there. He brought over one of his assistants in Kite to be the defensive coordinator. He brought him with him from Rutgers, and this is a defense. It's going to be 4 down. They play a lot of zone coverage, quarters coverage, mix in some man.
Heinz-Peter is the quote-unquote green dot. He is the player that the defensive coordinator can communicate with through the helmet. Running the jet sweep right is Colin Chase. Submarine with a nice open field tackle after a short gain by Jeremiah McGill.
This is what Temple wants to do on offense this year, is run a lot of their base plays out of many different looks. Trying to confuse the defense. A nice block there by Jay Ducker, but a good form tackle by McGill, and that's something that is key, especially in these first 3 games. How well do you tackle when you haven't hit a whole lot in off-season camp?
Both defensive coordinators talked about their concern with missing tackles. They want to swarm the ball. And Florida State game.
3rd down and medium. And it's a juggling catch by Bermudez, and he steps out of bounds right at about midfield. As once again, Bermudez, a 3rd down catch for a first down.
Yeah, early on, Bermudez is the go-to guy for Temple. They need to move the chains, working out of the slot. He's quick. That quickness can allow him to separate and get open in the short area of the field. And Simon makes a good, accurate throw to him, give him the chance to make a play and move the chains.
Bermudez started his career at Cincinnati, last 2 years at Delaware, 25 catches and a touchdown last season.
All right, and then it also did turn
It's a
out.
handoff to Simon. He immediately throws to Bermudez again for a first down. So they had both the quarterbacks in. I know you were looking for that.
I was excited. I was waiting to see that. Giovanni McCoy gets in the game there, takes the snap at quarterback.
We did miss out on that,
Evan Simon, the other quarterback next to him,
You know,
hands it
it is
off,
what it
and
is.
he's got a run-pass option on the outside.
Done.
Defense comes up to play the run. Bermudez is wide open to move the chains. That's the kind of wrinkle that Tyler Walker brings with him. Some special formations that he ran at Montana State.
Of a
So they have
shootout.
two quarterbacks in there. McCoy goes out here. Simon in the pistol set.
But with that being said, we have a
running
red
right.
opportunity because Colton
Into the open field is Jay Ducker,
just
spinning
throws
his way
an
forward
interception.
inside the 25
As well.
for another Temple first down.
Indiana in Old
Nice job up
Dominion.
front by the Temple O-line to get Ducker into space, and then Jojo Bermudez too, getting him a block on the outside. Look for 17 on the right side of the screen. He's going to get that block, give him a couple extra yards, and a nice spin move to pick up 5 more.
18-yard gain for Ducker.
And Syracuse, Tennessee also getting
over 2,500 yards in his career. So Temple moving the ball smartly here on its first possession of the game, under 6 minutes to go in the first quarter. It's Ducker again, and this time stopped at the line of scrimmage by a host of UMass defenders, maybe gained a yard on the play.
That's what defensive coordinator Jared Knight was talking to
now
us about.
in
Before the game, he wants his guys swarming
red zone
to
opportunities,
the football.
having at the same time.
3 or 4 guys right on the ball carrier that time.
Syracuse also has a red zone
Temple
opportunity.
also struggled
It's
last
against
season,
Tennessee,
3-9.
now by 19.
3 wins all
and
at
of
home
course,
over
Indiana
Utah State,
now at the
Tulsa,
goal line
and
once
FAU. They
again
went 2-6
up against
in
Old
the
Dominion.
American.
A lot happening here at the same time.
And they were 0-6 on the road,
maybe not as many
which
games as what we
continued a
initially
trend
saw
that
in the
we'll
new
talk about in a
window.
bit. Back to pass, Simon. All sorts of time. Throws down the middle. Caught for the touchdown.
And that is a wide, butt naked open man in the UMass Temple game.
21
And
yards
Temple
to
was
Peter
on.
Clark,
They gave
and
up
it's
a
7-6.
touchdown. So with that being said,
Peter Clark at tight end, at
let's
his
go ahead
size,
and
6'6",
jump into some other
265.
games that
They
we
get him
have
matched
happening.
up.
We got Syracuse and Tennessee
in wins.
inside the
As good as
10-yard
this Tennessee
line.
defense has played, there's some things I can assure you he is going to get on them about.
Let's see what Steve Aguilar can do. Or Steve Angeli, excuse me.
You're right, he puts Thielander back in the game, and maybe that's a message to the rest of the defense. Hey, one of those alpha dog linebackers, I want you back on the field, and tell these guys the game's not over.
He may have been asking to go back out on the field. he may have said, hey, look, that's not our standard. They're just driving the ball down the field. I don't care what the score is. Put me back in. I'll try and settle this stuff down. That's what you want from these guys. I mean, I love that part of the game, the leadership part of the game. Guys like Jeremiah Thielander who just love playing football, love everything about being a Tennessee Volunteer. It's cool to be a part of and witness it.
3rd down and goal, just north of the 2-minute timeout. And inside the 5-yard
That's
line.
going to be well short of the goal line. So Syracuse, 4th and goal. That's going to get to a 2-minute timeout.
When we come back.
We'll put a bookmark on that. We'll return to that shortly. In the meantime, Indiana also with a 3rd and goal of about 4 minutes left in the first half.
Stop on 3rd and goal to force a field goal. And now it's 3rd and goal again for Indiana.
Can Indiana actually punch it in this time? Their only touchdown has come off of a special teams play in special teams. Indiana, this is their 3rd time down the goal line. They have not been able to punch it into the end zone yet. And they do this time around. Touchdown, Indiana. All right, so there's that, and then Tennessee, they actually also worked themselves to the red zone too.
It was close. Yeah, Luke thought the same thing that you did. 2nd down and 10 at the 11.
All right, so let's see if Penn State can punch it in here late in the first quarter. Very methodical drive, by the way, by the Nittany Lions.
Looks like Penn State's going to go hurry up again. They need to get to the 1-yard line or the end zone. 3rd down and 5. Drew Aller. He got to the 1. 1st and goal.
Well, I don't know if that's automatically a first down, though.
Anything go down first?
Drew Allen got that first down, though.
They always check to see if a knee goes down before the ball goes down.
He's going to have to readjust his play calling sheet
All right,
on his
the corner
wristband
first and
because
goal
that
from the
popped
line.
out too. First and goal. 13th play of the drive coming up. Singleton. Touchdown.
And that's going to be a touchdown from the Nittany Lions.
Nick Singleton on the board.
I think
Boom.
no touchdown. Whoa. They might look for a review here.
Whoa.
Because let's see how this played out. Singleton gets hit, gets stood up, falls back.
Yeah, he's clearly across.
He's in by 2 feet.
We're about 70 yards away, but I think the officials are having a rough start from this game.
I do too.
Yeah, he gets in with second effort here. He backs
Ain't
his
no way,
in,
no
for
way
sure.
that they just said that that's
even
not a
the Nevada fans will
touchdown.
say that's a
Oh my
touchdown.
goodness.
I don't know any farther he can get in.
Exactly.
He couldn't even.
Dog,
throw
I'm
it
an
down.
Ohio State guy. That is an egregious call.
One more step, he'd have been in there far enough to hand
That
it to
shouldn't
the
even
back
have to be
judge.
reviewed. I mean, look at 10 for Penn State.
Nick Singleton.
You guys can't see it.
James Territor is with us as always. Gino.
Yeah, that's, you know, I always try to look to see where the officials on the goal line are viewing it and see if there's bodies between, and then they, you know, they're reluctant to make this call. But as you guys clearly said, when he spins and backs in, he's a good yard or two. And I think Gary made a great point. He almost could have handed the ball to the back judge there for the touchdown, fellas.
That's actually kind of insane.
Talk to you, Gene.
Good to have you back with us, buddy. And that maps of humanity as you see all the Penn State offensive linemen are single a touchdown. And I'm pretty sure that we're going to officially get the touchdown here in a second.
Oh, and while we were
Richards is our referee.
harping in on that,
Jason Boykin is our
Syracuse
replay
did
official.
turn the ball over on down, so
13 plays, a lot of nice things. The only thing that I think James Franklin is going is, really don't want my quarterback taking those hits in the first game of the season.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
After review, the ball carrier crossed the plane to the goal line, resulting in
All
a
right.
touchdown, Penn State.
all right, so we got that sorted out finally. Alabama, we do have the Alabama Florida State game after all, and Alabama is putting together a drive. 3rd and 6 at about the 25-yard line.
Watching his eyes, and he's shooting over there. And if that was just a hair second later, that might have been picked in the end zone.
Gabriel Rolls was able to get that right hand on it as Earl Little Jr. was coming in like a human missile. 3rd down and 6.
And then after we get clarification on the 3rd down, Toledo also in the red zone, and they make things very interesting all of a sudden.
Play clock counting down.
What they decide to do, whether they go for 1 or whether they do end up deciding.
And with that, a timeout is going to be used by Kalen DeBoer and the tie. We're going to take a break. When we return to Tallahassee, 3rd and 6 on this long opening drive for Alabama.
The college football.
All right, so the kick is good.
Makes it an 8-point game. Toledo's only been held to single digits once in their last 60 games.
What a valiant
That, of
effort
course,
here.
will not happen now.
Gleason, once again, when he's been given time, puts it right on Van der Ross. His favorite target here this afternoon.
And it looks like we're going to see final for Tennessee Syracuse. The Volunteers coming out on top, 45-26. It looks like they're just going to sit on the ball for the remaining part of this game. Want to make sure that kneel down happens. Yes, it does. So, you have final score. Tennessee does end up coming out on top, 45-26. Fun game, incredibly fun game to watch.
Hasn't been great, really. Neither team has been fantastic this second half, but the 2 longest drives for Kentucky have happened here in the second half. marched right down the field. 12 plays for nearly 80 yards, 76 yards, and a touchdown. Can you get that stop?
Ann's team is out there, Stinch, for Toledo, and Kendrick Law is standing back at his 20, so.
We're saying, look, we'll see if we can't steal a possession here on an onside.
Kickoff specialist Robert Hammond III.
All right, there we go. All right, here we go. So this is what our scoreboard is looking like.
Didn't go far enough.
All right, so for the time being, because we are inside 2 minutes, it's a one possession game. We're going to focus in on Kentucky and Toledo in the last couple minutes to see if Kentucky can finish this game out.
Kentucky will take over.
But in the meantime, UMass does have yet another red zone opportunity. They do get it inside the 15-yard line, as they're getting into the later stages of their first quarter as well.
Thank you, Kyle.
So now you're afforded the same opportunity. Try to find a way to get a stop, still with those 2 timeouts. You ceded a good bit of field position with the attempt, but still a
We're
chance.
splitting hairs. I'm not sure why Kentucky doesn't get it at the 42, because Toledo pushed it back to the 43, but nevertheless, with flags on the field, Dowdell is hit at the line of scrimmage.
Offside, defense, number 9, lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty, first down.
Loose Julian.
All right. Meanwhile, not only is UMass in the red zone, but so is Alabama. 3rd and 6. They're going to go ahead and snap it here on 3rd and 6. Ty Simpson going out to his right. He's going to run for the first down, and does he get there?
Trying to get away from that.
Looks like they're just going to give it to him.
Not only a 5-yard penalty, but also the clock starts running again.
And then meanwhile, we have a big boy interception in the Penn State-Nevada game, as Penn State is also going to be setting up shop inside the red zone.
Not much.
Meanwhile, specifically for Toledo,
Toledo has now just
forced to take their second timeout.
Call their second one with 1:17 to go. We talked about Kentucky having Ole Miss next week. At least going into the year, if you look at the records of last year's teams, Kentucky has the 5th toughest schedule in college football. They play the Rebels, the Gamecocks, the Gators, the Dogs, the
UMass
Horns,
does
the
also
Vols.
settle for a field goal as well.
And then, of course, Louisville to finish the season. Louisville ended Kentucky's string of 19 consecutive non-conference victories when the Cardinals beat them here last year.
So many. They just pick a ton of fights in this schedule. And as you mentioned, even as the SEC migrates to that 9-game schedule, with that requirement, you got to have a Power 4 somebody in there. Well, it's built in with the rivalry game versus Louisville.
All right, so Penn State inside the 5-yard line for a goal line opportunity. Alabama also with the same goal line opportunity too.
On 2nd and 4, Dowdell hit immediately.
Meanwhile,
right
Georgia also finding the end zone. So they'll already get blessed with their second touchdown. Alabama doing the same thing. They will crawl for blood against Florida State.
Before the game, that his new kicker,
E-Dub, what's going on, brother?
Easily from 50 plus. So
how are we doing on this beautiful college football Saturday?
With a first down, for all intent and purposes, puts the game away.
Penn State with a goal line opportunity, though. They're actually going to try to settle for a field goal. This will be a 20-yard attempt for the Nittany Lions.
LSU Clemson tonight.
That's the one I'm interested in.
And they'll get that through. So, nice little defensive stand there.
Are thought to be among the best in college football. Garrett Nussmeier, Cade Klubnik. Everyone is pointing to.
It's not home from paintball. I do remember you mentioning that earlier this week. How was paintball? Did you win?
What a fantastic
or were you at least dominant?
The Tigers.
Were you all those
Seth
things?
McGowan running hard, and the game's over. That's a first down run for Seth.
All right,
And
you guys
Kentucky
heard it
can
here
go into
first.
victory
Kentucky
formation.
did just, in fact, get the first down against Toledo. So it looks like Kentucky is going to escape with a 24-16 victory.
Be honest. Look, the anger is equal opportunity anger. It's not just the ground.
Even a Ducker Worthy,
So,
Joquez
we'll
Smith,
go
we
ahead
expect to
and,
see him at some point, and Hunter Smith, who's a fifth-year transfer from Louisiana Monroe.
Final 40 seconds of the first quarter. Empty backfield. Simon throws into the flat. Incomplete. Intended for Kush.
All right, so
The highly regarded freshman tight end.
Yeah, they get the tight end out on the perimeter that time to try to create a matchup, and they've got him against a smaller nickel in Malcolm Green, and they just couldn't connect.
One of the keys to that first drive for Temple, 12 plays, 90 yards. They converted both of their third downs on completions to Bermudez. This will be a tougher one, 3rd and 10.
well, you got shot in the head one of those games. That's
at the top of the screen.
not fun. That's not fun at all.
Simon steps up in the pocket. He's going to be sacked. He is sacked. Maybe no gain on the play, but Temple will be forced to punt.
And to me, that's a coverage sack. A nice job in the back end by UMass playing zone coverage. They had a safety over the top of Bermudez. Simon's looking his way. It's not there. He tries to tuck it and run, but then the defense collapses on him, and they make the stop. Good job. Yeah, Sean Bray Jackson making the stop there.
That will be the end of the first quarter. Entertaining first quarter from Amherst. UMass 10 and Temple 7. First-year head coaches.
Yeah, I think they could help him out a little bit with the play calling as well. So you can have some shorter options for him. Let him show that patience.
Mendoza throws it behind his intended target, and Elijah Surratt. Rather, Holden stays.
And again, these are just the kind of things that aren't going to show up until you have live games, right? Even if you're playing in the comfort of home and you've got plenty of time, can you make those throws that you need to make? And you never want to miss the layups as a quarterback. And I think that was certainly a layup missed by Mendoza. He's looked a little shaky on this drive.
Delayed handoff to Hemby, who goes charging up the middle to the 33.
Well, you know what I'm going to say, Noah. I mean,
run the football,
running,
right?
Hey,
Yeah.
running backs. I mean, they're the smartest guys on the team. They're, you know, generally the best-looking guys on the team,
and certainly the most humble.
Best athletes on the team. All that, absolutely.
All right,
the
there we
most
go.
humble.
We gotta make sure whoever got Forrest Gump got shot in the butt. Incredible.
Mendoza stepping up in the pocket, uses the legs, stumbles, picks up the first down, and he's tripped up at the 42 after 9 yards.
From Kevin Decker, the old Dominion offensive coordinator, that drop back pass game sometimes can be a great run game.
Mendoza clocks it as Indiana does not have any timeouts left. 46 seconds to go before halftime, just shy of midfield.
Could have gone with the Colorado plan and just tried to run the ball to the sideline. Of course, they had 2 timeouts, didn't use any of them.
Right.
Not that this is going to be a Colorado bashing session or anything. Clock management so important, and that's why it's important to have coaches or some assistant making those decisions.
Whoa. Okay, we got something cooking here all of a sudden. Indiana just now crossing midfield. There is 41 seconds left until the end of the first half.
Bond on the outside, nice flat route.
But with that being said, though,
And you just love seeing the details, again, the details of routes for receivers like that.
But we got something cooking here for this Indiana offense.
Are they breaking it flat? Of course, catching the ball, a big part of it.
There's Mendoza, near sideline again. It's Holden Stays, the tight end, who gets a foot in for 5 yards. So after 5 straight incompletions from Mendoza, he's completed the last 2, and he's got Indiana into Old Dominion territory with 37 seconds to go in the half.
And he's been more accurate on throws further to the outside. I think it's some of those timing type routes where the receivers are coming across his field of vision that he's missed on.
Mendoza dumps it off to Hemby as running back, who shakes.
Well, nice job by Hemby to get out of bounds as well on top of that.
By Jerome Carter. It's 9 yards and another Indiana first down.
Well, you love the
That gets Robert Hendo, Hemby of Indiana, over 100 yards on the day so far in the first half. He's certainly been a very busy guy.
All making the blocks that they're supposed to, but that's okay. The big guys get out there, and they just scare some of the defensive backs from even attempting to come out and make tackles sometimes.
Botros Alessandro, the cornerback for Old Dominion, is down on the ground for the Monarchs.
Ruh-roh.
After Indiana picked up another first down, trying to add some points to this lead before halftime. A Purdue transfer who's used to playing these Indiana Hoosiers. Had his season-high 5 tackles against Indiana a year ago as a part of the Boilermakers.
All right, so not only do we have Indiana in Old Dominion territory, but we might also potentially have Florida State in Alabama territory. They're trying to respond after the Crimson Tide got an initial touchdown on the board. But it looks like I spoke a little too soon because there's a holding on the Florida State offense, so they're actually going to be backing it up a little bit.
Offensive players in the portal when he got here, and you want to try and.
Oh yeah, and it was definitely a hold too. We'll get ourselves back locked in as we got to the end of the fourth quarter as well in the Georgia Marshall game. Georgia with that 14-0 lead here early.
Over the middle, and that was intended for E.J. Williams, but it was nowhere near him.
Yeah, he's and again, this is similar type route. I think just trying to figure out that kind of directional vectoring, I guess you would call it, timing some of those routes. He just has not been very good with that today, and that's, you're Indiana, you're like, well, we'd rather try and figure it out versus Old Dominion, Kennesaw State, and Indiana State before we get in the Big Ten play against Illinois on the 20th.
Delayed handoff to Hemby, tossed it back to Mendoza.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe he tried that. And the clock's running too. We got to spike it.
Jeremy Mack that applied the first hit on Hemby, and that's what forced him to toss it back.
Well, I don't know that force is because John Miller, the running back coach, if we can find him somewhere, you see smoke coming out of his ears. That's what, hey, son, you want to get on the field? Don't do that again. Don't do that. You don't flip the ball to a non-runner just because he's standing there. Number one, he's a quarterback, right? He's not trying to take all them hits. Yeah, man.
So incredibly long field goal attempt. 50-yarder.
52 yards from
that was good.
Radicic.
Oh, it doinks out.
Off the crossbar and just short.
All right, so it looks like Indiana's going to go into halftime.
The offense. Gibson goes in
Check
motion.
in on
Fake the
UMass
handoff to him.
from
Rose running the sweep
10.
right. Gets blocking. Rose on his feet and hurdles over a man for a first down to the 42.
Wait a
The
minute.
ball's loose.
Ball's on the ground.
Temple's going back the other way. They haven't blown it dead. It's Avery Powell. And he's tackled at about the 41. They did not blow the play dead, and for now it appears Temple has caused a turnover.
We're going to have to check that one. It looked like Rose got flipped up into the air. We'll take a good look here.
Oh, he fumbled the ball.
That ball was out.
He absolutely fumbled the ball. It's picked up by Johnny on the spot. Avery Powell, who didn't quit on the play. It should be a turnover.
And Caden Supernot doing a good job coming from behind to make that extra hit on Rose.
Really good field
I think he got the left hand in there and poked that football out. Great awareness by Powell to see it on the ground, scoop it up.
That first angle we had from the sideline saw that the ball was out of his arms before his elbow hit the ground. So a turnover, Brandon Rose turns it over, and Temple causes the first turnover of the game. They have it in plus territory. Take one more look at it.
A Supernot, look at the left hand coming in, and actually I don't know if he touched it or not, but as Rose is going down, yeah, I'd say he did touch it. Supernot swiping that left hand in there, knocking the football out just before Rose goes to the ground. Another angle for you here. Pokes it out. Temple's in business here. They need a score.
From the 41, Evan Simon fakes the run, throws over the middle, and it's tipped. Oh, could have been a touchdown as they had a running back running through the secondary all alone, but tipped at the line.
Wait a minute, you move the
This is an offense where they like to give you a lot of different looks, a lot of different run-pass options.
Plays in Nevada?
Make it look like it's going to be a quarterback run up the middle. And Simon can read the middle of the field. Take a look at the linebackers.
Is he
suck up towards the line of scrimmage, he can just drop back and flip it. But good job getting the hands up on the line of scrimmage there by the Minutemen.
Mason was the intended receiver, number 26, a freshman.
I have so many questions right now.
Bermudez in motion. Misdirection. Throw into the flat, and it is caught. Beautiful throw and catch. JoJo Bermudez on the receiving end.
Simon and Bermudez look like they've got a pretty good connection going here early on in the ball game. Simon looking pretty athletic, throwing on the move there.
Gain of 18.
That moving on the...
You give him a little read at the line of scrimmage, get him out on the move, get a couple of guys right in front of him.
There we go, Nevada's
nice catch by Bermudez after using his speed to create some separation.
Approaching the red zone here early in the second quarter.
He's starting at quarterback.
Play action. All sorts of time for Simon. Throws into the end zone. Caught for the touchdown.
Wow, what a throw.
Kajaya Holloway from 24 yards out, and Temple takes the lead.
Well,
that's the way to do it. You get a turnover, and you answer right away with a quick score. Evan Simon with all day. Nice blocking by the O-line. Perfect ball right in the breadbasket to Holloway, and who came all the way across the
cap on that. Let's see what we got. So Florida State
in for pass protection. Third down and 11. Four-man rush.
See if they can get this. Oh, here we go. Load it up. Bang! Florida State just like that in the red zone.
Squirrel White showing you his speed, and that was just a straight go route on the outside of the field. The Tennessee transfer can take the top off a defense. He's working against the true freshman Dejon Lee. Make it a big one.
Here's Castellanos to the outside.
To the outside. He gets there. Touchdown, Florida State.
Touchdown.
All right, we got ourselves a game. I told you it was a potential draft game for Alabama. I wasn't joking. All right, so Florida State, they just scored. Let's now get in. It's like Georgia is approaching midfield. It's second and long.
From Carson Beck over the last couple seasons, and now it's Gunner's time to show what he can do.
Stockton on the roll, and he fires, and it's incomplete. Marvay Myers broke it up, intended for Dylan Bell, and third down coming.
All right, so
take a look at Chile's 3 impact players for the Dogs offensively and the weapons that surround Gunner Stockton.
Yeah, these weapons right now, Nate Frazier, Zachariah Branch, and Drew Bobo. You make Drew Bobo the center. Yes, he's an impact player. Yes, that is the coach's offensive coordinator's son. Mike Bobo, that's his son Drew Bobo, but Zachariah Branch as well. These guys, I think, are going to be huge to the success
Here we go.
of
Third
these
and 9.
Bulldogs in 2025.
Third down. Stockton with time, and he zips one past the 50, caught by London
looks like
Humphreys.
that's going to force a punt.
Coming up after a 4-yard pickup with Marvay Myers on the
wait a minute, are they going for it?
Out and goes up tempo.
Yeah, saw Kirby Smart point, keep the guys out there on the field. That was a nice delivery.
Oh, yeah, yes, I am assuming that they hit the extra point. I mean, even though like college kickers are more volatile, like 9 times out of 10 they're hitting the extra point.
Remember, you have the coach.
I like doing that from
So
I guess from a management standpoint, it makes things like a tad easier on me. Ooh, Marshall almost jumped off sides. He might have jumped off sides, but they didn't snap the ball. Looks like they're just backing up another 5 yards. So, all right, we're gonna put
That's a great point, Mike, that you make
put a cap on that. Penn State and Nevada are approaching midfield right now.
Feels the pressure and then runs right up into the sack, basically.
And Lapati's the guy that knocks him down.
So give that one to the secondary, and as Coach Choate was talking about, likes the way his defense is fighting in this game so far.
Trying to make them earn it. They're going to have to earn this third down.
All right.
Third down at 10.
They're going to get a head start because the reaction by the left tackle that time, Shelton, moving from Maldonado caused a 5-yard gain.
Offside. Defense number 99 in the neutral zone, causing the offense to false start.
Yep.
Penalty. Still third down.
Well, I think it was
number 9.
It was Maldonado, not
yeah,
Whitty.
It was number 9. Watch him right here, right at the bottom of the screen. He'll move.
There's his takeoff.
Yep, there's the takeoff.
And Whitty's still in his stance, so it was 9, not 99.
Yeah.
So a little bit easier, as Gare said. Third down and 5.
And also brings into play
All right, we're going to get first down. If not, we'll flip it back over to UMass and Temple because they just came out of commercial break as well. And it looks like they do pick up the first down. That will get Penn State across midfield.
You can run it on 4th down from 3rd and 10. You cannot call this play. So it gives you more options to take advantage of when you get it into 3rd and 5. That penalty, a big penalty against Nevada.
No doubt. First down.
While Alabama has now once again crossed midfield too against Florida State. They're going to respond after they gave up a touchdown on their previous drive.
Back in Wolfpack territory, the 48-yard line.
Now we'll walk in on Penn State. They try to make potentially upwards to 17-0.
And Katron Allen, this is Nick Singleton with a burst off the right side. Good game. Down around the 41-yard line. This Thursday, escape on the ultimate getaway with NCIS Tony Enziva. Hunted by hackers and assassins. Good thing espionage is their love language. That's coming up Thursday on Paramount Plus and CBS. Is a throw complete. Downfield to Kyron Hudson.
Great timing on this throw from Drew Elleris. You watch the route to the outside, but now put your eyes right here on the quarterback when he throws that ball, because he anticipates the route and lets the ball go for the completion. I promise you, that's exactly what happened. He just didn't pull the trigger.
I agree with you. A bunch of receivers to the left side, and Aller goes that way. And
ooh, what a hit.
The 15 to
that's Trevor Pena that made the catch?
Well, this is like the opposite offense of what Penn State ran a year ago. No huddle, number 1, and no tight end so far, number 2.
Under center is Aller from the 12-yard line, and the whistle stops play.
Looks like Nevada's going to call timeout.
Nevada takes the timeout.
Timeout, Nevada. They're first of the half.
Just over 10
All right, so we'll put a bookmark on that for a quick moment. In the meantime, UMass has once again crossed midfield. So we'll come back to Nevada Penn State.
It's been a fun game so far. I mean, both of these
offenses
have been moving
how
the football.
UMass is doing against the Temple Owls.
Going back and forth. We've had some explosive plays.
Our spotlight game here in the 3:30 slate, given that this is a
difference in the game right now. The
game
UMass
between these
fumble
two programs.
that Temple immediately converted into a touchdown. UMass did receive the opening kickoff. Griffin, big hole. Rocco Griffin, one man to beat. He beats him. He's to the 20. He's to the 10, and he is driven out of bounds inside the 5-yard line.
Inside the 5, so that gives UMass
Great job on the left side of the offensive line for the Minutemen right there. Luke Payton, Sullivan Weidman. Look at the left side, that double team, just pushing everybody back. That opens a huge hole for Griffin, and he does the rest with that contact balance to break that tackle and pick up another huge chunk.
Takes it down to the 3-yard line after a 41-yard run by Griffin. Good job by Castleberry, hustling and saving the touchdown.
5-yard line.
But first and goal from the 3
against Temple.
Hand off Griffin, and driven down from behind after a yard.
Yeah, we might have to stay a little bit longer just to see how things turn out.
There is an injured Temple player.
Never mind, that might send us up.
It appears to be cornerback Jalen Castleberry. We'll step aside as they tend to Castleberry, a 5th-year senior from Cleveland. 14-10, Temple with the lead, UMass.
All right, so
By the time they had their first scrimmage,
all right, so that's the only one game that isn't in a commercial right now. That's Marshall and Georgia. So we'll check on them real quick. And whatever comes back, whether it's Penn State, Nevada, or UMass and Temple, that's when we'll go ahead and we'll flip it back over. But for now, Marshall facing a 3rd and 6. We'll see if Marshall can do much of anything on this particular possession.
Long indeed, QB1. 3rd down with pressure coming. He navigates the pocket.
And they don't. All right, that's enough of that. Let's flip it back over to Penn State, Nevada, real quick, huh?
Drew did such a good job of getting that ball out on time. Kyron Hudson, the bottom of the screen, running a stop route. Bang, that ball's on the way before Kyron turns around, puts it right on the shoulder. Then they go hurry up, kind of a fancy play here. Wasn't there. They wanted to go to the tight end down the middle of the time to Dinkins and drop it off to the outside. Good quick thinking, good execution by this Penn State offense.
There we go, red zone opportunity inside the 15-yard line.
Nevada. 2 big turnovers, a forced fumble, and an interception has helped them to the 10-0 lead. Katron Allen on a sweep and broken tackle. Allen to the end zone.
You give it to him? It looks like they in fact give it to him. Touchdown, Penn State. Yeah, Penn State doing what they're expecting to do so far.
The pylon disappears, and he really doesn't.
And then we actually have a special team block of Marshall trying to punt the football back over to the Georgia Bulldogs.
The previous play of the runner crossing the goal line is under further video review.
Oh yeah, he got it. That's enough. Yeah, that's going to be a touchdown. I'm not worried about that. Let's go over to the Georgia Marshall game.
Inside the 15. Looked like Cash Jones had brought pressure up the middle as well. You mentioned Bolden off the edge, and Gunnar Stockton and the Bulldogs knocking on the door.
Yeah, there's multiple guys just making plays. The defense
And
gets
then
off the field, and now all of a sudden the
Temple
offense right
is
back.
also still inside the 5-yard line. They have recently returned back from commercial break.
Stockton follows Phillips, and Stockton is tripped up.
Our 3rd and short coming up.
Sturdy tackle made by Josh Pierre Lewis, who started his career at NC State with Tony Gibson.
So here we are now, 3rd down inside the red zone. Where do they go with the football? We've seen Zachariah Branch earlier, made a couple of plays. Now the tight ends, do they come alive down here inside the red zone? That's why I'm going to keep my eyes on the 2 tight ends on the left here. We've talked a little bit about them so far. This is where they come alive.
You see both of them. 4 Oscar Delp and 7 Lawson Lucky on the right side of the formation. Stockton pulls it again.
Boom, another touchdown for Georgia. All right, so that's going to be another touchdown for the Georgia Bulldogs.
Half an hour north of Springfield.
We'll now come back over to
2 hours
Amherst,
west
Massachusetts.
of Boston.
Looking for a chance to try and go
Fort Hills
ahead
of the beautiful Berkshire
and
Mountains.
retake the lead.
McGurk Alumni Stadium holds about 17,000. Good crowd here today. And they're ready to cheer for the Minutemen, who have it 2nd and goal from the 3. Castleberry was helped off the field.
All right.
Well, the Minutemen offensive line did a great job of blocking for the run game to get him down here. Let's see if they can get him in the end zone.
under center this time for the first time in the game. Play action. Rolls out right. He's pressured and he'll throw it away.
Yeah, got
It'll
to.
be third down.
Nowhere to go.
Good pressure there.
Well, it looks like another Temple person hurt.
Curly Ordonez from his linebacker position.
A good coverage by Temple. They were trying to hit their running back Griffin in the flat, but Temple covered it up well, and a smart play by Rose to just throw it away and get another opportunity on third down to try to punch it in.
There's another injured Temple defender.
Yeah, this is dropping like flies today, huh?
Can't quite see his number from here.
All right, so Alabama and Florida State is also back from commercial break. They're inside the 30 right now. Ty Simpson gets absolutely crushed in the pocket. That's going to be a fourth down as well.
A lot of in the first week. There hasn't been, like you said, there hasn't been a lot of tackling, live contact.
We're waiting on Indiana and Old Dominion to come out of the halftime locker room. Feels like we've been waiting
camp,
for.
You're looking to prevent injuries as much as you possibly can. You don't want guys landing on their teammates' ankles and things like that. And those are the things that happen, especially down there at the goal line when you got so many big bodies jammed up together. Everybody's pushing each other around. Somebody can fall on your leg or something like that, and they got to check them out and make sure everything's all good.
Alan Hay,
Alabama's going to take a 53-yard field goal attempt.
Lauderdale, your neck of the woods,
started his career at Miami. By the way.
And he is walking off the field, which is good to see.
Well, third down here, third and goal for UMass. They tried the ground on the first down, couldn't punch it in, tried to go to the air, get Brandon Rose out on the perimeter on second down. Temple covered that up. Let's see what they call here on third down. Might be a good time to try to get the tight ends involved, get a little play action going, see if you can slip a tight end out to the back line there.
Is it tougher in some ways down here so close to the goal line because there's just not as much space?
Exactly. It does get tougher for the offense because it really pares down your playbook. You don't have the deep part of the field to work with, so you got to get creative with your play calling.
They'll go with a jumbo set here.
Their legs out a little bit, huh?
Griffin, the deep back in the I formation. All tight ends, no receivers. Handed off for Griffin, up the middle.
Oh, he's
stopped short of the goal line. Temple's defense stops him at the 2. And decision time here for UMass. Fourth down. They're going to go for it.
I like that call. Stay aggressive. UMass did it on their first drive of the game. Went for it on 4th and 1, picked it up, ended up getting in the end zone. And when you coach aggressive, your players are going to play aggressive. And that often works out better for you in the end.
1 for 1 on 4th down today.
Looks like they're going for it on 4th down, though.
Rolls out to the right. He has some time. Rose could run for it. Flag down. Rose diving for the end zone.
Short.
Stop short at the half-yard line. There is a flag down.
I think it's going to be holding on the offense.
Yeah, that's what it looks like as well. It is.
If it is, it would be declined and give Temple the ball.
The runner was short of the goal line. Personal foul, face mask, offense, number 55. That penalty is declined. Result is going to be a first down, Temple.
A turnover on downs as Temple makes a goal line stand when UMass had it 1st and goal from the 3.
All right, so that is failing. But Florida State, on the other hand,
left guard, the Florida transfer, picking up this blitz from Deontay Lawson. He's going to come this way. Leonard starts out, and he comes back and stones it. It's truly good awareness.
Although it's still Richard at 7-7. They actually missed the field goal. I did not realize that.
It feels like there's a nice rhythm and flow right now for FSU offensively here, mixing in the run. They're sprinkling in a bunch of different personnel packages, a bunch of different shifts and motions, trying to keep Alabama defensively on their heels.
All right.
5 runs, 6 passes.
All right, now we're dialed in. We'll see.
The new offensive coordinator.
Or if they can take the lead. Costello sleeping. And then Temple getting a big run down the sideline as well, inside the 5.
Justin Jefferson.
This is a big area here
and
for Alabama's defense, too,
now
because you're kind of on that
Temple in UMass territory once again, too.
You don't want to give anything else up here. If you're Gus Malzahn, Mike Norvell, I think you're already talking. This is 4-down territory right now, right here. So don't be surprised if the Noles decide to run the football. And you see Alabama subbing some bigger bodies on the field. They're probably thinking that too.
Florida State is 2 for 2 on 3rd down in this.
We'll see how things play out with a 3rd and 4.
3rd and 4. Castellanos looking for something straight.
And he got the 1st down.
Got small and low and moves.
Moves the chains for Florida State.
Because you got Lucas in motion running the jet sweep, and that stretches Alabama horizontally and opens up some big lanes for Castellanos to run in behind the pulling left guard, Richie Leonard.
There is big Richie Leonard, 6'2", 329 pounds. The transfer from Florida. He was a big-time Bulldog worker at Florida. Led them in snaps 2 years ago. Castellanos, and this time he scoots ahead as he makes his way to the 32-yard line.
Isn't it amazing already? Just Castellanos and Gus Malzahn. Yes. How much better already
they're closing.
They were only averaging 90 yards a game on the ground. That was 130th in the country. So new scheme, new weapons. You're seeing all of it play out here.
Temple also approaching the red zone as well.
Remember, he recruited him to UCF. That's where he started his career. Then Castellanos goes off to BC. Bill O'Brien takes that job, and then he reunites here with
we got Blake.
Here is
Take the reverse. Down the sideline. He's not going to be brought down. Touchdown, Seminoles.
And just a phenomenal job of misdirection and another wrinkle added by Gus Malzahn in the run game. You're seeing it all sorts of ways. You've got a guy coming in jet motion this way. This lineman's pulling. This running back's going this way. Everybody on defense heading that way. But the ball's going back to the left. I mean, you talk about Mekhi Denzi. He's not just fast. He's ACC record holder in the 400-meter dash fast, Joe. A 4-time All-American getting his first touch and making it count.
Oh, there is a certain energy here at
Oh, yes, there is, all right. And then while we were updating the scoreboard for Florida State in Alabama, we have another score happening across the country. Temple getting on the board once again. They are going to expand their lead.
How's it going, Angela?
AT&T's internet works in minutes. It's so easy a baby could do it.
Creed?
Whose baby is that?
It's okay, I asked.
Who?
The baby.
Why is there a baby in here?
We're setting up the internet.
This is a liability.
It's just part of my job.
No, it's not part of
Yes, it is. Hi, Nora.
How did he do?
He was fantastic. He helped set up our internet.
Big time savings are going on
All right,
now
we're good.
Mavis Tire.
It's time to save big. Mavis Tire.
Get your big time savings started early with Mavis Tire.
Get premium service without the premium
All right.
price. At Mavis, you can always trust our experts.
All right.
Henby, the running back,
Indiana Old Dominion are back.
First half. Picks
We're
up a
finally
couple
done with their
yards back from
halftime
that penalty. It's still
hiatus.
second and long for Indiana.
Back from that chewing he must have gotten from John Miller, the running back coach, for pitching that ball to Mendoza when he was stopped on that run. Like, what's the goal of every defense? Get hits on the quarterback. What should we not be doing as running backs? Get more hits.
Oh, wait a minute now. How did I miss this? Nevada is in the red zone.
Otherwise, he had
This is Old Dominion game for Indiana game for a second. Let's see if Nevada can punch it in. I don't know how we missed out on that. Go Bucks. Yes, that is right, my man. Looks like Ohio State. I better see them ranked #1 in the nation.
Inside, just penetration.
I would 100% better see Ohio State ranked #1 in the country.
So now brings up 3rd down, and they got to get, as I said, to the 1-yard line for a first down, 10 yards away from the end
There we
zone.
go. Very long, though. It looks like Indiana actually does get into the red zone potentially. There is a flag. We'll see what the flag is all about.
Here comes pressure on Purdy again. He got away from it, trying to get rid of the ball, and he's going to get knocked out of bounds at the line of scrimmage.
There's going to be a defensive holding on Old Dominion, so it's going to be a first down.
Might have been off the line of scrimmage on the play.
Yeah, that's something that is 100% going to be a thing.
I thought this was questionable right here, whether he was off the line and too many people in the backfield. But
Fourth down, Nevada's going for it.
And there's really no one to throw the ball to. Good coverage by Penn State.
Oh no, that's just a replay. I'm an idiot. Okay, Nevada's going for the field goal, so we're not worried about field goals around here. We're gonna jump back into Old Dominion, Indiana. There's a red zone opportunity, especially with that completion now.
15 for 6 yards.
And again, this is what you want to see. Kurt Signetti and offensive coordinator Mike Shanahan. You want to see your quarterback operating this offense efficiently, timely, the mechanics of everything just perfect, or as close to perfect as you can get. Again, coach is never satisfied.
Hendy off the edge, lowers the shoulder and powers down to the 10 for a first down.
Okay, we've got a goal line situation now for Indiana.
Hendy gives him 99 on the ground this afternoon.
Yeah, we talk about that offensive line, the experience here, experience at other places, bringing in the new players.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you from that perspective. I'm going to take the time to figure out what my ballot's going to look like for registered sports.
Such a luxury.
But in the meantime, I'm there with you. I would imagine that'll have Texas still in my top 5.
You've given a lot of
But,
praise
a
to this
lot of these
offensive
top
line
teams
through the
still
first half and into this
obviously
third
have to
quarter,
play,
Robert,
though.
for good reason. They are getting some push against that defensive line of Old Dominion.
Yeah, once again, old habits die hard. You know, the running back in me makes me always want to compliment the offensive lineman. No, but seriously, those guys, they've done a tremendous job. They've been able to create.
Indiana been able to get some run going. All right, third and goal from the 2. That's been a little bit of kryptonite for the Hoosiers today.
Indiana has struggled to punch it in at times. They've had 3 goal-to-go situations. Only one of them has resulted in a touchdown.
Yeah, and after all that praise for the offensive line, you got to be able to do it in the red zone, right? Some of it's play calling, but you know, this is the kind of thing that players are always working on, and this is something in particular I know.
Oh yeah, for 30 club, I'm sure you're gonna have a blast putting together your most updated 32-team bracket. And what that's even gonna look like.
Placement, footwork.
On 3rd and goal, there's some footwork from Kalon Black for a touchdown.
All right, we do have a. All right, so that's a touchdown for Indiana.
Who has jumped all over Old Dominion early in the 3rd.
We talk about.
There we go. Okay.
Left guard Drew Evans and his ability to pull, getting around again, and you know what they tell you as a running back, you got to hug those double teams, you hug those pullers, and what you're trying to do is set up those angles. And understand you got to stay tight to those blocks to stay under defenders.
All right.
Mass
So
today, though, as Temple's defensive
nobody
coordinator
else
thrown
looks
near
like
side
across
for Gibson.
midfield.
Incomplete. A lot of
Almost
hand
saw
fighting
that for
there.
UMass.
It'll be 4th down.
A good physical coverage from Ben Osweke, the senior out of Richmond, Texas. And
We'll check in our
the blitz
elimination
again there.
game.
And UMass did a really nice job of picking it up, giving Rose time
They're gonna have to punt
to go
too.
down the field, but great coverage from Osweke.
So UMass will have to punt for the first time in this game. It's senior Keegan Andrews, as is the case with so many punters these days. He is from Australia. Back deep to receive Tyler Stewart at his own 20.
Penn State's brewing someone on the kick return, going down the sideline. He hurls over a guy, makes another man miss. They're inside the 15-yard line. Okay, we're going down the Happy Valley and checking in on Penn State and Nevada.
Straight on kick, crushes it.
Unless they go into
Huge spiraling kick, fair catch
do.
called for at the 7. So great job by Andrews to flip the field there and back Temple up inside the 10-yard line.
And Andrews is fired up about it. He's going crazy on the sidelines with his teammates. former Texas A&M Aggie, transfers in and booms one on his first career punt.
All right, they're showing
Really impressive. It was Khalil Dickens. But boy, that was McFadden's running as fast as he could. He showed some great angle to get there.
That's King Mack, the guy that was at Alabama. On that return, 74 yards. And dropped at the 21-yard lines, Nick Singleton. And McFadden making it.
All right, we go. Basically a red zone opportunity here for the Nittany Lions.
But Jenny, he was not playing football not that long ago.
He almost had him there. You never know where you're going to find a starting kicker or a guy that can run down a player these days. High school, junior college, even Twitter. And that is where Nevada found Joe McFadden. He played 2 seasons at UConn. He was working on Wall Street. And just a few months ago, he posted a video of himself kicking balls under New York's RFK Bridge, hoping to catch a coach's eye. Now, Nevada's special teams coordinator found it. They gave him a call. McFadden quit his job the next day. And now he's known as the Wolf of Wall Street, guys. So good.
The Wolf Pack of Wall Street in Reno instead of Wall Street. Here's a throw. Nice tackle. Big hit on Nick Singleton. So they stop Singleton. That time Cook in on the stop.
Yeah, I tell you, when you talk about wrapping up these skilled players for Penn State, coaching staff and Coach Cho talked about it's an 11-man job. You know, it's not going to be one-on-one tackles. We all have to run to the ball. When we get there, wrap up, hold on, wait for help.
This would be a big stop for the Wolfpack if they can prevent this 3rd down and 13 after that long kick return by Mack.
Quick motion, indicator whether it's zone or man. They're going to get zone.
Heller, plenty of time. And now he's going to run with it. Drew Heller will be pulled down at the 10-yard line.
Yeah, imagine we'll go ahead and see Penn State get the field goal unit out at the end.
Whether to go for the field goal or not, it's going to be short yardage on 4th down.
They're going to go field goal.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Nevada really hasn't done anything. I wouldn't risk it for the biscuit too terribly much. I would have also gone for the field goal. 2 yards is also quite a bit of an ass.
This was just like a turnover, the long kickoff return into plus territory. Both times holding Penn State.
Let's go ahead and see if they actually lace this one through.
Barker hit the first one from 28, this one from 28, inside the left upright. So another add to the points, total 20-3. We'll be back in 30 seconds.
All right, so meanwhile.
If your grandpa wears one of these, if your husband.
Temple bounce inside the 40
yeah, no
to the 37.
Like really across midfield right now. So we'll check back in on Temple and UMass, see how that's going.
So good defensive stand by UMass there as we come up on the 2-minute timeout with 2.5 minutes to go here. Coming up at halftime, we're going to have a nice look at the career of Lee Corso, and that was really something this morning. I got to watch all of game day from my hotel here in the Springfield, Massachusetts area. A lot of emotions. To see him put that Buckeye head on one more time at the 50-yard line, you know, in front of 100,000 plus people was just unbelievable.
Yeah, that was really cool, and I loved how Coach Corso stuck with his thing that he likes to do. He tried to make him think he was going to pick Texas, right? But then he had to go with his first love, Ohio State. His first ever headgear pick was the Buckeyes, and his last one as well. Just what a fantastic guy, Coach Corso.
Pick number 431 this morning. Rose play action. Pressure's on. He's sacked. He is swarmed under by the Temple defensive line. Khalil Poteet finished him off, number 92.
The initial pressure came from the bottom of the screen here, and Stewart flushes him, and then Poteet cleans it up, and he's fired up about it. This Temple defense is starting to get in a groove now. They got the stop, forced a punt on the previous drive, and now they get the sack.
Temple had only 14 sacks all of last season. They get a big one here, a loss of 10. 2-minute timeout here in Amherst, Massachusetts.
All right, so while we put a bookmark on that, we'll check in real fast.
Temple leading at 21-10.
on Florida State, Alabama. They're at about midfield. They are facing a second and long, though.
Of how Alabama's getting pushed around.
I agree.
And we do have to point out, Katie mentioned early in the broadcast, they're without their best run defender, Tim Keenan, up front. 320-pound nose tackle who's not in this game because of injury. You've seen Florida State have some success between the tackles.
Well, remember we told you about the staff changes, and we'll get to it after this play, but there was a key one for Florida State that's making an impact already. Castellanos on 2nd and 7.
Oh, wait a minute. We might be staying here instead because Castellanos has got Florida State inside the 35-yard line.
Against Castellanos.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and just do that instead. Yes, sir.
But he feels this lane. He just has that innate ability. We talked about him being more explosive than he is fast. The first 10 yards, man, he is shot out of a cannon.
And I want to mention your new offensive line coach is Herb Hand, a veteran who's had many stops with
guts. Yeah, big outs indeed. You know, Dan Lanning, I'm sure, wanted to make sure he wanted his team to do more ready after what happened last year when they almost lost to Idaho of all people.
They were both at UCF. From 21 to 24, and
I'm sure Dan Lanning is so far overall pleased with the performance. I'm sure they're not even halftime yet. That game kicked off at what, 4?
On the field, right? Adrian Medley, their starting
I want to say
comes from UCF. Randy Pittman at tight end, big in the blocking schemes, comes over as well. Castellanos has played in this offense at UCF, understands the terminology, and the execution level right now in the run game is really sharp.
2nd and 8, Castellanos. He's directing traffic, and then he's met
took a mean shot.
Out of bounds.
Here's another down coming up here, 3rd down, and you're in that manageable area for Castellanos where he's got to be able to use his feet to go and get it.
Pierre makes the stop there and creates a 3rd down and 4. So 81 rushing yards, have a rushing touchdown already. What can he do here on 3rd down? Three-man rush as they spy Castellanos, who drives the ball and gets it complete to now they're saying incomplete.
Ooh, didn't bring that in?
3rd down.
It's a low throw. There's no question about it.
I mean, to be fair, it did have to be a low throw.
That's the situation, Joe. I think you'd like to see the receiver come back to the ball. He's sitting in his zone. That time Alabama had 8 back. You mentioned they were spying him, worried about Castellanos running it. That just has to be a better ball and a better job by the receiver coming back to it. Make sure they're on the same page.
It'll be a 45-yard attempt for Jake Weinberg. He got playing time in 1 game last year and then won the starting job.
Our kicking has been solid for Jake Weinberg. Graham was just a 23-yarder. This one from 45.
From 45. And the whistles blow.
Before the snap is delay, a game foul. Florida State takes its first time out of the half.
So Florida State and take a timeout. The play clock was counting down, and we'll take it with them.
All right, so that's going to be like a glorified field goal attempt. So
look at the left side of the screen here. Stewart's going to just come off that edge with a nice inside move. Just quickly gets to Rose. He has no chance, and Stewart is starting to get in a groove here as a pass rusher.
Keep in mind, UMass took the opening kickoff in this game and went down the field and scored. So they were up 7-0. Since then, Temple has taken control, and Temple gets the ball to start the second half. And facing a 3rd and very long here, you look for UMass to probably run the ball here. Temple will be forced to call another timeout, but they should get it back with plenty of time left.
Yeah, that's what UMass would like to look to do here, is just take some clock down. You're probably not going to pick up a 3rd and 27. You don't have anything in your playbook specifically for that. So you want to make Temple use that last time out, try to keep them from putting enough more points on the board.
Old Dominion? Wow, I will actually never get that.
They'll set up the screen, and it's going nowhere. Excellent defense again by the Owls, who are starting to roll another timeout. The pass was caught out in the flat.
All right, so we're gonna.
But an excellent job.
This is a 4th and forever. Meanwhile, Indiana, they're just starting their drive out.
And go with a little
Indiana
action there. They get Lynch and Benson.
I feel like I haven't checked in on Indiana as much as I wanted to today. But it's fine. It is what it is.
You love to see that. And again, this is the kind of thing, you know, in a game like this, you get a lead like this, you want to get your linemen used to doing things like that they're going to be seeing with much tougher defenses later in the year.
It's Beebe again.
Oh yeah, another good run up the middle.
Across the 40 down to the 42 for 11 yards and a first down.
It was a slow start for the Hoosiers, but they certainly started to wake back up. That is for sure.
You know, guys like Beebe had that fumble early in the game. You'd love to see those guys get their chance, come back in the game, and you can just kind of tell, you know, the way that he's gone down on those last 2 runs, you can just tell he's a guy running with reckless abandon. He's like, you fumble, you got to come back in and do something.
And he has with the first 2 carries. It's now a 3rd consecutive, and he picks up just 1 yard. Chris Trinidad with the stop for Old Dominion.
And you love to see that.
But in the meantime, while we're waiting to see how West Indiana's drive goes, Temple with a really nice punt return that's going to set them up extremely nicely. They get to about midfield with 1:34 left to go and a timeout.
Coaches love to see how.
So let's see what
the
Temple
Owls
does.
With minute 34 left, they don't have far to go.
There is an injured UMass player, a special teamer, and do you go back to Evan Simon here in the 2-minute drill, or do you stay with McCoy?
I go with Evan Simon and try to put another touchdown on the board and really separate yourself in this game, especially with Temple getting the football to start the second half. You know, one of the things that Bill Belichick believes in, it is going to be Evan Simon, is the middle 8 minutes of the football game really decide the momentum. If you can score right before halftime, get the ball back to start the second half and score again, that really sets you up to take over the momentum and win the game.
So McCoy had 1 drive that was a 3 and out from inside the 10. Simon has 3 touchdown passes today. He'll start in plus territory. He's got time. He's looking for a 4th touchdown pass. Instead, it's caught by Bermudez. Back shoulder catch to the 25.
Just a little slot fade for Bermudez, and they really have a good connection. Simon and Bermudez, nice timing play there. It's good coverage from UMass, but Simon does a good job of just laying that ball up on the outside shoulder, letting Bermudez make the adjustment, and he uses his athleticism to flip around and make that grab.
23-yard gain to Bermudez, who makes his 6th catch of the game.
Now, plenty of time for the Owls now. The clock stops as he goes out of bounds, and time not an issue. They can put one in the end zone.
Simon, 10 out of 13, 157 yards and 3 touchdowns. This is a run for Chase, and he's dragged down from behind.
But
good defensive play there.
Temple inside
David
25.
Gain of 2.
You know, another transfer from Rutgers that followed head coach Joe Harasimiak from the Scarlet Knights, a guy that is really twitchy, that they think can be a good pass rusher for them, and making the stop.
So there was a timeout called there.
Well, UMass is maybe in a situation now where they want to see if they can get the football back, and if Temple scores here, they want to have enough time to answer themselves before the half.
But while we're waiting to figure out what Temple wants to do, Penn State does get across.
Simon has looked so good today, 10 of 13 for 157 and 3 scores. He's been accurate. He's had a good connection with JoJo Bermudez. He's had some wide open receivers to throw to as well, especially Peter Clark. Really beautiful ball there from Simon to Holloway for the score. And another one up the seam to Peter Clark. It's been a quarterback battle all camp. The coaching staff would not announce the starting quarterback beforehand. Simon ended up getting the start, and he has run away with the game so far today. They haven't had much time to put Giovanni McCoy in.
That was a Temple timeout. It's the Owls' final timeout of the first half. So they're out of timeouts, but they still got a minute 20 and change on second down. Simon throwing near side. Miscommunication with Kush. It's incomplete.
Yeah, it's interesting how they've used the young freshman tight end. They've been flexing him out, getting him lined up out wide a lot today to try to match him up on some corners, but just a miscommunication. Simon thought he was going to continue that into the end zone, and Coach just stopped it short on a hitch route.
Temple's kicker,
just
Carl
got
Harden, has a
another
very strong
touchdown
leg, so they're well
in
within
Happy
his range here
Valley.
to be about 40
Penn
yards or
State
so
takes
from
the
here.
commanding lead, pending
But
the
they
extra
would like to
point.
convert,
Looks
keep
like
the
it's gonna
ball
be
for the rest of the half.
27-3
But it is
advantage
3rd down and 8.
for the
And for
Nittany
Evan
Lions.
Simon here, you want to pick up the first down, but you can't be too aggressive. You got to understand you've got those 3 points in your back pocket. Don't take a sack, don't throw a pick.
Inside screen for Chase. And he has got the first down inside the 15.
All right, so
Nifty
another
play call
first down
there
for Temple,
by Tyler
meanwhile.
Walker.
Colin Chase, they really want to get him the football a lot. They found a way there on the tunnel screen to move the chains.
Clock running here, coming up in a minute to
goal
go. Temple 1st and 10.
The Hoosiers.
Simons throws into the flat. Caught for a Temple touchdown.
And Temple's going to finish off
13
with a
yards
touchdown of their own.
Therese
There's another
Worthy
score for
makes
them.
it 20.
We'll now tune in live in Bloomington, Indiana.
To clear a little space, and he kind of extended that right leg. You could see him reaching there. I could see that from up here.
As they'll try to finish off their drive too.
Foot landed on. Nice to see him up and back in the game. Former Golden Domer.
And I've actually am somewhat surprised by the gap between Temple and UMass scoring game. I thought these two teams would in fact be the most competitive game that we would see in all of week number 1. That has not happened. Extra point is good. The Temple does get that 28-10
as the course of this game has gone on. Their first 2 trips resulted in turnover.
Now we'll see if Indiana can get in here. Can they punch this thing into the end zone to expand their lead too?
Beebe goes out. Roman Hemby comes in. The running back next to Mendoza, who's in motion to the left. Mendoza to the corner, wanted Surratt, and it's deflected.
Well, talked about Justin Verlander as a pitcher. This is just wrong pitch selection from Mendoza. He went with a fastball here and got to get a little bit more air on that thing. You know, if you're going to go with the back shoulder, the throw's got to be more to the outside, and if you're going to try and float it up over him, got to change that trajectory just a bit.
Potros Alessandro with the coverage to force the incompletion. 3rd and goal from the 6th, 12th play of the drive for Indiana.
All kinds of space. They're going the wrong way.
And Roman Hemby gets stood up immediately for a loss of 1.
Oh boy.
You said it, that left side was wide open.
Well, it was the right side. Omar Cooper, man, he's like, come on.
Yeah, if he just cut it back, that's another touchdown for the Hoosiers. Instead, probably should be looking at a field goal attempt.
In the game in the red zone, you know they're going to want to see some reps there.
That's really the scary part. Like, Indiana's really starting to open this game up against Old Dominion. If they were able to execute better in the red zone, this would be a much better score on your screen right now than the 24-7 that you see.
Nico Radicic is hit from 22. This one from 25 is right through.
All right. So they got a field goal out of it.
After the suspension away from the team last year.
Oh, this is
that is Boogie Trotter, who is down for Marshall, the senior corner.
And I don't want to speculate anything. I'm trying not to up here, but when he points over there at that, that's a cramp. It's very hot. It's humid down there on that field.
All right, so Nevada and Penn State did just get into halftime.
Therefore, the game clock will start on the snap.
Yeah, just being down there, early September games was the first thing we talked about this morning, Mike. I said, hey, conditioning and weather. We always forget about it. Me as a former player, you hydrate, but you don't, am I hydrated enough? And you get out there on the football field and you're exerting yourself a lot more than you did in practice. And that, to me, looks to be a cramp as he keeps trying to stretch it out, and he'll go get some fluids over there on the sideline.
See Trotter trying to jog it off for Marshall. So one of their top 2 corners exits with Georgia at its own 49-yard line. Second down coming up, and still plenty of time to work with here before halftime.
Yeah, but I want to see Kobe Young get out of bounds on that one too. Had an opportunity, catch, get out of bounds, save some of that clock.
Stockton fires for
All right, so that gets Georgia across midfield. They're going to have to go, though. Less than a minute left, and they don't have any timeouts to navigate with either, and that clock is running.
Stockton with all day. Lofts one for Lucky, who drew a flag.
And that's going to be another 15 yards. Lucky got his college rules instead of NFL rules. This was the NFL. Georgia would have yet another red zone opportunity.
On the defense, number 26. That 10-yard penalty will be enforced from the previous spot. And
Oh, let me call it a holding.
First down.
Yeah, I
Oh, that's not bad. That's still a 10-yard penalty, though.
Mismatch there. Look, Lawson Lucky goes 6'4", 240. Caleb Clark Glover goes 5'9". I've got a height advantage, and that time, that's all Glover could do was hold the tight end Lucky, who had a couple steps on him.
There's more of the move-around type of tight end between him and Oscar Delp. He's a great point of attack blocker. Can catch the ball as well. And Stockton in Georgia on the move. 50 seconds to work with from the 35. Against a three-man rush. Down the sideline.
Oh.
Incomplete. Intended for Noah Thomas. Tayshawn Jeter in coverage, stepping in for Boogie Trotter. And it's second down.
Yeah, Noah Thomas just got to run. He's just got to run. He's looking back for the football the entire time. If he just runs to the pylon, that ball's going to fall in his arms. See, he's just looking back. If he's running, that ball falls right in his arms.
Yeah,
just trying to get
there.
that chemistry. He's one of those guys we talked about early on, like Zachariah Branch, Noah Thomas, two guys out of the portal. Yes, Georgia went in the portal and stocked up on wide receivers.
Thomas from Texas A&M. Stockton steps up. He's got green grass, and Stockton run out of bounds by Cannon Lewis.
He got out of bounds. That's a big thing, too.
Effective with his legs. It's 10 and a first down.
Just a heady play, racing to that sideline, knowing he's trying to preserve time. No timeouts. He sees that everything's well covered. Get the positive yards and get out of bounds.
That's one of the big things Kirby Smart said to us. Scramble decision-making for Gunnar Stockton. Situational football. That was one of the biggest areas they wanted to see growth in from Stockton headed into this season. Still 38 seconds to work with for the Bulldogs. Branch.
Yeah, Marshall was all over that.
The middle. Daytwan Smith, the fifth-year senior safety.
That was actually a little bit more dangerous than Stockton remote, we realized.
Yeah, just watch the eyes of Stockton. He just stares down Zachariah Branch. It's pretty easy. The safety's like, hey, if you're going to stare him down, I'm just going to break on the football. It's a nice job there by Daytwan Smith. Knocking that ball away.
He's one of the rare returning players actually entered the portal but chose to come back to Huntington, West Virginia. Second down, 34 seconds for Stockton in Georgia. Just a three-man rush. Jones out of the backfield. Dropped the football.
Oh, it's fumbled.
By Marshall. Jabril Alameen forced it.
And now all of a sudden, that's not marked as an incompletion. Marshall might be in business there with their best field position of the day.
First down.
Yeah, I think they may rule this one dead. They're going to have to take another look at this one. I don't believe he had possession of the football, Mike. It's Cash Jones. I don't know if he had full possession. Never brought it into his body, I thought. Ball was moving. I don't know if he had possession of that one.
I don't know. He made a football move. That actually might be a fumble.
And we'll have to take another look at that one. I just don't know if I saw possession all the way through before it was knocked out of his hands.
Fumbly to me.
Let's see what Jerry McGinn thinks of this as well. Jerry, what do you see in terms of Cash Jones turning on a catch and run?
Yeah, I agree with Kirk that the rule on the field is a catch fumble, but I don't believe that he has full control of the ball, and it's going to be overturned to an incomplete pass.
The ruling on the field is a catch followed by a fumble recovered by the defense. That play is now under video review.
So you guys are in agreement. Jerry, what is the standard in terms of making a football move if you're Cash Jones, a catch? What does it need to be from him for it to be then a fumble?
Yeah, Mike, first they need a firm grip and control, a body part down in bounds, which he does have, but then enough he has to have control of it to perform in that comment to the game.
All right, so UMass will do at least go into halftime. Florida State and Alabama.
Yeah, that's what I agree with you on that one.
Might be doing the same thing here pretty soon. About 30 seconds left into the half.
Perform and act common to the
Only
game.
two games that probably isn't trending towards getting into halftime is probably ODU, Indiana. They're late in the third quarter for that, and then we're still waiting to see what happens with this Georgia-Marshall game too.
Or
I agree.
Uphold it as a catch.
On the field, the officials. On the field, the officials are going to do exactly what they're going to leave it go and then have replay take a look at it, because it is, as you said, a bang play.
See Tony Gibson waiting with all of you for the answer. What would be a big takeaway for Marshall, and even with just 24 seconds left, takeaway plus territory for him if indeed this is reversed.
Oh, incomplete pass. Okay, so Georgia will still hang on to the ball for the time being.
Please reset the game clock to 32 seconds. 3-2.
All right, so good call by both of you. And again, the letter of the law, to secure firm control with the hands or arms and then maintain control of the ball long enough, like you said, to perform an act common to the game. That feels right to you.
Yeah, it felt right. Coach Gibson's like, we're just trying to get a break here. Just trying to find a play to spark something for that defense, but just never saw firm control.
So you put 32 seconds on the clock. Tayshaun Jeter loses the takeaway, forced by Jabril Alameen, and now you still got some time here. It is third down for Georgia, and 3 straight incompletions now for Gunnar Stockton.
Yeah, interesting what they do here. 32 seconds left. I'm telling my field goal unit, get ready. If this is a ball that's caught inbounds, you got to have your field goal unit ready, because there are no timeouts for Georgia.
Stockton on third down. He loads it up, batted ball, and nearly intercepted.
And that was almost a ball to a line moment there.
Javay Gilmore could not squeeze it for Marshall, and it's fourth down, and the field goal unit comes out.
Yeah, it was just a nice rush up top on the left side of the screen, just getting a hand up. I thought it was Brayton Ward. Haven't talked a lot about him, but the nice rush, get the left hand out. And that's the second pass that we've seen tipped of Gunnar Stockton. It almost resulted in a touchdown.
This is the
interception. I'm sorry.
Timeout of the half, and this will be a 30-second timeout.
Well, Tony Gibson will use a timeout right here with 28 seconds to go before Peyton Woodring comes out for the point after.
Yeah, I'm
So
actually not sure
Georgia,
why
number 5 team in the country
Marshall
is
just
up
took a
here on
timeout
Marshall.
there.
We welcome you back
Georgia's
upstairs here
gonna-
at Sanford Stadium.
the incomplete
Kirk
pass.
Morrison, Mike Monica with you, Don Davenport down on the field. How would you
I'm
assess
actually
what
a
you've seen
little
from
lost
Georgia?
on
Because it was a
what
great
they're
start
doing,
offensively,
but
it has dried up.
anyways,
It's all about
that's
the running
going to
game.
lead to a
Get this
field
game
goal
started.
attempt.
We saw
Let's get back over to the
Coordinator
Indiana
from
Old
Old
Dominion
Dominion,
game
but I
real
think
fast.
it stands true really for any offense.
Then I'll be right back. Take care of a couple things around the crib.
Gotta have an offensive line to open holes.
This is Roman Hemby lunging down just a yard shy of a first down as the Hoosiers go over 250 yards on the ground today.
Yeah, and you know the word that they use is demoralizing, right? When you can't stop the run, it's demoralizing, and when you have a size mismatch like that, you know this is one of those things. Not only does Kurt Cignetti, want to get his offensive line playing the way that he wants them to play. He wants to wear those guys out defensively. How dare you go up 7-0 against us at home?
It's Roman Hemby again. He picks up 2 for a first down. He's gone over 100 yards on the day. Only did that once last year when he was at Maryland Terrapin, and funny enough, it was against Indiana.
Yeah, they're very happy to have him in this age of the portal. You see certain guys become available. I think they'd be great additions. Hemby certainly has shown himself to be that today, as long as he's not flipping the ball to his quarterback. Improving.
One mistake, Robert. One. That's all he made. Scores go up in the air. We're headed to the fourth in Bloomington. Week 1 of college football, and it's all number 20 Indiana up 27-7 on Old Dominion here on FS1.
This your bag, sir?
Walk out that way.
Oh, you the Geico Gecko! I'm a huge fan. I filed a claim for my car with the Geico app. Only took 2 minutes.
Well, I mean, Geico's all about getting more than just savings.
The next time, how about less fluid ounces?
Fair enough. Oh.
You use this much serum?
Well, my skincare routine requires...
And a pump top? It's gonna make a mess. Well, I'm taking this.
You took all of them.
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico.
Have a nice flight.
Buffalo Wild Wings' new spicy chicken dippers are the perfect amount of heat. Same thing people say about me. They're like, Hank, you're perfectly hot. Gotta dunk you in that tangy beat-up dip hot. New spicy chicken dippers from Buffalo Wild Wings.
A large touchscreen keeps everyone happy. The Subaru Crosstrek. Dog tested, dog approved.
Get 1.9% APR for 63 months on select Subaru Crosstrek models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
I see it. I like it. I want it. Yes, I do. Said I need it.
With Chase, you can get a debit card for your kids' independence.
Yes, I do need you.
And parental notifications, so you can keep an eye on how they're using it. Still on budget. Control for parents, freedom for kids. That's family banking from Chase.
All right, so we are actually in the midst of really so literally all 5 games that are currently on right now, they're either at halftime or that commercial break. We'll cut back to Indiana and Old Dominion in a second, which is kind of talk about some of the bigger notable noon results. So obviously the biggest one thus far has been what we've seen from Ohio State and Texas. Ohio State did end up winning 14-7 in a close defensive battle. I would be kind of surprised, to be honest with you, if we don't see Ohio State ranked number 1 in the nation whenever we do have the next Redshirt Sports Top 25 poll coming out. And then meanwhile, something to also note here as well, we did have Tennessee. Offense looks really sharp, looked extremely sharp, even without Nico running the offense. 45 up on the board, and then they handle business pretty convincingly against Syracuse. 45-26 does end up being your final score in that regard. So very nice to see that. Meanwhile, what we have seen like elsewhere around the country, did see Toledo cover against Kentucky. They could not find a way to beat Kentucky, but they did have a little bit of a backdoor cover as well. So we had all those things happen, but let's go ahead and jump back over to Indiana and Old Dominion, where their game just comes back live.
As we enter the fourth quarter. Quick pass. This is Elijah Surratt. Makes one miss and cuts to the middle. He dives forward to the 40 for a first down.
We talk about that run game. This is a nice little advantage throw to the outside. See that combination so many times. Dragon slants or dragon combination. Get a little slant and flat.
2 catches today for Surratt. All-American type level receiver. Play action. Mendoza shot to the end zone.
Oh!
Past LeBron Bond.
That's so tragic, dude.
Just a little bit too much. These are the kind of things that you work on, right? We talk about the timing of these routes so many times and the placement of this ball, and just gets it a little bit too high and a little bit too far to the outside. And LeBron doesn't sky like his name counterpart to turn back and maybe jump up and try and catch that one. He just wanted to run underneath it.
Second and long. Mendoza rolling left, escapes away from one, and he gets crushed out of bounds, and a couple late flags fly in.
Yeah, that's well, it wasn't too egregious of a hit. Yeah, like in today's college football, like you cannot get away with that, dude. Like it just simply,
defensive coordinator,
that simply cannot happen, bro.
In football tells their defensive players, let's get hits on the quarterback.
After the play was over, personal foul, late hit, defense number 9.
DeAndre,
15-yard penalty from the end of the run, automatic first down.
DeAndre Lynch took it to heart. And he said, hey man, I'm running all the way over to the sideline like that. I got a chance to get one more hit on the quarterback. Yeah, that was a bad one. Just got to know, he's all the way out of bounds like that. Just pull up. As tough as it may be, big man, it's not worth penalty to your team.
An 8-yard run plus a 15-yard penalty has the ball at the 16 for Indiana. Yet another red zone trip for the Hoosiers.
I have it.
This is Beebe running right side. Pummels over the defender down to the 10.
All right, let's go to L.A. for Mike the Thrill Hill.
All right, it seems like we've seen this song and dance before.
You give us one of them little nuggets.
We got you 24-7 Cyclones, Iowa State over South Dakota right before the half. Kyle Conrad, he attempted a 63-yard field goal, and he got it. Here's a nugget.
63 yards. Oh, my goodness.
They're up 27-7 in the third.
That man is fucking tonight.
63-yard field goal, my goodness.
Mike the Thrill, he never disappoints.
Beebe up the middle. Couple yards. He's down to the 8. So a couple runs for Beebe. He checks out. In comes Roman Hemby, who's run for 109 yards today. Part of a Hoosiers offense that has gained 440 yards of total offense, 277 on the ground.
I think this is where you want to get Mendoza a few more shots, though.
Instead, they go to Hemby. He's twirled down right at the line of scrimmage. 4th down.
They're going to go for it.
Yeah, the way that they like they just ran the ball there, I would be extremely surprised if we do
it's week 1, right? Opportunity to work on these
even bring the field goal unit out. And I bet this is going to be a pass too.
Situation like this, 4th and just a little bit less than.
Watch this be a pass.
You probably want to just go ahead and run it, but you know, with a guy like Mendoza that's struggled some with his mechanics, I'd like to see him get more opportunities to throw the ball.
He does throw it here. Slant route towards the end zone.
See, what did I say?
Incomplete. Zion Frink with the coverage. One-on-one against Elijah Surratt.
I told you that they were going to do that. I told y'all that they were going to do that. What can I say?
Old Dominion gets it when we're back.
All right. So again, you know, we're still at a point where all right, there we go. We get that going. But thankfully for us, we are seeing Nevada and Penn State. Looks like they're getting ready to kick things back up shortly. But in the meantime, all 5 games still at halftime are still in what we currently have. So let's go ahead and take a quick look around the country, take a look at some FCS scores. So in terms of some games that did end up going final so far from the FCS standpoint. So Pitt beat Duquesne 61-9. Maine beat VMI 52-7. Kent State, they got a win. They actually won a fucking game. They beat Merrimack 21-17. Other notable results. West Virginia wins big 45-3. Boston College wins Fordham 66-10. UConn does beat Central Connecticut 59-13. And then in terms of upset alerts for FCS-related matchups, NIU only up by a field goal on Holy Cross. And then we also have Liberty tied at the half with the Maine, I think Black Bears is their team name. But yeah, man, Liberty on upset alert right now, and not a good look to start the year. That was slated to be one of the best teams in the Conference USA. Anyways, we are seeing Penn State getting out of the commercial break, so let's go ahead and cut to them.
You just heard from Jenny. Gene Stewart tours with us. Kind of went in the first half, partner, like we expected it to go. Very efficient for Penn State.
It was a nice fight early by Nevada. The defense good, but overwhelming. The defensive line, we saw what they can do. I think the big story is the transfer wide receivers are for real. This is a different team this year for Penn State.
That and the Jim Knowles coordinated defense, which has been spectacular so far today. Katron Allen, 10-yard gain on first down.
Yeah, Pac-Man, I do have to say I have been impressed with how Florida State has played so far. Really got a top 10 or at least like for me personally like a top 5 team in Alabama. Not them on their heels right now. Alabama certainly in much more of a dogfight than maybe what they were originally expecting.
I always found out, wait a second, when I was in college, I had trouble making that throw because of the college-wide hash. When you get in the NFL, it's even tighter. It's easier to throw that ball either side, but he's showing he's got the arm strength to do it.
Well, he had sensational numbers last
like
year.
That Penn State already across midfield. Any more points in the Penn State Nevada game? We'll go ahead and put a bookmark on it. I'm not going to cover it too deep further. If it like balloon higher than what it currently is.
48, first down. Quick throw and complete to Pena again, and another first down and more.
Listen, when Oregon gets that tape, so Penn State will play 3 games that they will be heavily favored to win. Then they get a bye, then they get Penn State here. I guess it's a whiteout, right, to get to the Oregon game?
Yep.
This is going to look like a different offense than what everybody faced a year ago.
Allen's going to pull this one down. It's going to be a holding call in the backfield, it appears.
Yeah, Drew Shelton that time, number 66. It was a late call as Maldonado was coming around the corner. Shelton did love it, but when you come around and drag him down, they're going to call
Offense
it.
number 66. 10-yard penalty, second down.
Hasn't been a lot of penalties so far in the game, which is good. It's our game trends presented by State Farm. There's Drew's numbers into the second quarter, including the touchdown throw in the final seconds. Katron Allen, Nick Singleton, 1 rushing touchdown each. And Chubba Purdy's done what he could, but he hasn't had a lot of time, courtesy of the defense of Penn State. Now both tight ends, Dinkins and Reynolds, go out to the right side on first down at 20 after the holding call. Aller's going to pull it. And Drew broke one. Oh.
Yeah, I would not want this happening if I was my head coach at Penn State. I would say, Drew, we don't need that right now. We got a 17. We want to play 16 or 17 games this year, and we want you playing every one of them.
That shot and that shot and that shot you didn't need. But he got the 10 from the penalty back.
I mean, you know, if it's fourth quarter in a big game, Big Ten game, you got to do it. Yeah. But right now, I would like him to get in the pocket. If it's not there, throw that ball away.
Eller got some heat, got around it, throws on the run, a little wobbly and incomplete.
That could have been caught though for sure.
They did. Wow. Kyron Hudson at the had maybe the catch of the year last year in college football. This wasn't quite like that, but it was a good if he does it. Let's see if he does.
Oh no, that's
I don't know. I don't think
out of bounds.
I don't think he had control of the football.
The ruling on a completed pass is under further review.
That was a good hurry up by Penn State to get up there before it could go reviewed, but the replay official smartly stopped it. I don't think he has control when he finally catches the ball and controls it. It's close though. Yeah, closer than I thought, to tell you the truth. If only there was a pylon there, I could be sure.
Oh boy, come on.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, he might have got his toe down.
Yeah, he might have toe dragged that.
When he was controlling. Gene, what do you think?
I think there was a toe drag there.
With the catch here, fellas, I think that toe was still down. And really, when that ball hits the hands, I think he kept it secure throughout that time. You know, I mean, great job. Left toe. He's up like a ballerina there. That toe was down on the
Those of you that are watching the Penn State
just
Nevada game with the video.
Is it when the ball touches his hands?
Oh yeah, that's a catch.
And the toe is down.
He's dragging that toe.
He controls the ball where the toe is.
Well, it would still be a control thing, Gary, but when we get into these frame by frames, then the question is, like, when does the control actually begin?
So it's
right?
not...
Because you're looking at it. It's not right when it touches the hand. You've still got to see someone grasping.
He surely
After
did.
further review, the ruling on the field is upheld. It's a completed pass and a first down.
Yep, good call.
Yeah, bravo.
That was a heck of a catch.
It looked like he didn't have it, but as Gene said, he not only touched it when he had the toe down, but it looked like he controlled it easily the whole time.
His body control is just unbelievable.
Yes.
You don't think this is even possible, really. And there it is.
Well, you know, he
dragging.
put a
He's
lot
got
of
it,
practice
and
to
then
be able to
he
pull
goes
that
out.
off.
So great catch. Now you mentioned the one he had
All right,
last
so
year
that means
at
you are
USC.
going to have a red zone opportunity for Penn State. You got the 9th pick in the
it's
fantasy
completion at
football
first
draft.
down.
All right.
Right at the 20-yard line.
How many how many teams are in your fantasy league?
Kaytron Allen gets wrapped up, and he gets about 3 out of it.
What are we looking at in terms of league size?
About Ness, the difference in this football team when you get a guy like this transfer. There's that catch against LSU in the opener last year, but he showed all year the big body. You can throw to him in traffic and be very confident when you're throwing the ball.
You can see that confidence Drew Aller has in all 3 of these transfer guys so far.
You know, they're not playing that throw.
Honestly, that's not the worst thing in the world by any means. I mean, get the turn.
2nd down and 7. Play fake, throwbacks. Oh, that one got blown up. Nice defensive play. Beautiful job. And it was Kenyon who blew that up.
Oh yeah, I'm sure for an 18-teamer, that's a lot more brutal. Having to wait 30+ picks before like picking your next guy in time. Yeah, that's a tough one.
You're faster before the offensive tackle gets to you.
That is a tough one for sure.
Started at San Francisco Community College and a couple of years at Idaho, and last year at Sacramento State. They made him a captain after he came in the transfer portal. Good-looking player. 3rd down and 8. Hudson, the motion man. Aller trying to avoid the pressure, comes back to his safety valve, and here's Kaytron Allen.
And nice job by this Nevada defense right here, okay? Go into zone coverage, put a little pressure with just a 4-man rush, force the dump off. This is exactly the way you're supposed to play zone defense here. Drop back, drop back, drop back, and force the short pass, and then come up and make the tackle. Wonderful defense at time, just enough pressure by the 4-man rush and force a field goal.
And the field goal will be a 32-yard attempt.
All right, we're not interested in watching field goals, but Indiana and Old Dominion, though, they are
those kind of guys,
driving.
You know, being the son of a coach, you know, I think that they just see things a little bit differently, and I think that they understand how to relate to players, and they say to players, look, I'm going to get more out of you than you even know you have in you, right? And I believe that coaches like Curt Cignetti, that's what they truly enjoy most about coaching, is that they see these players develop in something that they couldn't even envision for themselves.
3rd down. Mendoza flush left, can't escape, and he's dropped in the backfield by Jeremy Mack.
All right, so that is actually going to force a punt. Let's now go back in on our CFP elimination match between UMass and Temple. And Temple is going coming out of the half.
Last year with the Bobcats, led the FCS in scoring, and he did it by running the football. Had 3 1,000-yard rushers, including his quarterback, Tommy Malott. So a lot of people talking about this Temple offense in the offseason said, how's it going to work if you don't have a quarterback that can run? Well, he said, I take a look at Evan Simon. He runs just fine. I don't know what you're talking about. And then they've got Giovanni McCoy that they can put in there who's got some wheels too.
Running right, Therese Worthy, flag down. Worthy out of bounds near midfield. Couple of flags down, maybe coming back.
It's going to be a holding on Temple as one of the UMass defensive linemen got yanked down.
Holding. Offense, number 77.
Captain Diego Barajas, the right tackle, called for the infraction.
Penalties have not been a big issue for the Owls today. That's just their 3rd one, but that negates a pretty good gain.
Only 4 penalties in that first half for UMass. So not a huge factor in the game. They did have that 1 turnover that really swung the momentum of the game. It'll only back them up a couple of yards here, so it'll be 2nd down and 12. Giovanni McCoy from the Los Angeles area hands it off, and running over the left side is Therese Worthy.
A similar way starting this second half, similar to the way Temple started the game and their first drive of the first half, just really wanting to establish the run. Some inside runs, some outside runs, see how UMass is going to defend it and try to set up some throws down the field later on in the half.
Temple 3 out of 5 on 3rd down in that first half. UMass looking for a stop here. McCoy rolls out to his right, throws into the flat, wide open. Therese Worthy upfield has room across midfield and driven out of bounds inside the 50-yard line at the 47. A gain of 18 and a first down.
Yeah, they've done a good job using Worthy in the passing game out of the backfield today. Had a touchdown catch earlier. This time just sprinting to the flat. They get a little rollout, get McCoy on the move, let him use his athleticism, and picks up an easy gain.
Into UMass territory at the 47. Worthy again. And driven out of bounds after a short gain by TJ McGee, the cornerback.
Evan Simon starting the game at quarterback for Temple. Looked really good with 4 touchdown passes in the first half. Giovanni McCoy had such a great preseason camp that Casey Keeler really didn't want to choose a quarterback coming into this game, wanted to play both of these guys, and McCoy getting his opportunity now to start the second half.
Won the Freshman of the Year award nationally at Idaho his freshman season. Ducker up the middle. So not only is Temple moving the ball slowly up the field, they're taking time off the clock here. So still a long way to go.
Oh man, Coden Joseph, he's got a big run. He has a chance to take it all away.
This is going to be about a 5-minute drive by the time it's all over. Now some tempo here from Temple on 3rd down.
They're giving it to him for
They're
right
going to go
now.
with a check with me. You get lined up.
Oh my goodness.
You let the offensive coordinator in the booth, Tyler Walker, see what the UMass defense looks like, and then he gives you a new play call to try to give you an advantage.
Ryan. He might have had a second.
3rd and 7. Swing pass for Ducker. Strung out. And does gain about 4 yards on the play, maybe 3 yards. Will set up a manageable 4th down as we come up on 10 minutes left to go in the 3rd quarter.
Man-to-man coverage, Indiana.
This is a decision right here. I mean, 4th and 3. And it looks like they're going to send out the punt team, which I think is the right call. But when you have an 18-point lead, if it's a closer game, maybe you think about going for it there, but no point in pushing it.
All right,
so Dante Atten will come out to punt the ball, only punted twice in that first half.
Going to be aggressive.
UMass very late getting some players onto the field.
Oh, never mind.
A penalty would be enough for a Temple first down. There's no penalty flags as Atten drops it inside the 10 beautifully.
I didn't see the punter in the background.
Well, that was very close for UMass. If they have too many men or not enough men.
He was good. He did everything we asked him for.
We'll get into Georgia and Marshall
That's
as
what we
Georgia
got
gets
out
to
of Kirby.
about
So far, I can see
midfield.
some frustration from Gunnar Stockton, though, on the sideline after 2 of those drives in the first half. We'll see what they can put together on this drive.
All right, Don, it's a handoff there to Chauncey Bowens. First down pickup for Georgia. So great, good, and Kirby Smart going to watch Gunnar Stockton with all of us.
Yeah, I think that's one of those situations. If you're a head coach, how is my quarterback going to respond, right? It's his team now. This is Gunnar Stockton's football team. But to me, I thought the first half showed a lot of what this Georgia team can be this season.
Dwight Phillips comes back in. Stockton fakes the swing and now does go to Zachariah Branch. Turns the corner. Branch out to the races. Gone for 6 from 47 yards out. Welcome to Athens.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially a splattering in Athens.
Watch Zachariah Branch here. He's just going to come right here, and he's a check down. He's the last option on this play. But watch the pursuit angles of everybody. You can't catch him.
31-0.
He's just a speed guy. Look at all the white shirts trying to go grab him. That's just track speed. This is what this offense was been.
And by the way, that Coleman Joseph touchdown that we saw,
I can't wait to show you.
that ends up being a 78-yard rushing touchdown. Zachariah Branch, his score officially goes down for a 47-yarder. So now we'll check in on Alabama and Florida State, who might have a big play. And that's not the game.
Earl Little Jr. was the closest man to the ball as Rico Scott was the intended receiver. Of course, LSU Clemson is going to be a thriller. The atmosphere in the other Death Valley is going to be rocking.
And I think it's going to come down to which offensive line does a better job protecting their respective quarterback. LSU's got a lot of new bodies up front in the O-line this season, going up against Peter Woods and T.J. Parker, 2 likely first-round picks from Clemson. And then on the other side, you got Patrick Payton, the Florida State transfer, now rushing for LSU on that side. Harold Perkins, Jack Pyburn. Those O-lines, I think, will have a big say in who ends up winning that game.
Cannot wait to see that. LSU and Clemson tonight coming your way. Simpson gets it complete to Bernard.
Across the field.
Bernard and the Tide cross midfield and move the chain.
Well, that was really nice that time. They had a stack release. Ryan Williams on the outside running the post, and that clears out the corner and allows Bernard underneath to work on the corner route to make the catch. Another nice play design, something that Ty Simpson feels very comfortable with.
All the attention that Ryan Williams draws, and that stack release ends up with a 30-yard reception to Bernard. Simpson is going to go underneath to Cuevas. Remember, he had the 2-yard touchdown to open up the scoring for Alabama. Katie.
Yes, Alabama's starting right tackle Wilkin Formby was visibly sick over here on the sidelines before taking the field. He had a trash can in front of him, and trainers were tending to him, so something to keep an eye on moving forward.
All right, Katie, that's the right side of that O-line we talked about earlier. Gino Vandermark starting at right guard in place of the injured Jaden Roberts, and then you've got Formby at right tackle.
First time Alabama's been in Florida State territory since 13 minutes in the second quarter, as just trying to get anything going with Ryan Williams, but Rawls right on top of him.
Yeah, I wonder how much more empty you're going to see from Alabama. I think they're trying to simplify the picture right now for Ty Simpson. That time, just spreading everybody out. It allows you to see the coverages a little bit easier, see the pressures a little bit easier. There's a big third down here in plus territory.
So Ryan Grubb, the play caller, spent last
year.
Big
third down here. Alabama really trying their best to get something going here.
35, and nothing is there for Ty Simpson.
Well, that being said, Alabama was probably still trying to go and settle for a field goal at least, I would imagine.
James Williams just going to stunt inside. He's able to knife through this offensive line. A guy that played only 16 games in Nebraska, but got lots of pressure with 7 sacks. They think
see what Alabama decides to do. It looks like the offense is still out there on the field. Imagining it's probably because they're trying to get Florida State to jump off sides.
4th down for Ty Simpson.
And
coming up short is Kevin Riley.
no, they don't get it. They actually went for it.
Justin Cryer makes the play.
Joe, I think a better throw gets this first down for Alabama. If this ball is out in front of Kevin Riley, he's able to catch it and advance it, no question. It's a good read by Simpson. But you see how he was turning behind him.
That doesn't lead to any point for the time being. So let's check back in on UMass and Temple.
Flag down, could be a roughing the passer situation here as Rose took a hit.
Oh yeah, that's well. Oh yeah, we just saw that.
That's a big penalty as it'll give UMass 15 yards on a first down.
Opportunity here for the Minutemen to take advantage. They did that on their first scoring drive. They got a pass interference penalty that helped them move down the field. They capitalized and scored a touchdown. Now Rose taking that shot after the play, and they get a big gain out of it. Can they take advantage here?
UMass comes off a 2-win season, have not beaten an FBS school in 2 years, on a 12-game losing streak against FBS schools and trying to rally to end that here. Another catch for Gibson,
trying to get back into the ball game.
And Brandon Rose doing a good job getting the ball out quick there. Another blitz from Temple. Corley Ordonez coming again from the linebacker spot. Rose just finding his favorite target, Gibson on a little hitch route with some space on the outside.
Midway third quarter. Jaquan Gibson from Fayetteville, North Carolina, about an hour south of Raleigh, is having a huge game. Rose back to pass. Hit as he throws. It's complete.
What a throw from Brandon Rose.
Nice grab there by Tyree Kelly. First time we've called his name today. And it's a UMass first down, a gain of 15.
And Kelly, the transfer from South Florida, matched up one-on-one against a safety. What a throw from Rose going to the opposite sideline, putting it on the money.
All passes on this drive. Still a lot of time to go, but it's been
play
effective
down
for
the
Rose so far.
sideline. Oh, almost getting to the end zone. They're going to be inside.
And on cue, here's a run.
So here we go. Red zone opportunity for the Seminoles. Let's check in to see if Florida State can finish the drive.
Rocco Griffin's been real.
Allowed Lucas to get wide open behind him in the passing attack. Another example of eye candy by Gus Malzahn that Alabama right now is just not able to handle. Eyes not in the right place, and the ball goes over their head.
A 64-yard play, Castellanos to Lucas. Holmes. Short side of the field, trying to get the pylon.
Got it. Touchdown, Florida State.
Listen to this place roar.
Alabama fans are stunned right now.
It was a jumbo look by Florida State. They took their left tackle, Gunnar Hansen, and moved him over to right guard.
All right, now we're going back to UMass and Temple real quick, but I had to see how that played out. Man.
11 catches, 127 yards for Gibson.
All right, UMass.
Still in the middle of the third quarter.
UMass is actually in the red zone.
Almost intercepted. Broken up nicely there by Ben Osweke, the cornerback. We've called his name a few times today.
Yeah, Osweke's all over that. Rose kind of forced that one there. He's starting to feel the pressure a little bit. Had to get rid of it. Osweke was covering him like a blanket.
Five and a half to go, third quarter. No score yet in this third quarter. UMass had a 7-0 lead in this game. Rose, quick screen, caught. McConaughey, and a nice tackle in the open field to prevent a bigger gain. It'll be third down.
Casey Killer was telling us right before the half, he was really unhappy with the way Temple tackled to start the game, but they've cleaned that up since then. A good open field hit by Avery Powell, just taking out the legs.
Third down here, and this probably 4-down territory with an 18-point deficit and 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. Rose, pump fakes, has time, lobs it into the near corner, incomplete. Intended for Max Dowling, the backup tight end. There is a flag down at the 7-yard line.
We'll see what this flag is. Could be a potential defensive holding, given the spot of the flag.
Matt Pikowski, the ref today.
Oh, I'm so good. Oh, I'm so good.
First down.
Another penalty against Temple on this drive.
They had the roughing the passer earlier that really gave UMass a break to move the chains. And Ty Davis that time in coverage on the tight end Dowling gets called for the hold, and UMass knocking on the door here.
Had a 1st and goal from the 3 in the first half that they got stopped on downs. Got to convert here. 1st and goal from the 6. Griffin, the running back to the right of Rose. Rose feels the pressure, gets away, throws, intercepted! Intercepted in the end zone by Ben Osweke.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
Man, Osweke's had a great day at corner for Temple, but that one started with the defensive line getting pressure on Brandon Rose, moving him off his spot.
Calling for UMass right now.
He had to step up in the pocket.
Instead, we'll check in on Indiana.
Football, but
they
threw it behind his receiver, McConaughey, and Osweke was right there to make.
Pick up here on this carry.
29 on the carry, Lee Beebe Jr. 36.
Mike Shanahan, the offensive coordinator for Indiana, told us yesterday, Robert, that they felt really good about all 3 running backs. They felt it would be a by committee type situation. All 3 of them have had at least 10 carries today, too. So you can tell that they really feel that way.
Yeah, they certainly do. And it's just kind of the way that it is. You know, you hear hot hand a lot of times. I've been in situations like that. You just want to try and get your guys a little bit of run, right? Like you like to get lather up a little bit as a running back, get your opportunities and make the most of them.
2-minute timeout in Bloomington.
Right, we'll see if Indiana runs out the rest of the clock, but for now we'll check in on the start of Alabama's next drive.
Got a thought here on the Athletic Trivia answer?
Can I guess? LSU, Oregon?
Good guess, but the Athletic Trivia answer are these 2 teams. Number 1, Alabama against number 3, Florida State, back in 2017, and Alabama won that game 24-7.
This just feels big, though, doesn't it? I mean, this whole first week, the college football season, it's must-watch television. And everybody has an excuse to never have to leave their living room today, the entire day.
And, of course, tonight is LSU at Clemson. So now a 17-point poll for Ty Simpson making his first start at quarterback. Daniel Hill is tripped up, but does spin.
And to be honest, I'm sure Florida State was panicked to be in this kind of position. I mean, down 17, so you imagine they're going to have to ride that quarterback a little bit more. Inexperienced, by the way.
To get back in this thing, you need to score points on every drive from here on out. That's how it feels for Alabama.
2nd and 7. Simpson drives the ball, and it's incomplete, but a flag is down back at the 26-yard line.
All right, this is going to be a holding back.
They've been calling Parker Brailsford there for holding at center. It's going to back Alabama up a little bit more. Where's Ryan Williams?
Seriously.
For Alabama's offense. Right now, 4 catches, only 27 yards. They have not been able to get him downfield. If I'm Ryan Grubb, I'm trying to scheme ways to get my best weapon offensively, the football vertically. He is lined up right here. Now you see him in motion. They're moving him around again, but we're seeing him a lot more in the slot now than we did a year before.
All right, so Indiana and Old Dominion have returned from commercial break, so now we'll check back in after the end of this Alabama play. This is a big play, cross the 40-yard line, now in midfield.
And that is
Well, hold up now. Wait a minute. Was Indiana running the clock on Old Dominion? At least attempting to. Let's go ahead and just remain here for the time being.
The dig route for Jeremy Bernard. Nice job catching it and advancing and getting some yak after the catch.
Since Indiana will be very focused on probably running the rest of this clock out.
The leading receiver, 117 yards. Ryan Williams just said just 4 catches.
Well, they're actually, Indiana's actually passing it though.
Bernard's been the go-to for Simpson. One-man rush. Does it go with the inside screen? The Woods ball's out. And they're going to say it's incomplete as Williams could not put it away.
They're so lucky that wasn't picked. So lucky. And I like the idea of just getting him a screen, getting the football into his hands over the middle in traffic. As you see Ryan Williams limping off the field after this hit. This is one he's just got to be able to secure and get upfield. Takes his eyes off it for just a moment. Then takes a big shot from Ashlyn Barker, 6'3", 215-pound safety. Patrolling the middle of the field.
And you see Williams limping off the field. He added weight this offseason and tried to deal with what ended up being the back half of last season when he tailed off the wear and tear of the SEC season. And now Florida State trying to punish him here in week number 1. Trey Washington is met right at the line of scrimmage.
Meanwhile, UMass is dealing with Temple's offense. As Temple has officially crossed midfield once again. We'll see how Alabama does with this third down, but if they can't convert the third down, we're going to switch back over to check how things are going out in Amherst, Massachusetts. But meantime, this feels like a monumental 3rd and 11 that Alabama has to convert right now.
Four-man rush, Simpson.
Can they get it?
First down, Bernard again. He is the one.
Temple also getting a first down as well to get them set up inside the 35-yard line. Not only is Alabama trying to put together a drive, but Temple also doing the same thing themselves.
Pocket to throw from if you're Ty Simpson. Really nice job. Brailsford makes the right call, slides them to the left. They were all in sync, and they get a big one.
Trey Washington. Good run fit by Florida State, holding him to just a couple of yards there as Desir was in again on the tackle.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Earl Little Jr. playing that Grover spot is just back there blowing people up. I mean, he's playing that position so well. He's playing it aggressively, but within the rules, he's making some big hits out there on the field.
It's a key part to Tony White's defensive scheme. 2nd and 8. Simpson with time to the end zone. Incomplete. Rico Scott, the redshirt freshman, fastest guy on the team, was the intended target.
All right, so Indiana and Old Dominion do eventually get final. So Indiana does end up winning 27-14, but definitely coming out here with more questions than answers, I would presume, just because Indiana just had that such a difficult time just moving the ball with any kind of consistency.
That war chant gets louder and louder as every minute passes by and the Florida State lead has grown larger. 3rd down and 8.
50 plus or more, 2006 and 7.
Simpson, a lot of traffic in that pocket, and Daniel Lyons created havoc.
He looped outside, was working against 4.
All right, meanwhile, we are getting ready to see Coastal Carolina and Virginia kicking off shortly, so let me go ahead and get that going real fast.
No question, you need to be thinking about 6 in this situation. Again, where is number 2, Ryan Williams? And how can we get him the football?
4th down and 8. Simpson patiently waited his turn for all these years. Now there's urgency. 4th and 8. Downfield, desperate hope. Flag comes down as Ryan Williams was defended by Edwin Joseph.
It was a double move, slant and go, and he had Edwin Joseph. He was going to get in behind him and score. Edwin Joseph did the smart thing, Joe. He basically tried to tackle him because that prevented a touchdown.
And that's a first down, Alabama, as Mike Norvell knows that if his defense had come up with that.
But we need more of this if you're Alabama. That's what you got to be thinking about here. It's great to throw screens and underneath double moves and jerk routes and stuff, but let one of the faster players in the country try to get behind this defense. More aggressive play calling and shot plays for Ryan Williams.
The big back is Daniel Hill. He's a pounder at 244 pounds. Flanking Simpson with a fresh set of downs. Simpson goes underneath, and it was off the
Oh,
hands.
man.
Again, as Edwin Joseph potentially had a shot at it as Ryan Williams was the intended target.
He's got to put two hands up, Joe. Remember, he took that big hit on the screen over the middle of the field. I don't know if that's giving him alligator arms.
All right, so for those that are following along with Coastal Carolina and Virginia, that game is going to get ready to kick off here very shortly. That's supposed to be a 6 p.m. kick. That's going to kick off really at 6:05. But it's Coastal Carolina and Virginia. You can find that game on ACC Network if you do happen to have it. Meanwhile, Alabama with a red zone opportunity. Can they finish the drive out?
Simpson on 2nd and 10. Goes quickly to his tight end to the out, and it's incomplete. He was looking to connect with Cuevas, and Ashlyn Barker broke it up.
There's just a different physicality and effort level from Florida State's defense. Tony White and his coaching staff have got these guys right and ready to roll. Now, this was an area a year ago. If you had Jalen Milrow, you could use his legs. He could take off and scramble. You don't have that same ability with Ty Simpson, so you feel like if he's going to get it done, it's going to have to be with his arm here. They're going empty, trying to make the picture cleaner.
Simpson's 2 of 7 on this drive. Now facing a 3rd and 10. Checking at the line as Cuevas comes back in.
He knows that Florida State has more guys in the box than they can block. Now that they bring in Cuevas, they're good.
Here's 3rd and 10. And the flags come raining in.
Well, got to be a false start. I would imagine, right? Play the game.
You know, they reduced
the boys, I didn't think that I was going to say this, but the boys in Bama are rattled right now.
But it sounds like they've added an extra 20,000 with the way this place has been going all day long. And with that penalty, it's now a 3rd and 15 for Alabama. Play clock for Simpson. 3rd and 15.
We're running out of time.
Oh, the ball's out! And Parker Brailsford, the center, is able to scoop it and safely put it away and get upfield.
It was Elijah Herring, the transfer from Memphis at linebacker, the first to get to Ty Simpson. Daniel Lyons involved as well. Right up the middle, he's trying to climb up in the pocket. It's initially a good blitz pickup by Daniel Hill, but he can't hold on, and Parker Brailsford was there to scoop that up.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, as someone that's like born and raised in the state of Ohio, like, favorite like fight songs that chant outside of
Tennessee for a couple years, then start
of like my favorite school fight song, it's gotta be the war chant from Florida State. For those that are still hanging out in the chat, let me know down in the live chat what your favorite chant or fight song is in college football outside of your very own favorite school. Let me know down in the live chat for sure.
But the Noles still lead.
All right, so for the first time today, let's go ahead and check in. And
Coach Tony Elliott says,
Virginia and Coastal,
Virginia
they're
Tech,
getting their
Facial Tootin, who went
their
from North
shindig
Carolina
going.
A&T. They're hoping for the same lightning from this guy right here as Taylor gets another carry close to the first down, going to be about a half-yard shot.
Walter Payton Award finalist last year, coming from the FCS level. That's the award for the best player at the FCS level. They were raving about this guy. There's not a thing that you could read or listen to that they're not excited about what he brings to the park. But the guys in front of him, too, offensive line-wise, they went heavy in the transfer portal with that unit. That unit's got
Okay, actually, we do have a goal line opportunity for Temple. Let's go ahead and check into that one real quick to see what we got going on.
On the edge there, throwing on the move to find JoJo Bermudez, the transfer from Delaware.
Evan Simon had a game last year against Utah State that he had 5 touchdown passes and ran for 1. He's got 4 TD passes as of now. Gets away. He's going to run for it. He dives for the end zone, and he's stopped at the 1-yard line.
Just short, 1-yard line.
Oh, nice play there by Evan Simon to escape the pressure. Temple had a mesh concept called. They're running shallow crossers, trying to create a rub over the middle of the field. UMass covered it up well. The pressure's starting to get there, but Simon wiggled his way out of a defensive lineman's grasp to keep that play alive.
UMass brings in some bigger personnel on defense.
Lower in the shoulder. He tries to get to the end zone there, and the knee down at the 1 yard line.
That's a great call.
With the ball just short of the goal line.
Great job by the line judge there.
Right,
Simon will go under center with the I formation on 2nd and goal. He'll hand it off.
He's
and
not going
UMass
anywhere.
stops him. It was Therese Worthy stopped for a loss of a couple.
The D-line standing tall for the Minutemen, and they're going to need a goal line stand here if they're going to have a chance to come back in this ball game.
This drive has taken about 6 minutes off the clock, with Temple leading UMass by 18 and looking to, for all intents and purposes, almost put the game away if they can score another touchdown here. UMass very late getting some substitutions in. The referee will make them hold up until they get those in, and now to be 3rd and goal. Play action. Simon throws. Kush has got it. He dives for the end zone and a touchdown. First career catch and score for Ryder Kush, 34-10.
Kush, the true freshman out of White Rock, British Columbia. They get him on the move, coming across the screen. Simon off the play action bootleg, throws a nice accurate ball and the dive into the end zone to extend this Temple lead. Love the athleticism from the big freshman tight end.
Let's go ahead
on the
and check
linebacker in
back
coverage and get to the pylon.
Looks like Virginia's putting together a little bit
His
of a
offensive
drive.
coordinator said when he got to Temple, he had
Carolina
played
and Virginia matchup.
Run play, if the defensive end crashes, it's a good job by Coastal Carolina. That's when Chandler Morris can pull it. Now a 3rd and long situation. You're right on that fringe of potentially 4 down scenario. Wouldn't be surprised if they go something underneath and give themselves a shot to go for it on 4th.
What about Coastal Carolina's defensive coordinator, Jeremiah Johnson? You bringing heat here?
All right,
3rd and 9, that's what that 3-3-5 does.
They rush just 4 over the middle. Ball tipped and almost picked off, but it falls incomplete. So Marion Gordon in the middle was able to get a hand on it. And they'll bring up 4th down. Now what do you do here? Decision time, to your point before. Is it 4 down territory, or do you try a field goal? Looks like they may be trying a long field goal here with Will Bettridge.
Yeah, 4th and long. You don't like that from a playbook standpoint, obviously. They're going to try this thing. Great play on that last play by Gordon.
So it looks like
really
Virginia's going to try to
get
a field goal on a Will Bettridge, the kicker out of the Virginia Cavaliers.
52 yards on this attempt.
52 yards is a career long.
It's close and just.
Oh, he didn't have enough leg on it though. So looks like there is still going to remain no score, while Coastal Carolina going to hold up for right now. So really only 2 games at this point that are still competitive. So we got Alabama and Florida State getting into the latter stages of the 3rd quarter. And then we do also have like Coastal Carolina and Virginia, which for all intents and purposes, I mean, that game literally started just a few minutes ago.
Castellanos got it out quickly, but it was too far to the outside for Deuce Robinson.
Just gonna slow it down here on 3rd down, obviously. We see him go fast, and he mixes his tempos up. Different varieties. Bringing Squirrel White on the field now. Making a substitution with Javen Boggs, true freshman, for an empty look here. These are those situations when Alabama's decided to sit back. Castellanos has been able to take off and run and go get it.
They're down in 5. They bring pressure against Tommy Castellanos. He escapes it for the moment. Can he get the 1st down? Wow. It was Justin Jefferson that was tracking him the whole time. And
he can drill flag too.
As Tommy Castellanos continues to pump up the Noles.
Well, and that drives you nuts if you're Kane Womack, the D coordinator for Alabama, because on paper you had him. It's going to be a personal foul, late hit on Damani Jackson once he ran out of bounds. But, I mean, on paper, you've got a free rusher. You're expected to make this play right here. This is over. He's dead in the backfield, but he's got the explosiveness. It's like Kyler Murray in the first 10 yards.
Yes.
He just explodes past you, goes and gets the first down, and Damani Jackson's played enough football. The USC transfer knows you can't do that.
You also can't have a game like this if you're Bama with penalties, and that is their 6th penalty for 50 yards.
All right, Vito, that's a nice little turn right there.
With the carry.
Yeah, you know he's motivated to go, Joe. And Bama fans will remember him. He started the SEC championship against Georgia a few years ago when they won. And he's motivated, obviously, not just going against his old team, but he also missed 8 games last season with an injury. He's a real tough runner, runs square to the hole. And he's a nice piece. They've got 4 or 5, I think, really good backs at Florida State, and they're all getting their touches.
And they started that SEC championship game against Georgia. Also the CFP semifinal, that Rose Bowl against Michigan. 2nd and 5 as they go with Lucas again on the jet motion, but he is tackled right at the line of scrimmage.
And honestly, I think that they're in field position again from 4-down territory if you're Mike Norvell, and I would fully expect Gus Malzahn to consider running this football right here, considering how well your guys are playing up front on the O-line. And all this motion and all this confusion.
Oh, yeah, Vito, 100%. I feel you on that. For those that are still paying attention to the Georgia-Marshall game, Georgia did get yet another score up on the board. They get another touchdown. 14 minutes left to go in the 3rd quarter. But it seems like Georgia is going to take a 30-0 lead. And that was sailed a little high.
Was the nearest receiver, the 270-pound tight end on the crossing route.
They were trying to make Alabama think run with the jet sweep motion. You've got the biggest tight end on your roster out there short of the field, and it was actually him running the route down the middle, and I think he was open for a split second there, Joe. I think Tommy Castellano just airmailed that one for a little bit, but that is a big-time play for Alabama's defense, down 2 touchdowns.
Schumanto on to punt. Nose down, back rotation, looking for the inside the 10 pin, and it leaks into the end zone. Of course, a Florida State legend was honored today, and oh, what an honor it's been to be his colleague.
And the man of the hour, the great Lee Corso.
You've got one last head here to make. This is one of the easiest picks I've ever made. Give me my first love.
It's a beautiful celebration for Lee Corso.
Just synonymous with college football. I remember as a player, Joe, in the late 90s, like you couldn't leave the hotel to go to the stadium until you saw who Lee Corso picked on game day.
Of course, a football and baseball player here with the Noles. And absolutely beloved. They honored him at halftime here as well with the Florida State marching chiefs spelling out Corso as well. Ty Simpson now with the ball back, and he is sacked. He is brought down by Thompson.
The Nebraska transfer has a really good understanding of Tony White's defense. He's going up against who some think is a top 10 pick in Cade Proctor, and he absolutely works him one-on-one.
Oh, he might get back
Simpson
in.
Struggling again to find anything, pressured again and incomplete. It's going to be 3rd and 17 just like that.
$55 rushing yards on that opening drive, Joe, for Alabama. And that beautiful, what was it, a 16-play scoring drive?
17.
Since then, they have not been able to get anything going on the ground.
Yeah, that's the crazy part is that first drive we would think we have a much more competitive game, but Florida State's really taking it by the horns, and really am surprised with just the amount of pressure that Florida State's been able to generate today.
A timeout. Jesse, you sit back and we've watched this.
I mean, just listen to that right now, man.
Teams gain confidence. Starts to snowball. Tony White's defense watches what Castellanos was doing on offense and now firing off the ball, disrupting Ty Simpson. What is the answer for the Alabama offense?
I think their best players have to step up and start making plays. We saw an example of it just a few moments ago. You've got your best offensive lineman at left tackle, Proctor, getting beat. You can't give up sacks. Ryan Williams dropping passes over the middle of the field. This is the time, if you're Alabama, where your key players have to play their best football.
Seven tackles for loss, 3 sacks for Florida State's defense, and now a 3rd and 17 where they can get after Ty Simpson. Simpson forced to run it, and then backtracks and settles in at the 20 as James Williams corrals him.
A tremendous effort that time by Florida State's D-line. It was James Williams running over Daniel Lyons, all 302 pounds. He's going to get a helmet sticker for hustle on that play as well. We talked about it, Joe. There's just a different energy and effort level on defense early this season for Florida State.
Dowd punting from inside his own 10-yard line. And it is an umbrella of a punt. Oh, he touched it! It's a muff, and it's out!
Oh my goodness. Just a bad bounce. Bailed out Alabama. And now the Crimson Tide start things off
The defensive back playing special teams
in Florida State territory. They needed it bad.
Just misplayed this or mistimed it running up. He calls for the fair catch, tries to back up, and it hits him in the shin. And the Utah transfer Calhoun's there ready to field it. That's not something you expect from Jalen Lucas, Joe. He was an All-American returning kicks at Indiana. It's a huge mistake.
Sometimes it's more difficult when you get a non-conforming punt. That was one of those umbrella knucklers that you're trying to judge. The next thing you know, it falls short, takes an awkward bounce, and it's a turnover. And is that
Dude, I was thinking about getting over to the Coastal Carolina Virginia game, but never mind.
to try to get back in this?
Alabama in business again. Let's see if they can turn this into points.
Simpson. With time, he
he's
wants
going
a
deep.
shot downfield to the end zone.
Yeah, that's a 100% pass interference. He never looked back.
Williams was guarded by Jones.
He never looked back.
There's a great example of just getting Williams down the field on a post route. Gets behind the defender. Lots of hand fighting with Jones. They're able to make the call. 2 huge plays back-to-back now for Alabama. They score a touchdown here, Joe. We're in a 1-possession game.
Muff punt. Penalty. And the ball's now on the 31-yard line. The wide receiver Bernard's in the backfield. And they're going to short pitch it to him. And he is forced out of bounds. Edwin Joseph tracking.
Yeah, I think Ryan Grubb right now, he's just digging into his play sheet right now, just trying to find creative ways to get this run game established again. We showed you earlier, it was so good on that opening drive, but they haven't been able to do it conventionally since then. So you bring in the speedy Bernard, who he coached back at Washington, try and spark some life in the ground game.
Second and 7. Ball was batted. it right in the face of Ty Simpson. Blake Nicholson has been very active today, and he got in the way of that passing lane.
Yeah, he was coming off the edge free, slowed himself down, and just tried to time his jump when that throw came out. They're trying to go outside to Bernard on a slant. Looks like he may have had him, but now with the tip, we've got another 3rd and long situation. And you mentioned how many sacks earlier, Joe? 3 for Florida State?
Yeah. 7 tackles for loss, 3 sacks from Tony White's defense.
Bama's O-line has got to be able to give Simpson time.
3rd down and 7. Has time, goes downfield, but throws it too far to the outside of Bernard. And it'll be 4th down.
Yeah, I hate to see it.
Kalen DeBoer deciding to be aggressive here in this situation.
I mean, you have to. I mean, a field goal doesn't really do much for you at all. But I definitely understand DeBoer going for it on 4th down.
You make it 11. Trust your defense a little bit. This one just feels big.
4th down and 7. Simpson has to spin out of the pocket. Gotta have it on 4th and 7. As Williams was trying to hold on to it, but it's incomplete.
Ooh.
Joe, watching that,
I actually thought Ryan Williams had that.
He just keeps it himself. He's going to go pick it up. That was an unbelievable effort to avoid the sack and get to the outside, but a very inaccurate throw to Ryan Williams. Now, I know Williams thinks he got this. Let's take a look again.
Yeah, that bounced on the dirt.
The ball's allowed to hit the ground, but you have to have complete continuous control. No, that's incomplete.
All right, let's flip over real quick to Virginia and Coastal Carolina because Virginia actually is back in Johnson-cleared territory.
Obviously, you'd like it 6 inches higher, but that's one that they're going to want back.
Good break for Coastal Carolina as they'll take over now in Virginia territory, their first time today.
Oh no, Coastal Carolina's taking over. I thought that was a completed pass.
Simpkins, the tailback,
all right, we'll see what this
motion.
Johnson-cleared can do.
Quarterback draw. Morris will be lucky just to get 1 or 2. Flag comes in late, right at the point of attack.
Personal foul. Illegal hands to the face. Defense number 15. 15-yard penalty. Automatic. First down.
Man, what a swing of 2 plays right there. To get a 4th down stop and a free 15 yards. Coastal Carolina's in business now.
Hunter Osborne, the transfer from Alabama. Number 15, right in the middle of your screen. See the hands up underneath the face mask of that offensive lineman. So you're right, you get the turnover at midfield. Now you're 15 yards deeper into Virginia territory. You really haven't done much offensively, but you've got a great opportunity here.
Exactly.
The 2 freshmen, Javon Edwards and Dominic Nicely in the backfield too. That's Nicely. Nicely was the Virginia High School Player of the Year. Coastal felt like they were very fortunate to be able to pick him up. And as a 5'9", 193-pound freshman, he's going to get a lot of run.
Yeah, they were raving about this guy. Obviously playing in Virginia, it makes you think, man, how did he slip through the cracks? We said, hey, we were on this guy early. He wanted to play, which is something you see in the transfer portal era. Maybe go to a smaller school just to get on the field right away.
Go to him twice in a row, this time after a 6-yard gain on 1st down, brought down by Landon Danley for no gain at all. Maybe even lost a yard. There's a good look at Danley. Cam Robinson, one of the starting linebackers, is out for Virginia, so it's going to be Landon Danley and Trey McDonald kind of sharing that linebacker spot until Cam Robinson is healthy.
Yeah, and they were battling for that position. It's a big loss for Virginia. Cam Robinson is certainly the eraser type of guy. All
right, here we go. 3rd down. Can Johnson-Clears convert and get into the red zone ultimately?
Robbie Washington in motion to the top of your screen. Simpkins in the backfield. Morris is looking toward Robinson. That's a dangerous pass, and it's almost intercepted. Bounces in the air, and it's going to be ruled incomplete. Donovan Platt.
That's the exact same concept they opened up with on the very first play of the game. Double slants to the field. That first play of the game, it almost got picked, or it was at least into jeopardy. That time, Morris hangs onto the rock just a little bit too long. Have to think that first play may have been in the back of his mind. Allows Virginia in this secondary that's got a lot of moving pieces, a lot of transfers they got in the spring window to go make a play.
There you go. 42-yard attempt to give Coastal the lead.
42-yard attempt. And he just gets it over the crossbar. 3 points in the books. Doesn't matter how it looks. Counts all the same. First points of the game from Coastal Carolina as the officials are talking things over, but I don't see any laundry on the field. We do have a flag. Oh, it's right there on the 25-yard line. So right at the line of scrimmage. The officials will talk it over, and they're talking with Tim Beck. It was, remember, it was 4th and 4.
All right, I'll be right back,
The sticks almost as if they're asking Beck whether or not he wants to take points off the board.
What are you doing here? You taking points off the board?
You're on the road. You got nothing to lose.
I think he's going to go that route.
I would. There we go. Looks like
illegal formation. Defense. 5-yard penalty. Results in a first down.
That could be a costly penalty.
Legal formation. Fans at home might be asking, how the heck does that happen on a when you're the defensive team on a kickoff? Usually it's lining up over the center or hitting the center. That's the only thing I could think.
Lining up directly over the center, right?
Yep. Unforced error, obviously can't have it, but some of those are to be expected in week 1.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of that this weekend already, and we just saw it here in this game. Javen Simpkins back at tailback. There's a fresh set of downs now for Morris. Looks to throw again to the end zone. Receiver almost made a spectacular one-handed catch. Donovan Platt, who broke up that last pass play on 3rd down, there to break that one up as well.
Platt's asking for offensive PI. That was phenomenal coverage. You're always taught to use the sideline as an extra defender, as a corner. He's going to press him all the way out there. Tries to give the fade ball. Lucky it was underthrown, and that was a good ball. The fact that Platt didn't get his eyes back could have got him caught. But what a big decision that was for Tim Beck, though, to take points off the board. I don't think every coach would do that. It's a big one.
Nicely on the carry. Big hole, bounces it outside. Gets a push from his own teammate, gets it inside the 15. Devin Neal eventually brought him down, but it's a gain of 7 on 2nd down.
This is always the area in the field if you're Tim Beck and this Coastal Carolina offense with your new offensive coordinator, Drew Hollingshead. You talk about an air raid offense. They've been known sometimes to stall when you do get in the red area because they're built to have the vertical passing game. How do they adapt their offense? And you're seeing it right here. This is the first time they bring in a 2 tight end look on 3rd down, trying to pick this up.
3rd and 3. We move one of the tight ends to the left side. High snap. Morris has to go back and get it. Still loose. And Virginia has it. How about that for a turn of events? You kick a field goal, you take 3 points off the board, hoping for more, and the turnover gives it back to Virginia, and we're still scoreless.
And you give up all the momentum as well. 4th down stop, get the field goal, take the points off the board. Now the Cavaliers have all the momentum.
Lots of issues for both teams in terms of the center quarterback connection. This time it comes to bite Coastal. Still scoreless.
Rivalries change. Kickoff times shift. But the first sip of Dr. Pepper, that always hits the same. It's a Pepper thing.
Sammy. Ooh, hey. Can your phone do that?
Americans, we can do anything we want, except one thing. We
just can't stop being American. So get out there, take your swing, rev your engines and let freedom ring, and never, ever, ever stop being American. Nothing stops America, and nothing stops Ram.
Right now, during the Ram Make This the Summer event, get 10% below MSRP or get 1.9% financing for 72 months on select 2025 Ram 1500 models.
Domino's Best Deal Ever is back. Any hand-tossed, pan, thin crust, or New York-style pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 online. Last time you got
sausage, bacon, chicken, spinach, beef, buffalo sauce.
What are you gonna get this time? Get Domino's $9.99 Best Deal Ever before it's gone.
At Ace, we know not all paint is created equal. So to do it right, start with exceptional paint that's designed to last. Only Ace has this collection of premium brands like Benjamin Moore, Magnolia Home by Joanna Gaines, and Clark & Kensington. And your local Ace has premium service and quality paint that stand up to the test of time. With gallons of paint like Royal, starting at only $29.99. And right now, get 20% off gallons of select Benjamin Moore interior paint.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Krista, it's time to fess up.
About?
You're over 45 and still haven't screened for colon cancer.
We all knew. This is like the 3rd year she's turned 44.
Okay.
I wasn't ready. But drink all that prep? Cancel brunch plans? I can't.
Ask for Cologuard. It's a one-of-a-kind way to screen for colon cancer that's effective and non-invasive.
No prep.
And Riley's got it. It's a first down, Bama, inside the 20-yard line.
Well, there's a redshirt freshman who's not the biggest back in their stable, 5'11", 191 pounds. That was tough running right up the middle. And a big down he knew he had to have it. Made himself small, got into the second level. And Alabama's offense finding some rhythm.
Edwin Joseph is down, and the medical team is there immediately. He has played a big role here today. So while they tend to Edwin Joseph, we will take a short break. Bama's driving, trailing by 2 touchdowns.
Establishing the run.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a mindset thing, too. Get this offensive line going.
Good pickup by Xavier Brown. It has been a 1-2 punch so far with Taylor and Brown, and it's been effective.
You see him do tempo as well. It's probably another strategy to get him in rhythm. On one side, you want to get Morris involved. The other side, you want to establish the run as well.
Brown cuts it back into the teeth of the defense, picks up 2.
This defense is flying around. Remember, it's a new defensive coordinator for Coastal Carolina, Jeremiah Johnson. This was a defense that was 108th in the country last year. So Tim Beck went into the coaching portal, for lack of a better term, and got himself a new DC over there. This group so far has shown out well.
It's Jeremiah Johnson who led Louisiana Tech to one of the top defenses in FBS last year. Louisiana Tech always won games 52-49 in my book, when I think about that.
False start. Offense number 60. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
But not lately, as Jeremiah Johnson really turned them into a defensive power last year. He's hoping to do the same this year with Coastal. And this will help his defense as Virginia moves back 5 yards. Taylor split to the bottom of your screen. 5 wide outs, empty backfield. Morris to throw. Oh, no, that's a dangerous throw on the move. Marion Gordon again defending on the play.
Yeah, they only rushed 3. They dropped 8. That's the Jeremiah Johnson, new defensive coordinator.
He's got a beard that you would expect for a guy named Jeremiah Johnson.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
The old Robert Redford moving.
It was a great conversation in the coaches meeting. Throwing a lot at Chandler Morris early. We've seen a couple of those throws that are almost picked going the other way.
3rd and long. Taylor in the backfield with Chandler Morris. Morris to throw. Pressure on the outside. He's forced from the pocket. Now he's going to have to make it happen on his own. Good tackle in open space. Shane Bruce, the captain of this defense, doing a fantastic job to bring down Morris and force a punt.
You said it. Fantastic tackle. He triggered quickly. He came quickly downhill, and there was a receiver there. He could have dropped into coverage as well. Instead, he elects to go right down the box. Chandler's going to rush to his right. There's a receiver there. He could have dropped into coverage. He knows Morris wants to run and has the strength to bring him down. They say Shane Bruce, he's that leader of that defense, the big alpha, a 6th-year guy, 2nd-year captain, getting it done there.
Daniel Sparks will punt it away. Puts a good leg into it. Fair catch made at his own 10 by Bryson Graves. And that's where this Coastal Carolina offense will come back out onto the field. And Drew Hollingshead, the offensive coordinator, we talked about him briefly, but just to give you some idea of where he came from. Look at, first of all, he was a quarterback at Houston. That young punk over there.
Hair's done him well, that's for sure.
But you talk about Holgerson, Kingsbury, and certainly Mike Leach when he went on to work on his staff at Washington State.
It's coming in a little bit.
Now, it's not open now. It's the 3rd window. Great job understanding where he is on the field. And a nice accurate throw.
It is 1st and goal, Alabama. 146 receiving yards for Bernard. He pulls it. He gets it to Scott. Scott on his feet. Scott trying to get to the pylon, and he does. Rico Scott. Karate kicks it. Celebrate for now. Work still to be done, but Alabama has pulled back into this thing. We're going to see the replay and check things out with that pylon.
It was a zone read with an attachment. There was a great job of Ryan Williams downfield blocking Rico. Is that toe hit out of bounds before the ball crosses the plane? That's what they're going to be taking a look for.
Ruling on the field is right there. It's a touchdown. This was ruled a touchdown moments ago by Rico Scott.
So it's where's the football in relationship to the plane and the goal line when that right foot steps out of bounds.
By the way, at the end of that play, Earl Little Jr. was down and slow to get up and now is walking off the field.
That's not a guy that they can afford to lose. We talked about the position he's playing, the leadership he's had in the back end of this defense. He's made a lot of big plays today.
Ty Simpson and Rico Scott just came up with a big play. Simpson's 2nd touchdown pass of the afternoon.
It doesn't seem like they're reviewing this either, Joe. I think we're in a pause here, just letting Earl Little Jr. off the field.
And there is Earl at 11 games over the course of 2 seasons for his now rivals. The guys on the other side of the field. He's an exceptional athlete, fast and explosive. But moments ago, Rico Scott was faster to get that ball inside the pylon. And Connor Talty makes it a 7-point game. And little by little, number 8 Alabama's clawed back into this thing.
Really good job by Simpson in the decision making here. This means he has to keep it. This means he has to throw it. And Ryan Williams getting a big block down the field, buying some time for Rico Scott. And all of a sudden, Alabama within 7. We have got a game here late at Doak Campbell Stadium.
At Burger King, celebrities don't rule them.
Feels like so far through this first quarter, you've had the run and good moments there for Virginia, but they haven't been able to marry it really with the pass game. It's been, all right, we run it well for a few plays, and then now we're passing, and it doesn't feel like they have that rhythm yet. As we said right on cue, now they're going to go empty, and again, trying to get Chandler Morris, and his skill set is those quick passes, short game, get the ball out of his hands quickly.
They move Taylor up to the top of the formation. Got rid of it quickly. Catch made by Taylor, so he shows his hands and his athleticism to go get it.
That was a rocket, too, from Morris. Made the comment in the open, throws like a little shortstop. Get the ball out quick, accurate throw. It's a big deal, gets you to 3rd and manageable.
Now inside of Coastal territory. 3rd and a long 5. Taylor in the backfield with Morris.
Only 2 guys with their hand in the dirt for Coastal Carolina. A lot of different blitzes and looks they can throw at you.
They bring just 3, but they still get pressure on Morris. Now he throws downfield, hits his receiver open inside the 30, inside the 25. Still on his feet is Cam Ross, and he's all the way down to the 1. 46 yards on the pitch and catch, and he almost got in, but Samarian Gordon caught him with the shoestring, but Virginia wants to go quickly here.
Man, can you see that speed right away? They said this guy's the sleeper, is going to really come on as the season goes along. Good job by Morris escaping the pocket. And then boom, right there. This guy's a return specialist at JMU last year. Finding a way to break loose there.
Break the huddle quickly. Morris is under center, pitches it. Taylor scores. With 1 second left to spare here in this first quarter, the Cavaliers finally get on the board, and Bettridge is in to make it a 7-0 lead. And he splits the uprights.
Really the first big play of the game, explosive play of the game. It works out well for him. They're going to go a little out route. Chandler Morris breaks down. At that point, it's just get open. The defender gets lost. Ross gets separation, gets to the second level, and at that point, it's a foot race. You're going to see a lot of that, or at least this Virginia staff's hoping of it, is when Chandler Morris breaks the pocket, things break down. That second play after the original play is called, that's where explosives happen.
Just 4 plays to go 52 yards. And the orange out. That'll be their new man.
It just feels to me, Joe, like there's a little bit of pressure on Florida State right now to have to answer this drive. Yes. Right? A couple things.
All right, guys. So we're back. I just wanted to have some dinner, as well as get the things ready. My wife did spend time with her parents, with my son. I don't know when they're going to call me if they're still planning on doing that, or if they're going to overnight at her parents' house, but I wanted to get all that stuff together. In the meantime, as you can see, we have 2 games that we are primarily focusing on. Virginia and Coastal Carolina. That game is going to start, but the game that we're really dialing in on specifically in Alabama. You see that they're in a dogfight right now in the fourth quarter. So unless Florida State and Alabama are going to commercial break, we're going to focus in primarily on that one, and then flip over when Coastal Carolina and Virginia do still happen to be in a position to, actually, I completely forgot where I was going with that. I had some sweet game card there, but anyway, the biggest thing that you guys need to know, we're focusing in on Florida State and Alabama, seeing how things play out here in the fourth quarter.
He got him down short.
This is 4th down. This is 4th down from their own 34-yard line. Watch that play clock. They're going for it.
Get it. That is so ballsy.
The former Alabama running back from their own 34-yard line.
They actually went for it. My word, they actually went for it.
Low man wins. Watch this hit right here.
We do get a final update officially though. So we do see
we talked earlier about him being
that like UMass does lose 42-10. They're going to be eliminated from CFP consideration. Great win for Casey Keeler in his coaching debut though.
Sat across from Mike Norvell, and we asked him, knowing what you're up against, knowing the spot you're in, how aggressive He gave us that look. He gave us that response, and you just saw how aggressive.
Yeah, we're going to have to make plays to win this game. We know what we're up against. We know who they are. You saw a very, very risky decision here in the fourth quarter, and it pays off.
You want to have special moments. You want to pull off the big ones. You gotta roll the dice. Castellanos, as he is torn down by Damani Jackson. And a flag comes in.
It's probably going to be, I think, on 23, James Smith, I think, for landing on the quarterback late. We've seen a couple bad penalties by Bama's defense this way. Damani Jackson had one earlier in the game where he knocked him out of bounds. And right here, you see 23? There's a little elbow to the face.
Yeah, didn't even need to do that. What is going on?
Defensive tackle goes 300 pounds.
God, it's so costly for Alabama. You have them in 3rd and long with an opportunity to get the football back. Now you give them a fresh set of downs in your own territory.
And moments ago, you had them in 4th down inside their own 35. Now they've crossed midfield. Bama now 7 penalties for 65 yards. Sawchuk trying to grind things out here under 8.5 minutes to play, looking for a major upset in week 1. LT Overton with the tackle.
And if I was Mike Norvell, I know he's not calling plays anymore, but I'd be in Gus Malzahn's ear saying, hey man, you can just run the ball now. You don't have to throw it. You don't have to stop the clock. We've been having success on the ground. We've got an ultra-mobile quarterback. Let's take advantage of the extra blocker. Let's try to ice this game and bleed this clock down.
Officials are going to take a timeout here. As
I think they're thinking maybe he was feigning an injury or something. A player was trying to go down after the ball was spotted, which is a new rule.
It's a new rule in college football. We'll see if they clean it up here. We're going to take a short break. A timeout on the field.
All right. So, two of the meaningful games that we still have are at commercial break, except literally as I say that, Coastal Carolina does come back up on the screen. So here's what we got going on in terms of the FCS game. So still a nail biter. Looks like Northern Illinois is going to narrowly survive against Holy Cross. They're going to barely win that one. Looks like 19-17 unless something changes here. Liberty, another team that is really hanging on by a thread as well. Liberty is only up by a touchdown against the Maine Black Bears. So definitely some close games happening. Meanwhile, around the country, we have some other games that are just more recently getting started. So Iowa State just went final. They beat South Dakota 55-7. Louisville beat Eastern Kentucky 51-17 as well in terms of those matchups. And that's really the most recent update that we do have on that. But it looks like Coastal Carolina and Virginia, they're back from commercial break. Let's check in on Coastal Carolina and Virginia.
Campaign. Forced throw. Downfield receiver covered very well. Emmanuel Carnley transferred to Virginia out of Miami. Never even played it down for Miami. Was that Arizona?
Yeah, so we got quite a few like songs that we can throw in there in the mix, just in case for like breaks like that.
Come in, check out South Beach for a little bit. You know what? The same for me. And then we could pop up north and start for Virginia.
Very different look. Charlottesville from Coral Gables.
From the desert of Tucson.
And then Penn State will just about be going final. Penn State is going to win 46-11. So Nevada does cover. There's that in terms of a moral victory. But Penn State doing what we expected them to really do out here, and that is get that convincing win.
Things over. Didn't like how they were having to rush to get that play off.
Prior to the snap, timeout. Coastal Carolina, their first 30 seconds.
It's big 3rd down coming up because they finally got a little momentum offensively. Wants to keep this one going. Later on tonight, after the East Texas A&M SMU game, ACC Huddle Final Score crew will wrap up the entire day for you. They've got highlights, analysis, interviews, the players and coaches. It's all right here on the ACC network and the all-new ESPN app. Great shot of the hill here at Scott Stadium. Campus was alive this weekend here in Charlottesville. Absolute Chamber of Commerce day. Sunshine.
All right, so Florida State and Alabama are back from commercial break. Let's dial it in.
Chamber of second down and 9. Florida State end around Danzy. Another big play by Mekhi Danzy.
It's the exact same play he scored a touchdown on earlier in the game. You've got all this motion going to the right of the formation. Alabama's fast flow, and then you give the track star, the 400-meter record holder in the ACC, some room.
Castellanos, he's going to run it straight up the middle as he gets inside the 15-yard line.
Oh man, Buddy was holding it like it was a loaf of bread for a second. I thought he was going to fumble that for sure. Thankfully, he didn't. If you're pulling for Florida State here,
looks like he's slow getting up for Alabama.
Florida, the majority of folks are, and looks like he got another timeout. Well, another potential timeout.
Watch film of him 2 years ago at Boston College. Carried 31 times against Army in a game. He can do it. It's Castellanos. He's not the biggest quarterback in the country, but
if he went down after the ball was spotted, that's Alabama's last timeout.
He passed for 2,000 yards. He rushed for 1,000. Only 5 quarterbacks in the ACC have done that since 1996. It's guys like Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson, Malik Cunningham, and he has been putting on a show here today. That is not a good sign to see. Jamarian Latham, who's been in a 5th year.
Yeah, definitely not faking an injury there, though.
Being helped off the field.
And remember, they're already down Tim Keenan, their nose guard, missing this game. So you got some big bodies and regular starters out for Alabama now.
Seven and a half minutes to play.
And I think if you're FSU here, Joe, you want to start slowing it down.
Yes.
Go tempo, tempo, tempo. Now's the time to bleed the play clock whenever you can.
Will Gus smells on. Do just that. Sawchuk straight ahead inside the 10. Keeping his balance. Getting help from his friends. Finding his way to
wow, what a big time run.
What a strong run by the Oklahoma transfer right through a tackle attempt by Bray Hubbard, Joe. I think I counted 5 or 6 Alabama defenders that he carried with him into a convoy into the end zone.
I don't know. I'm not 100% sure if he actually made it to the end zone, but that is a big time run regardless, though.
That was a how bad do you want it kind of touchdown run. Gavin Sawchuk. They're taking a peek to see if the ruling on the field will stay that way.
You talk about the word Mike Norvell was using all offseason, desperate.
Yes.
And wanting to make the sacrifices to get opportunities. How bad do you want it? Plays like this. And this is the perfect microcosm, an example of what he's talking about. Forward progress not yet stopped. Knee goes down right there.
Looks like he did cross.
Yeah, but you got a whole lot of humanity covering it up. But you can see where that ball was at that point.
And the call that's
got to be a touchdown.
I love seeing those big offensive linemen just finding work for that extra push.
There it is. That's a touchdown single. All right, let's go ahead and check in real fast on Virginia and Coastal while they're doing the extra point.
Stays warm.
Oh, it's blocked! The punt is blocked and Virginia recovers. Inside the 40 is where the Cavs are going to take over, man.
Came in and blocked it. And the Cavaliers picked up about 65 yards in that process.
Man, special teams. You had the Coastal Carolina taking the kick off, the 3 points off the board, and then right there a punt block. This is a great job, and it was easy, too. He didn't even have to sell out. Concede 26, didn't even dive, got ball first, don't need to worry about the contact after. Virginia special teams unit coming up big.
Brown picks up about 4 on first down. What do you make of Chandler Morris so far? Just a little over a quarter into this game.
Yeah, statistically, I mean, there's just that one long pass on the broken play, but I mean, that broken play is why they're so excited about Chandler Morris and what his legs can be. He can operate from the pocket and then also make you pay when things break down. I mean, statistically, it hasn't been impressive. I mentioned 2 drives ago that it feels like, you know, they're still trying to figure out what this rhythm is. Do they want to lean on the run and have the pass play off of it? Do they want to be pass first, then have the run lean off of that? I think coaches and players are all trying to settle in.
Morris to throw. Sings it complete to Edgerrin. And the big fella picks up a first down inside the 25.
That's what he did a bunch at North Texas. Just quick routes, seeing open windows, getting the ball out of his hand.
Pressure on the edge, throws it behind his tailback Brown. It falls incomplete as Chandler Morris got dumped. That didn't feel good.
He has been taking some hits. Jaden Bryant on the pressure there. Again, this is a Virginia offensive line that's also trying to settle in as well. They went to the portal heavy. Some new faces across that board. Guys that have played football, but trying to gel together.
All right, so we do, yep, okay, so the real notification just came in. It's something I already talked about. So Temple did, in fact, beat
Darian Henry Young is the pass rusher on the other side, number 15.
So that will eliminate UMass from the CFP. It'll also probably give Temple, at least in our internal power rating metrics, a very nice bump as well, as Virginia now entrenches themselves quite a bit in the red zone. Looks like they're going to be about the 10-yard line.
Again, shows you why he is so slippery in traffic.
It's just 2-on-2. Backer sucks into the box, spin it out in a bubble screen, make a man miss, and that's what Cam Ross does.
Going to the end zone inside the 5, down to the 2-yard line. A big hit. That was Dakota Twitty, the tight end. Miles Young delivering the blow, but Virginia wants to go quickly. Second down. Whaley in the backfield will get the handoff, cuts it inside, lowers his shoulder. Met right at the goal line and couldn't drive his way in. They'll mark it at the 1.
Whaley's that bruising back for Virginia. We've seen Taylor, we've seen Brown, now Whaley at 5'10", 212. This is when he needs to eat. Goal line guy, short yardage guy. Tony Elliott wants to feed him the rock. Notice the different tempos that Virginia's able to do. Huddle in there. The previous 4 or 5 plays were all up tempo, keeping this Coastal Carolina defense off bounds.
Loris directing traffic.
3rd and goal.
Direct snap to Whaley, fakes like he's going to the right, and goes right up the middle for the score.
All right, so that's a touchdown, which means we'll go ahead and put a bookmark on this for the time being. Let's go ahead and check in on Alabama and Florida State, potentially going for it on 4th down, but there's a false start.
They're going to be backed up.
Caden Proctor, left tackle. Wasn't expecting Ty Simpson to start audibling. There's a little bit of a flinch on that left side. And we talked about your best players have got to play their best in these moments. That was an untimely penalty for Alabama.
It is so loud here. The way Dope Campbell has often sounded through the years. 4th down and 6. Simpson, 4th down. Gets it complete. 1st down, Rico Scott.
Really nice job by the O-line of Alabama. Caden Proctor was on an island one-on-one. Javen Jenkins tried a spin move, did not work. He stoned him, and that gave Simpson the time.
Under 6.5 minutes to play. Simpson. Pocket collapsing. Simpson retreating. Still on his feet. Incomplete. At the toes of Derek Meadows, the true freshman receiver.
It's the 2nd time in the game we've seen him make such an incredibly athletic play, an unbelievable effort to avoid the sacks, get outside, but he just doesn't have the accuracy on the run. He had a big miss to Ryan Williams in the 3rd quarter on 4th down, and that time there, Cuevas did a great job in the scramble drill, working back to his quarterback. Ball's just getting away from him.
James Williams and Mandrell Desir were chasing him down. 2nd and 10.
Oh man, Alabama needs it. They need it bad.
Simpson lofts it downfield and
oh, that's got to be brought in by Ryan, but there's a flag. Is it going to be targeting?
Wow. That's the 3rd time Williams has dropped the ball over the middle of the field. We got to wait and see what this penalty is, but Ryan Williams, he just doesn't look right. And he's very slow getting off the ground here, but he's not playing with the confidence you're used to seeing him play with.
Right now, the concern.
That's targeting.
Is Ryan Williams and his condition as the medical staff is out to check on him as he took that hit at the end of this play.
Well, targeting defined by forcible contact to the head or neck area of a defenseless opponent or using the crown of your helmet versus a defenseless player. That's certainly what Ryan Williams is in this situation.
You see Earl Little taking those extra steps.
Yeah, but I mean, if Ryan Williams has to like sit out for
low there. Here it is in real time.
for like a foreseeable future, though, that's devastating.
Now, the ruling on the field is targeting. They need disputable video evidence to overturn this.
Let's go to our longtime rules expert, Matt Austin. Matt, give us your take here.
Yeah, Joe, actually, anytime you get a targeting penalty, the replay official has a clean slate, so he doesn't need to confirm or let the call stand. He's looking at this fresh and making the call himself. This is definitely a defenseless player. The defender definitely comes in and attacks. He does make contact to the head. The only question here is it's a little bit of a glancing blow, but if I'm in the replay seat, I'm going to call this targeting.
So that is what Matt Austin offers with his opinion.
All right, looks like a targeting call is overturned, so it's going to be 3rd and long. And not only that, Ryan Williams, he's probably going to be out for the rest of the game. I would be shocked if he shows up for the remainder of this game. We also get a final result. Georgia does end up beating Marshall 45-7. So Georgia doing what they need to do as they'll certainly cement themselves as a top 5 team in the Richard Sports Top 25. That comes out sometime next week.
To play.
Oh no, 3rd and 10.
Of sound right now. On 3rd and 10.
Oh no, Tyson, danger! He's still on his feet.
His footing, launches it downfield, and it's incomplete. It's going to be 4th down. Jalen Hale was the intended receiver for a desperate Ty Simpson.
All right, now, if you're Florida State, you need your best pass rusher to have success. Last time it was a Nebraska transfer. James Williams getting in, number 10. Stunts and loops and twists have given Alabama issues all game long, and you know you're expecting that here if you're Alabama.
4th down and 10. Kalen DeBoer, all the hope entering this season. The loaded roster. His offensive coordinator back in the fold. And it comes down to these precious moments.
Oh, they're going for it on 4th down and 10. They got to go for it. Ty facing pressure again.
Simpson, can he get there? Driving to that line again. It'll depend on the spot.
No, they're not going to give it to him.
Football shy as Rawls met him.
I don't know how Williams didn't get him down. I don't know how Diggs
That was an
didn't get him
incredible
down.
effort, though. Extremely incredible effort by Ty Simpson.
Watching it live, it just looked like he was a hair short.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be too little too late there. My goodness.
I mean, Florida State defenders just
Got it, though.
flying everywhere.
Although, from that angle that we're being provided, though, looks like he might have gotten it.
His whole body into the frame to wall up Ty Simpson at the last possible moment. many links are left on that chain? Let's find out together.
Oh yeah, that's well. Okay, that's well sure. Okay, for a split second there was an angle that looked like it was actually a lot closer than anticipated. Oh yeah, it looks like Florida State really does have a chance to run out the rest of its clock, possibly.
They've got a facelift. They're running a new 3-3-5 scheme by Tony White, and there's a lot of new faces.
For those that are also catching in on UTSA and Texas A&M, that is going to kick off shortly. They do initially have it as a 7:10 kickoff. That is on the same network as Marshall and Georgia, with that game just becoming final. So that UTSA Texas A&M game, that should be kicking off and getting things going here shortly. Meanwhile,
for Florida State, we have been told that the spot is under review.
Oh, wait a minute, the spot is under review?
Remember, this camera angle is not directly down the line, nor is that yellow line official. Here's the reverse angle. You can see the marker on the far sideline as Rolls comes up to meet Simpson.
Knee down there. The question is, where's the ball in relationship to that first down marker? Ruling on the field was that he was short.
Let's get a third voice in the conversation with our rules expert, Matt Austin. What is your IC, Matt?
Yeah, Joe, I think this is short, but without a shot right down the line, you just really can't tell.
Hey, Mr. Gamer, I really appreciate that, man.
The case.
Appreciate you coming through and supporting the College Football Red Zone stream. And, you know, these things go with idea, man. Make sure you go ahead and hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and get it out to more like-minded fans like yourself, man. I truly appreciate that. So, looks like Alabama is, in fact, going to be short. So, Florida State, and keep in mind, too, I know we just talked about it on the broadcast, Alabama has one timeout. So, Florida State, I don't know how methodical they want to be. They could really run out, if not all of it, most of the clock.
He muscled his way to the touchdown a few minutes ago, met by Deontay Lawson.
I think there's a lot of things that Mike Norvell and Gus Malzahn are reminding their players in this situation too. Ball security also. Don't try to do anything stretching the football out to try to get extra yards. You're not turning it over. 2 hands on the ball, 5 points of pressure. Everything they love about it.
What a great point of analysis you just made, because it was a conversation we had earlier today about now that Norvell isn't the play caller, that you got another head coach who's one of the all-time great innovative play callers, and Gus Malzahn. You handle that, it gives Norvell the opportunity to game manage, to have conversations with everybody. You saw him gather his players moments ago. Can this tandem of Norvell and Gus Malzahn pull off and get this signature victory early? Castellanos.
Oh, what a dive by Castellanos.
First down.
There's just no limit to what Castellanos can do for you in the run game. He's not just an outside speed guy, but they're pulling linemen. That time Gunnar Hansen and letting him run between the tackles. And he's getting it done. He's so explosive. And at 5'11", Joe, he's hard to find behind all those tall offensive linemen. I mean, this is a major difference, something they definitely didn't have a year ago. We saw Jordan Travis break off some nice runs, but this is a bit of a different element in this offense now because of Castellanos' running ability.
Milking every second of that play clock as they keep it on the ground with Holmes. We're under 4 minutes to play. Alabama has won 23 straight season openers. They had loads of confidence coming into this season with a roster that was built the way they wanted it to be. Kalen DeBoer was so high on the fall camp they had, even turning to Ty Simpson as the quarterback. 4 years at Alabama, a coach's son, a leader. And yet, look at these fans and those faces and the concern against a fiery, inspired, confident Florida State team.
No, I don't know why they didn't just try to run it up the middle once again. They're actually having a relatively good amount of success with that today.
They got beat up in the trenches. They did. Alabama. They're giving up 226 rushing yards in this game, and maybe some of that changes once you get to
their first opening big loss in 2001. If the score holds it for it. Wow, that's crazy.
I mean, they were completely shut out in both aspects. And I don't care what offense you run or who you have playing quarterback or who your receivers are, but games in college football
For those that are looking for the UTSA and Texas A&M game, that did also just kick off on ESPN. Texas A&M is receiving first, so UTSA is going to go ahead and get things going in the second half. But they're saying limited coverage due to lightning. I don't know if that's in the area.
You do have to stay in bounds.
Absolutely.
Or around Aggie Land. I would imagine it's wherever they're broadcasting from.
The clock stops now. Every precious
Something to certainly monitor.
One timeout is exhausted. None remaining for Alabama. They have used all their timeouts.
So if you're Florida State right here, it's a 2-possession game. You kick a field goal, you make it a 3-possession game, or you just ice it right now with the first down. I think the way they've been running the football, I would do that. I keep my offense out there.
Buddy threw up the middle finger. He is not a happy camper at all. Sorry, buddy. This is not the Nick Saban dynasty days anymore, big guy.
He came in.
You poor thing.
With high hopes. With a wide receiver.
Imagine not being able to handle a loss. Gross.
Talent surrounding him. But this Florida State team started to believe with their ultra confident, outspoken quarterback who went out there and started to prove it. And they started to roll. Fourth down and 1. Short pitch, Lucas to the outside. And
they got there.
Have the first down.
I'll never forget when I saw that Tommy Castellano said, "I just don't see them being able to stop me." I thought, oh boy, it's going to get a lot of people.
All right, that's so they're going 2-minute warning. That's
2-minute timeout.
going to be game. Florida State cannot, or Alabama can't stop the clock. They don't have any other timeouts. We're staying on ABC because LSU Clemson is going to be on this channel. But what we will do, though, we will check in on Coastal Carolina and Virginia.
Loss of about a half yard on the play. Great field position for Coastal to start this drive. If they can make anything happen. Pressure from the Cavaliers. Morris gets rid of it, and it's dropped. Bryson Graves had an opportunity to make a play and couldn't bring it in.
It's a good job by Morris getting the ball of his hands. Pressure barreling down on him. Hit the check down. Just got to catch it. Until they're trying to open up this pass game, trying to force the issue. This is an offense that came into this game really trusting their offensive line, but you get behind 2 scores. You can't be methodical in the run game. You got to start passing it.
If you're defensive coordinator John Redzone, are you just bringing pressure? I feel like you can really rattle Morris now, and you've been able to do it.
That's success rushing forward.
Morris, he's still looking for somewhere to go. Using his feet. Ducks down just before the big hit comes, but nowhere near picking up the first down. Kazim Moore again bringing pressure off the edge.
All right, so Virginia, Coastal Carolina does cross midfield. It's 4th down, and it looks like they're going to just go ahead and just punt it away. We do have, let's see, beat up. That's the game. Yeah, no timeout for Banda. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and put a bookmark on that. Alabama does lose to Florida State, 31-17.
6th punt of this first
Big
half.
time win for the Seminoles, man. How about it?
The Aussie Sebafundi is going to work out in today. Cam Ross, fair catch at his own 9. So far
Right,
for
guys.
Virginia,
So
some
my
of the key
wife
plays
not
for the Cavaliers
home.
that helped them forge this 14-0
So
lead.
here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna be right back, just so that I can welcome him and all that,
And then this
and
was
then
the
we'll
broken
be
play.
back.
This is really the only
It's gonna be
explosive
somewhat
play we've seen
shortly.
all day today. Chandler Morris utilizing his legs, getting outside the pocket. And then special teams came to play. Not only here with the block punt, but remember, Coastal Carolina took off 3 points from the board. They missed. They made a field goal. There's a penalty versus Virginia. They got the first down, elected to keep rolling with that drive, and that's where that bot snap over MJ Morris's head happened.
Morris, the play fake, has time, has a receiver open as well, making the catch at the 35, banged out of bounds close to the 40, but Trell Harris, first time I think we've mentioned his name today.
Yeah, and it's a good sight to see if you're a Cavalier fan coming off a hammy and knee, was limited during camp, but you can see the speed there. Again, move in the pocket with Chandler Morris, a little half roll to your left, get the defense thinking, over route back to your right.
Brown lowers his shoulder, still moving. Get about 7.
It's an opportunity for UVA to go up 3 scores, really separate themselves in the game, and then obviously on the other side for Coastal Carolina, got to get a stop here, try to give your offense one more possession before half. Been impressed with the way Virginia's mixed up the tempos. They got me guessing. I'm not sure if they're going to go hyper speed and go quick or slow it down like they just did right there.
Timing was all wrong on that play. Had Cam Ross in motion.
False start. Offense number 77. 5-yard penalty. Second down.
And that's the risk of mixing up tempos. You get your offensive line rolling. They're not thinking at all. You slow up, you start thinking, you're holding your stance for a while. You're not sure why it's taking so long. A motion guy's coming behind you. And that happens in week 1.
And that's Noah Josie, veteran grad student. So it's second down and 8. Powering through is Noah Vaughn, so some ball carriers getting some run here for the Cavaliers. We've seen Taylor, Brown, Whaley, and now Noah Vaughn.
That's a good sign, too. They're running off tackle right. We mentioned Wallace Unamba is out. That was behind Jack Minter, the reserve right tackle.
They're just going to keep feeding Vaughn right here, and he picks up a first down and then some. You see the offensive linemen there slapping helmets. They're loving this kind of action.
And Tony Elliott's loving the fact that he's got 4 running backs that he can go to in the first half. Deep running back room, and he said it during fall camp, Tony Elliott did, of this is the deepest roster that he's had in his 4 years at Virginia. Took some time to get the resources in place, but got to be optimistic if you're a Virginia fan about what this season could be, seeing the plays like that.
Ooh, that was a dangerous throw as had Jamarian Wayne in coverage. Cam Ross and Morris tried to force it there. Falls incomplete. Kendra Douglas down on the field.
Well, you guys just mentioned how the O-linemen were pumping each other up. I talked with Drake Metcalf. He called the O-linemen a melting pot. He said you got guys from all different schools with so many tools in that tool belt that you can use and possibly have. He said they bring in new tricks, new tips, and it's made them a lot better O-linemen every single day, guys.
Yeah, now they're relying on Jack Whitmer, a graduate student from Cy-Fair, just outside of Houston. Wide open. Another play by Harris. Look what he can do when he gets the ball in his hands. First down inside the 30.
Seen that a couple times, and you see it across college football early on in these games. Week 1, week 2, which team can tackle better? We've seen this Coastal Carolina secondary miss some tackles in space, or Virginia making them miss, coming up with some big plays.
Sips that one inside. Beautiful pitch and catch, and Ross scores.
See how decisive Chandler Morris is with this football. His eyes go left, moving the safety, snaps it back to the right. Quick enough so the safety can't get involved. Linebacker can't get involved. Excellent job by his eyes. If that ball's not driven, that's either a kill shot or that's an interception. The experience on display right there for Chandler Morris.
Instead, it's the culmination of a 90-yard drive. Morris 3 for 4 on that drive for 74 yards. It's the best he's looked all afternoon.
Take another look at that touchdown right here. Chandler Morris is going to take his eyes to the left to not let that safety get involved, and it's a seam route right down the middle that then bends towards the post. Go get that green grass. If he's late, even just a 1/10 of a second, it allows the other safety to get involved, the other backer to get involved. That's not going to happen with Chandler Morris. He's played too much football at too many stops. He knows what the defense is giving him. Comes through there.
Ross with now 3 catches for 88 yards and the score. You can already tell these 2 new players here for Virginia, they've got a special connection.
Yeah, coming into this game, a big question was Malachi Fields, right? Virginia's star receiver a year ago. Now he's with Notre Dame. Notre Dame said, this guy's really good. I want to go get him. So then the question was, hey, who's going to be that receiver 1 for Virginia? And today, maybe it's different in week 2. But Cam Ross filling in there, they feel really good about this bunch. They might not necessarily know, hey, Fields, we're going to have a guy like that per se, but the depth, I think they have a lot more guys they can go to this year.
Morris keeps it himself. That's a big hole to run through. He runs to the 34.
It's interesting talking to offensive coordinator Drew Hollingshead this week, who's obviously an air raid guy like we've talked about. And he was talking about Cliff Kingsbury has really brought the quarterback run game to the air raid concepts with Jaden Daniels and obviously Kyler Murray before. Seen a little bit of it there.
Nice tackle on Robbie Washington. Ethan Minter makes another play as Washington had a full head of steam. He's able to move the sticks though.
Coastal Carolina going tempo, which if they get stopped, they'll give Virginia a whole nother possession. Sometimes you'd see coaches here slow up a little bit to try to not give the opponent another possession if they were to give a stop.
Washington in motion. Morris looks his way. Now he's going to go downfield. Good coverage. Incomplete. That was Jason Brevard. And he made the catch. You got to be kidding me. That was Brooks Johnson, the tight end. I got to see that again.
They faked the bubble screen, a little tight end delay. That's a tight end making that catch.
They're not going to give us a chance to look at it again because they're moving. They were able to get the ball snapped. Simpkins got about a yard or so, but let's take another look at this from this angle.
Yeah, they're faking the bubble screen, and then Brooks Johnson is going to pretend to block. Oh my gosh, what a catch. It was backhanded too. He had to palm that and then secure it. It's one thing to make that one-handed catch with an open palm. That is a heck of a catch.
2-minute warning.
Because I'm with you. When they went down, I was like, that's excellent coverage. Johnson had other plans.
This is a 2-minute timeout.
Coastal trying to build some momentum into the half, trailing by 21 with 2 to go.
What do we have going on here?
Well, I heard you guys talking about online threats, so I built an internet for it.
We have Spectrum, so our internet blocks threats automatically.
Oh.
But the internet is full of trolls, so you keep a lookout.
On it.
If it's connected, it's protected. Spectrum Internet with advanced Wi-Fi.
This is clearly different cooking. Meet the Ninja Crispy Portable Cooking System with non-toxic, clean, crisp glassware. So you can prep it, crisp it, serve it, and store it all in one. Leftovers at the office? Crisp-It. Serving snacks at a party? Crisp-It. With small and big batch containers. The Ninja Crispy. Clearly different cooking.
Why would I use Hims to get doctor-trusted treatments delivered to my door? I love pharmacy lines.
Why wouldn't you get effective treatments for ED, hair loss, and weight loss? I love Hims. Get treatment you'll actually love at Hims.com.
All right, Genty, time to learn the option play.
Come on, Coach. I know how to run the option.
Applebee's new Ultimate Trio. Mix and match 3 apps with 3 sauces, like shrimp, boneless wings, onion rings with sweet chili, blue cheese, and marinara. Or wonton tacos, waffle fries, and riblets with honey mustard, ranch, and honey barbecue. Or brew pub pretzels, mozzarella sticks, and waffles.
How many combinations are there?
There's over 80,000.
Applebee's new Ultimate Trio. Choose 3 apps and 3 sauces for $14.99. That's eating good in the neighborhood.
Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. Like the people who keep this country moving. For them, only America's most dependable truck will do. In every Chevy truck, dependability comes standard.
Back in Charlottesville, got to give some more love to Brooks Johnson on this catch.
From a tight end, using the right hand, going up and getting the thing. That might be on SVP. Sports Center top 10 plays coming out. That's a heck of a play. Never know how the tight end position is going to fit in an air raid offense. Making catches like that, I don't think he's coming off the field.
They're going to find a place for him, but the next play doesn't go out very well for Coastal Carolina. 2-yard loss. Jameer Carter just clogging up the middle.
Mitchell Johnson also in on the tackle. Virginia.
The 2 biggest plays have been to Brooks Johnson.
Game clock operator. Please set the game clock to 1 minute and 55 seconds. 1:55.
Moving the game clock to 1 minute and 55. Coming up next, the ACC Network quadruple header. It's capped off by number 16 SMU.
Game clock operator. Please set the game clock to 1 minute.
I heard you, Daryl. I knew you were going to jump in there. SMU taking on East Texas A&M. It's also available on the new ESPN app, so check that one out as well. It's coming up. Quadruple header, 4 games today in week 1 on the ACC Network.
Interested to see if SMU can keep the spark that they had in 2024 alive and carry it over to 2025. Got the quarterback to do it and the head coach.
So that heck of a catch by Brooks Johnson. This Chanticleers want to make that one stick with some points here in the final 2 minutes of this first half, but they got to convert a long 3rd and 11 here to do it. Cavaliers show pressure off the edge. They bring 4. Morris dancing around trying to find some time. Now he's on the run. Gets pummeled as he gets it downfield, but a catch couldn't be made by Graves. Danley just absolutely leveled Morris when he threw the ball. 4th and 11. Morris has got himself a dirty jersey. He has been on the run and on the carpet more than a few times today.
I thought he had a little under route coming underneath from left to right that wouldn't have picked up all 11 yards, which is probably why Morris didn't hit it early on enough, but maybe could have got you in a scenario where you're 4th and thinking about it. Instead, you got to punt it away.
Maybe an opportunity for this Virginia offense to tack on a few more with 1 minute 45 left to go in the first half. Ross calls for the fair catch, but lets it sail into the end zone for the touchback. So you can never work on things enough. You get an opportunity here in this first game to work on your 2-minute offense that you've worked on a little bit over the summer, but now you get it in real game opportunity.
Chandler Morris's skill set is made for 2-minute, decisive, quick decisions, gets the ball out of his hands quickly, can distribute the ball. Last year at North Texas, he had 5 different receivers, over 350 yards. So he's not going to focus in on a single guy. This is one of those drives that you, one of those scenarios that you're practicing all fall camp long. Now you get an actually opportunity to do it in a real game.
Empty backfield. 5 wideouts. Morris is going to run it. Design quarterback draw. Picks up a quick 8.
Light box, backers all split out wide with 5 receivers out there. Take what they give you.
Now Taylor's in the game. Fake it to him. Outside. First down picked up by Cam Ross.
It's a good job blocking on the outside by Jaden Thomas, too. The Notre Dame transfer. Notre Dame used him a lot for those scenarios. Got to create a play here if you're Coastal Carolina. Pressure, interception, something.
Virginia's got 2 timeouts on the board and 1:11 to play with. Over the middle. Again, Ross eludes 1 tackler, falls forward, picks up about 13.
He's operating in that slot. It's an accurate football on the inside shoulder. Allows that receiver and Ross to turn up the field. Do something with it after. Yak, as they say, yards after catch.
That time Morris behind his intended receiver. That was Edrin.
Yeah, in Coastal Carolina, they're playing very much like a prevent shell, being very soft, which then doesn't really allow you to bring exotic pressures. So hard to confuse an older quarterback like Chandler Morris. He knows what he's getting.
Morris has time, dumps it over the middle. Down to midfield goes Dakota Twitty, the tight end. Luke Murphy on the stop. Timeout, Virginia.
Charge timeout, Virginia. Their third. 30 seconds.
All right. So.
Cam
We
Ross
came
began
out.
his college career at UConn, then transferred to James Madison.
We made sure
Now he's here at
that
Virginia, and
like
he's making plays all
Mama
over
and
the field today.
Dave are good.
All positions,
And
too. A
let me
little
go
bit in the
ahead.
slot, a little bit on the
Do a
outside.
couple things. Update
He's
these scores.
sturdier than I thought he was going to be. He's thick, and I feel like he's breaking off
Texas
tackles,
A&M
utilizing both the
got a
strength and the
7-0
speed.
lead as
He's been on the
well.
same page all day and really utilizing the whole route tree. It's been sitting
Clemson
windows.
and
It's been
LSU. That's
timing
going
routes
to kick off
across the middle.
shortly.
I said it earlier, was going into this game wondering who receiver 1 was going to be after Malachi Fields left for Notre Dame this offseason. Well, the leading vote getter right now is Cam Ross with already over 100 yards.
It's a pretty good game's worth of action right there, and it's just in a half. We're not even done with this first
Yeah,
half.
yeah,
And
yeah.
you know Morris is going to look his way in the final 43 seconds of this first half here there at midfield. Big third down here, 3rd and 3. Morris is going to go up top. Has his man. Oh, the one-handed catch inside the 5 for Trell Harris.
We talked about McCown.
Virginia wants to go quickly. Morris gets him into position. Now we got to whistle flags all over the place before the snap.
There's no foul on the play for a defensive offside. The previous play of the catch is under further review.
Let's take a look at Trell Harris's catch. Whether he was able to bring it in.
Chandler Morris is saying, I'm going for the home run shot. He had a guy open right at the sticks. He said, nah, Harris, go make a play for me. One-handed catch.
Now look at the tip of this ball. When he goes down, I don't know if you're going to see it on this look.
Wow, spinning, bobbling.
It's the other look that you're going to see. The tip of the ball, does the ground help him make the catch, or does he secure it before the tip hits the ground?
Updated
Watching
rule.
this one.
The ball can move as long as you do have it secured. He's got that clamped in there.
This is the one right here. Now watch the ball, though. Watch the tip of the ball. He's got it. That ball hits the ground there.
All right, so
it can't hit
we
the
got
ground
Virginia.
as long as you have control and the ground doesn't help you.
We got them. They're in the red zone.
Is upheld. First down,
It's
Virginia.
upheld as well.
And that was what Remus Kozicka, the replay official, determined. That the catch was made before that tip of the ball hit the ground. So Harris takes one look at Brooks Johnson's one-handed catch and says, I got you, nephew.
Let me do you one better. Both number 11, too. Something in the water. You'll notice, too, that lead official said upheld. It's a new verbiage this year. It won't be no more stands or confirmed. It'll all be upheld if it continues to be a catch.
Under 30 seconds to go. Virginia still has a timeout. Morris looking to the end zone. Throws it into the corner. Off the hands of his intended receiver, Cam Ross. Marion Gordon in good coverage. Second and goal, 23 ticks.
That was a great throw right there, right on the spot again. On the right shoulder pad. Does often have the right platform too. A little bit of that shortstop energy. Putting right on the spot, really the only bad play that Cam Ross has had today.
Jamari Taylor now in, flanking Chandler Morris to his right. Morris going to throw. Looking entrance way, touchdown, Cavaliers, flag down behind him.
We're going to get him for a little push off. Went in like he was going on a drag route, stopped to break out. We're going to get him for him.
Quiet to the pass. Holding. Defense number 2. That penalty decline. Is all of the play. Touchdown.
Well, we're going to go ahead. We're going to get this set up real quick.
Wayne got a hold of him, but Edrin's a big fella, 6'3", 225 pounds. Looks tough to corral, 7 and orange.
He's like, Max, I'm big enough. I don't need to push off. Let me just run my route and do my thing. But it's what I said, a little drag route, sticks his foot in the ground, breaks out. A lot of crossers over the middle for this Virginia team in the second quarter. Coastal Carolina's expecting that. They know that. They break out, and they feed another receiver for a touchdown. This is the play I was talking about right here, too. You go a little in and then back out. Inside leverage on that corner. It's a giveaway when it's a tight split by that receiver. You know he's trying to create room for him to come back out. This is an excellent look right here, creating all that space coming in, then back out. Chandler Morris says, I got one progression and only one progression on that play. I'm trying to get the ball to 7 for 6.
Man, Virginia really giving Coastal Carolina the business right about now. It's insane.
This Virginia offense really heated up here in this second quarter.
We'll go ahead and we'll put a bookmark on the Virginia game for the time being.
Catching a quick screen, you catch it, you get vertical right away, and your idea in that play just to pick up the first down. If you're the receiver, don't start dancing around and come up short. He had the first down initially.
McEwen in motion.
Zone coverage here by A&M.
Off the pump fake. McCowan drives one incomplete, threw it behind Overmeyer. One thing to watch, UTSA has a giant question mark at kicker, and Jeff Traylor said expect us to be aggressive. They're down close to the red zone. They're not thinking 3. They're in a 3rd and short. 4th down is probably on the table.
It could be a situation here where you're trying to run to get half of it and go for it on 4th down. Just get in a situation where you can get to 4th and short.
Back to Henry, who is wrestled down by Marcus Ratcliffe, one of the safeties.
Ratcliffe transfer from San Diego State with a nice tackle, and those safeties starting to creep up. They can hold up and pass protection, a little play action pass.
All right, here we go. All right, so we're set up. We're good to go. UTSA on the verge of the red zone as we do have a 56-yard rushing touchdown for Justice Haynes, opening drive of the season for the Michigan Wolverines. And that team up north is going to get 7 points on the board.
Justin Burke, the offensive coordinator, can talk things over.
Best looking drive of the game for UTSA. It's a pivot point.
To the 33 for pickup of 11.
Well, this is what we saw a lot of at the end of the year from Bryson Barnes. This stretch zone.
State in
You see Assad Hall, the defensive end, staying put. There's a lane for Bryson Barnes to pull a ball, get vertical, and another first down for
Utah State. Go at it. Utah State is threatening early, though.
He wants to run over guys. He's not going to be fleet of foot and try to escape. Empty backfield for Barnes. Over the middle, and it's caught. Miles Davis.
And other than that penalty on the first play of the game, they have been on schedule in this opening drive. Good feet and vision from Bryson Barnes and another good accurate throw. These are all the scripted plays for offensive coordinator Kevin McGivern. They are staying on schedule. Quarterback Bryson Barnes looks like he is in a great rhythm on this first possession.
Yeah, 2nd and 1, playing relatively quickly as well.
There we go, Utah State. We're trying to begin the red zone. All right, we got ourselves, looks like a red zone opportunity as they are going to pick up yet another first down. They're going to be deep in UTEP territory.
Well, this unit, they feel
Welcome everybody, by the way, if you haven't had the opportunity to do so yet, make sure you go ahead, hit that like button. If you want to support a smaller creator like myself, make sure you hit that subscribe button as well, so that both of those things, doing both those things is how we get this college football red zone out to more people, more diehard college football fans like yourself. So we do have the final 16 that we're going to have on college football red zone here tonight. Most of them just recently kicked off the 7:30 window. UTSA and Texas A&M, they kicked off at 7, but Virginia and Coastal Carolina, they kicked off at 6 o'clock, and it's already a splattering right now.
Being more aggressive defensively. 2nd and 8. Davis.
Meantime, let's see what Utah State can do now that they're in the red zone, but they're gonna have a out of the red zone once again.
Utah State went with the hard count, and I think they're the ones that
flinched
and will go backwards.
And it backfired horribly.
Offense, number 10, 5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
And those are the things in week 1, the pre-snap penalties. Again, across college football in week 1 and week 0 a week ago. You see it all over the place. These teams getting used to one another. It's a part of week 1. You got to try and work past and get over those pre-snap penalties.
And Davis in the backfield. And in motion. And that is Brock Lane. And Barnes looking his way. Oh, he's hit. And he's down. There's a flag on the play.
Ooh, I wonder what the flag is about, though.
Rashad Hall got to him.
It'll be a hold on Utah State. They're asking Scotty Walden if he wants to decline it. And imagine he would. It would leave it at 3rd and about 17.
Holding on the offense, number 55. That penalty is declined.
All right, looks like it's going to be a 3rd and super long. Do want to give a shout out to Missouri State. They're making their FBS debut here tonight, but they are actually already lining up for a field goal. They didn't quite make it to the red zone, but they're going to be attempting a 44-yard field goal attempt. We'll see how they do in terms of kicking it through.
And Davis is wrapped up.
And it looks like they're sacked yet again. UTSA also in the red zone, but it looks like their drive ultimately going to stall out as well. So the Roadrunners are going to have to settle for a field goal. Kick is up from Missouri State, and that is good. For Missouri State, hey, how about that?
That's a great job by Eziani.
They actually had the audacity to take the lead on USC. So how about that? For an FBS debut, possibly.
A chip shot
to get field goal attempts happening. Utah State over 49-yarder. That's late through, so look at the lead there. UTSA. also do the same
So
thing.
Utah State gets on the board first. They're up 3-0 over the Miners.
This your bag, sir?
What gave it away?
Oh, you the Geico Gecko! I'm a huge fan. I filed a claim for my car with the Geico app. Only took 2 minutes.
Booming kick. And watch how far this ball gets away from Morgan. And
Oh, wait a minute. Does New Mexico get set up in field position? Well, we'll have to go ahead and check that out in a little bit. We're going to look around, see what games are still going on. Let's go ahead and check out the UTSA and Texas A&M kickoff. This is where we originally were, ironically enough. If New Mexico actually did recover that, we'd definitely jump in and check out whether or not New Mexico does anything with the ball or not.
I don't think the expectations anyone can meet what the expectations are in Tuscaloosa. And then Texas going to Ohio State. Arch didn't have his best day. I think he's got, and we were talking about this on the way.
How about this for a fun fact? Alabama loses their senior season opener for the first time since 2001. How about that? Very long time to get off the season opener, even in Nick Saban's first year. As Texas A&M, he's going to break one loose there. It's across the
35-yard line by Joffer Murphy, the kickoff specialist.
So man, just absolutely crazy to win this there.
Is where this game has swung.
Texas A&M going to take over some good field position. Outside with 37-yard line to be the official start for Texas A&M's next drive. So here we go, brand new drive for the Aggies. See what Marcel Reed can do late in the first quarter.
Marcel Reed, 3 out of 4 passing, hands it off, and Owens tripped up. Owens, Le'Veon Moss, Amari Daniels, E.J. Smith. A great offensive line, a running quarterback, and then we've already seen the speed on display from both Bussey and Concepcion. Those guys as receivers certainly factor into the run game as well.
Defense is tackling well in space. Got to get the special teams up to speed for UTSA.
Reed's got time.
Oh, wow.
In traffic, and it's
Perfect team and still somehow coming down with it. Insane. What concentration and just a perfect throw needed by Marcel Reed there.
Happy New Year. Time now for your Chick-fil-A move on the field, and it goes to Justice Haynes in Michigan.
All right, so a quick update on the Michigan-New Mexico game. So we do end up seeing
they're up 7-0.
Michigan, they did end up somehow recovering the fumble after a muff kick. So New Mexico did not recover that. That would have been a huge break for the Lobos. But for now, Marcel Reed taking a shot downfield, wide open. He didn't even need to throw it that far.
There wasn't a road runner in his area code.
Someone lost track.
Wow, that is a lost opportunity there.
Oh my goodness, just wide open.
I mean, you're really going around and within 30 yards.
That just lost track of KC Concepcion. I think you could make that throw.
We're pushing it.
Aggies still midfield though. Nobody else off the midfield, at least not yet.
He gets the call straight ahead. Tornadoes to the 44-yard line. Daniels took over as the lead back down the stretch last year. He was the leading rusher for A&M 2 years ago.
It's just under 5 yards a carry last season, and just a good change-up type of back.
All right, so that's going to be the end of the first quarter. We'll put bookmark on this until they come back from commercial break. For now, let's go ahead and jump back into Utah versus Utah State.
And Thomas is going to get on the left side, get a second opportunity. And the Aggies defense is swarming. Gabriel Iniguez on the stop.
The UTEP offense wants to go fast, wants to get into that tempo. I think it all starts with Malachi Nelson at quarterback. Got a few key pieces coming back.
Okay, actually, scratch that. We do have another scoring opportunity coming up for Michigan Wolverines. Bryce Underwood with a big throw over the middle is going to put Michigan deep in New Mexico territory once again. Running back cover two, bring him up to about the 3-yard line. Check out to see how Malachi Nelson handles the third and long.
He's going to swing it out to the right side.
And that's not going anywhere. So, all right, let's go ahead and jump into Michigan and New Mexico now. And we're going to stick here because this is the most prudent scoring situation that we have right now in the 7:30 window.
Passing situation. He completed it in the first possession. He's showing a lot of poise right now running this offense.
Now both running backs in there, Marshall and Haynes, who had the big touchdown on the first drive. Handoff up the middle, and Marshall will get it across the 30.
And you know, we can talk about Bryce Underwood and running backs and wide receivers, but make no mistake, for the Michigan Wolverines, this team will go with their offensive line. In 2021 and 22, that's who set the tempo. Sharon Moore, a former offensive line coach, offensive lineman himself at Oklahoma. They want to play smash football. 21 and 22 is the Joe Moore Award. They were the best offensive line. Runners-up in 2023 when they won the national championship. Last year, the O-line took a little bit of a dip.
They're going to run it on 3rd and 2.
And they got the first down. Okay, so that should give us just about a red zone opportunity for the Michigan Wolverines.
Downstairs, they were joking after those cheers. There's going to be the Sharon Moore Award.
Yeah, and watch Bredesen again. He's the guy. You want to follow and find where the football's going. Just watch where 44 lines up and where he goes, and the ball's going to follow him. An outstanding blocker, kind of an old-school fullback type, loves physicality, loves to block, doesn't catch many balls, doesn't get many carries, but he is a valuable tone setter for this football team.
High school quarterback, now a two-time captain at Michigan. They already are going to their 3rd running back. Kapana gets to the outside, dragged down from.
All right, so that will get Michigan inside the 20-yard line.
And so for the first time, we'll hear from Chris Coit.
So a red zone opportunity once again, except there is a flag. We'll see what the flag is all about.
We'll see if he got a little bit in that horse collar area.
There is no foul on the play. The contact was ruled legal.
All right, fair enough.
All right, never mind then.
It looked like maybe he got up top. Let's see where he did. And yeah, that should be a horse collar.
Sure looks like it.
So McCray maybe gets away with one. Kapana not thrilled, but still threatening right at the red zone. 2nd down and 6. Marshall up the gut, bounces off the first tackler at. And picks up 4.
You know, both of these running backs, Marshall and Haynes, look the same, you know, stature-wise. Their running style's a little different. We already saw Haynes with the breakaway touchdown. He's more the home run, more of the smooth runner. This guy's more of a violent runner, Jordan Marshall, in between the tackles, more of a slasher, but a really nice combination between these two guys who have a great relationship, even though they're competing for carries.
3rd down and 2. Michigan 3 for 3 on 3rd down so far. Another run. Another first down.
Another first down for the Michigan Wolverines. Going to be inside the 15-yard line.
They're going to run to the left side. El Hadi, number 58, and Evan Link, the left tackle, 71. They were both on the right side a year ago, but their more natural positions is on the left. And when push comes to shove, they're going to run to the left behind Link and El Hadi.
To your point about the relationship between Haynes and Marshall, Justice said yesterday that Marshall could have been territorial. He wasn't, as Haynes will get it to the outside and get it inside the 10. You know, you had such a great finish.
All right, we do actually have a kickoff now for LSU and Clemson. It's supposed to be 7:30, but it looks like LSU breaking off a big run to the outside to get things started. LSU already at about midfield in the great battle of Death Valley.
It kind of fits the mold. Right here in this part of the field is where a guy like Bryce Underwood, you have to be alert for him as a runner, either by design or on a scramble.
You've got the 6'5" McCulley at the bottom of your screen. It's Underwood to Bredesen, lowers the shoulder, and gets out of bounds inside the 5. Abe Williams is the one to force him out.
And once again, a 3rd and short where they can run the football. I mean, this is to Michigan's advantage and their offensive line's advantage. And I'm thinking this is 2-down territory. I think Sharon Moore likes the way his offensive line is coming off the ball. And I think he's probably telling Chip Lindsey, you got 2 plays here to either get a first down or a touchdown.
Marked at 3rd and 3. Haynes, jump cut, gets away. Oh, it's Underwood with a block.
That's going to be a touchdown for Michigan.
Second touchdown for Justice Haynes.
And we might have a second touchdown as well as Texas A&M. They're also going to score at the same time as Michigan does. So Texas A&M scores in the blink of an eye, and then Michigan also scores in the blink of an eye as well. So we're going to update both of these real fast. Boom. Oh, we're not there yet. I'm not saying that they can't. Okay, so LSU is driving on Clemson right now. Let's go ahead and check that out.
Balance this offense out. Minute and a half in, already the decibel levels dropped just a little bit. Bayou Bengals handling this atmosphere beautifully, and now a looping downfield shot. Hand fighting on the edge, it's incomplete. It was Fedez Green, the talented tight end, big shoes to fill. And with Mason moving on.
But they love him, and they warned us at 6'7". They're going to flex him out and try to give him opportunities one-on-one. He's 6'7".
So we do have yet another score break of USC. They're going to be the ones that are going to score a touchdown as well. They take a 7-3 lead on Missouri State, who is making their FBS debut. So now LSU inside the 40-yard line. Let's see if they can finish this drive out, or will we see a stall?
Had the 2 touchdowns in the bowl game against Baylor.
Well, that's not a good sign if you're looking for LSU's drive to continue. It's going to be 3rd and long now.
In a hurry to make the play was Jaheim Lawson off the edge.
He plays hard, very, very twitchy. They feel he can be an impact player for him. He's got his hand down. Nobody picks him up. He just closes down with that speed. Good job there. Using his twitch and his quickness. Get downhill.
So 3rd and 11, and the noise is back.
Remember, 4 new offensive linemen, a couple transfer portals. You practice it, Garrett's going to call a timeout.
Had plenty of time on the play clock, Kirk, but didn't like the look there. You can pump noise through the speakers. You can't simulate this. We'll step aside. LSU on the move early, but facing 3rd and long when you come back.
With hotels and vacation rentals, Booking.com.
We'll check back in on that particular game real quick, as they're going to commercial break, as you can see. So for now, while we're waiting, we're going to check in on our CFP elimination game that we have between Utah State and UTEP and see how things progress over there. This guy Wallen looks like his boys are going to get the ball back shortly, as Utah State currently facing a 4th and 17 as of right now.
Landon Rico on the punt. And back deep. There's a flag on the play. Cam Thomas going back. It's about 17. Thomas trying to get on the outside.
We're going to get illegal formation from Utah State.
Wonder if they'll be willing to do a re-kick.
All right, so we're seeing some flags early. First game miscues. Patrick Roy looking to find out.
Illegal formation. On the kicking team, there's 5 players in the backfield. The 5-yard penalty. Replay 4th down.
All right, looks like they are in fact going to do a re-kick.
That was a great punt. You back them up. UTEP trying to improve on their field position. And I know it's early, still almost 6 minutes left in the first quarter, but it feels like Utah State's had the ball the entire quarter after that 3 and out from UTEP.
Yeah, why not give Cam Thomas every opportunity? He took one back 93 yards last year as Walden continues to march up and down the sidelines. He loves it. But Thomas took one back 93 yards last year. And first team, CUSA special teams. And they call it a we-fence for the UTEP Miners. And so Rico backed up 5 more yards. Thomas got a little room, and he's knocked out.
All right, so UTEP's going to get some good field position, but looks like they're also about to go on to commercial break, though. So we're still waiting for LSU and Clemson to resume things. But let's go and jump into the UTSA and Texas A&M game. We get into that while we are still waiting for LSU and Clemson to return back on our TV screen, which we do have now. So here we go, Clemson, LSU facing a 3rd and 11. Let's see if Garrett Nussmeier and company can pick up these sticks and keep the drive alive.
Well, they're going to run the ball.
And they choose to try to run it.
TJ Parker made the stop on
Very Brian Kelly-esque decision there. And you're kind of in no man's land. You're forced to punch this ball away. You hate to see it. Truly hate to see it there.
Super conservative here. Maybe if you hit it for 6 or 7, you're in that kind of in that area where you go for it. But him getting shut down with that play by Parker, they're going to punt it away and play field position.
Parker just explosive, the top-rated edge rusher. Most early draft boards. Grant Chadwick to boot it away. Antonio Williams, tremendous receiver for Clemson back, and that bounces into the end zone for a touchback.
That's frustrating after 3rd down run, and you got a chance to pin them, and instead special teams lets you down with the touchback.
Cade Klubnik, tremendous year, went back to his hometown of Austin, Texas, and Clemson Tigers battled. They were the only road team that really showed up in one of those first-round playoff games, and number 3 rated prospect overall.
Hang on that.
Coming a long way to go.
A winner. You know, you're in the big.
All right, here we go. Let's see what Cade Klubnik can do now.
And you in Austin, and you win 3 state championships as a starting quarterback. The MVP of the Elite 11. I mean, a lot of.
Off with decent field position too. They're going to be starting about the 20-yard line as well.
About what he can do this year.
From the pocket, ball batted and falls to the ground. There's the impact players when Clemson's got the football.
That was a heck of a play there up front. That was Patrick Payton. Antonio Williams, number 0. He's their go-to receiver. They do not return a running back. They move Adam Randall, receiver, to running back. Keep an eye on number 9. They'll use a lot of different backs. Whip Weeks, boy, it's so much fun to watch. 40. And then a transfer from Virginia Tech, Mansour Delane, who had a lot of starts at Virginia Tech, brings a lot of experience.
There's Randall right into the teeth of this LSU defense, which really struggled last year. Year 2 for Blake Baker, who came over from Missouri, but couldn't run the system he wanted to. Not enough depth or experience last year. They think they fixed both.
Yeah, it's right. I mean, if you watch their pressure, they really were fairly vanilla, and that's not like him. He got the job because of what he did at Missouri the year before. His entire career, he's been super multiple on 3rd downs. Gets a chance here to crank it up, see what he does.
Now Klubnik facing 3rd and 8. They do bring pressure.
Oh, yeah, they got him. Oh, yeah.
The pressure gets home. P.J. Woodland off the corner.
Well, that's not a problem. That is not the start that you're looking for if you're a Clemson guy. Freaking out right out of the gate. Big yikes there. That's for sure.
He brings the corner from the boundary.
However, that being said, we have a threatening position for UTEP, as UTEP has officially crossed the 50-yard line, well past the 50 actually, and they also have a brand new set of downs to work off of. Let's check in on UTEP and Utah State.
Nelson flips it out of his hands quickly. Eric Willis with the reception, gain of 4.
You're getting a light box right now from Utah State. They are daring UTEP to throw the ball right now, and so these quick passes, that's just an extension of the run game, picking up a free 4 yards on the outside.
And a great way to settle in your young quarterback. Play action, Nelson going deep. He's got him in. Kenny Odom Touchdown!
Got it. Tutty, baby.
Big play. Kenny Owen holds it in.
Bang.
34-yard touchdown reception, and the Miners are on the board.
How about that? UTEP taking a lead. Finding Kenny Owen. Something we talked about on both the Conference USA Deep Dive and in the preview for UTEP and Utah State earlier today, man. That is a touchdown for UTEP. And Malachi Nelson in particular looking
How about
sharp.
the Miners stunning this crowd? And
All right,
Carlos
meanwhile,
Arreola
oh, wait a minute.
on for the
Okay,
extra
never mind.
point. After the 34-yard touchdown strike, Nelson.
Okay, meanwhile, UTEP is threatening as well. They're looking to try and get this back to a one-possession game as UTEP gets inside the 30 over 4 Texas A&M.
Thrown perfectly by McCown. This is a great drive being orchestrated by UTSA.
Owen McCown, 12 of 18, 93 yards.
They find a way to get in the end zone. Last year they were only 58.
Actually, matter of fact, UTEP is in fact in the red zone right now.
In the red zone.
A team that dealt with a ton of injuries a year ago. Henry on the cutback.
Oh, getting to the outside.
The block on the edge, and Henry
Ooh,
tiptoes the sideline for a Roadrunner touchdown.
Ooh, boy, we go game.
And I say that because of the move he had to make just about in the backfield after he got the handoff. Showing you the vision.
Yeah, this is the team. They ain't going to go down quietly. All right, so another touchdown here as well. We got USC and Missouri State in backfield. USC crossing the 50-yard line. As a matter of fact, I'm outside, so USC at the 40. Let's go ahead and check in.
So often you try to get it with that clap and take a shot no matter what. And he knew it. Mike said, oh, too much contact up front. He was going to throw a touchdown. And here's this formation with a tight end like a fullback. They used this against A&M last year.
Sanders cuts it up the middle and grinds his way for 4 yards. Eli Sanders, talking about Wayman Jordan, the transfer from junior college. Sanders last year at New Mexico, 3 years there after 1 at Iowa State. You see what he did, almost 7.5 yards a carry.
We had a chance to talk to him after practice earlier this week, and he said, you know, this is my dream school. I always wanted to play here out of the San Diego area in Southern California. He said, I bet on myself, decided to come here, and he's had a very productive camp.
Mayava lofts it. Beautiful touch. Can Lemon get there?
Oh.
No.
Oh, he knew it too.
Mayava wants back.
Sometimes early in the season.
My man thought he had the green bean. And he, in fact, did not have the green bean.
Quarterback, you get a little too excited, a little too much juice on this ball. Needed a little bit more air on it, and he knew it. There's Lemon on the toes of the safety, runs right past him. Missouri State gets lucky there with the overthrow.
And now Ryan Beard's going to take a timeout on defense. Second timeout taken from Missouri State.
Second timeout of the half. Missouri State. 30 seconds in duration.
Mayava was backpedaling after he let it go like a three-point shooter. Ready to run back to the other end. Well, I know, Yogi, you are so high, not just on Makai Lemon, Jacoby Lane individually, but the combination of the two after what they did last season.
Yeah, these guys came in together. They said when they signed at SC, they wanted to change the culture. SC's always had productive wide receivers forever, but they wanted to get
like USC against A&M, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, UTSA, they look good, man.
Steve Smith from the early.
It will be interesting to see how UTSA's defensive front holds up against that Texas A&M's offensive line. Because that honestly might be one of the best offensive lines in the SEC. But so far, UTSA, they're playing really well.
He said he's really matured.
Got to be really happy about their effort, especially if you are someone that is a UTSA guy, a UTSA fan.
SC wide receiver. I asked him if Jacoby reminds him of himself a little bit. He's like, no, Jacoby's way more smooth than me. He makes catches way up in the air.
But it looks like we might have a developing scoring opportunity for Clemson. And it looks like Clemson might have forced a fumble and got all the way inside the 30-yard line.
I mean, how about that? I mean, Drake London given that.
But it looks like the new.
That ball
might be moving already.
Receivers that you could
Hold
just
up, man.
break.
Wait a minute.
Just think of all of the guys in the past at USC. There's such pride at that position. To Rhett's points, I got a
Curtis Conway,
Curtis
Keyshawn
Conway.
Johnson,
That's
on and
right.
on.
So many talented ones. I think of Kerry Colbert. The list goes on and on.
I thought it might be moving something.
First down and 10. Fake it to Lemon. Give it to Eli Sanders. Break one, break two. And eventually the help comes after a hard 3 yards.
So much talent here at USC. They're spreading.
I'll be right back. But I'm going to flip it over to the LSU Clemson game real quick. Since that is the biggest game that we have going on in the 7:30 window.
The previous play is under video review.
It's an SEC crew, and Gottschalk just now saying it's going to replay.
Just quick on that thought. Just Terrell's known as a cover guy. He collapsed down in a hurry, surprise Bauer. That's what causes the fumble. I love to see corners willing to get in there and mix it up. I think everybody, including you and I. Bill, you good with you think fumble?
You know, one of the things I got to look at too is, did he have control and possession of the football? Did he have it long enough? Because it's just coming into his hands. He's getting hit and going down.
Take a look. Levy, what do you think?
In other words, it could be ruled incomplete on replay.
That's a possibility here too for replay.
A couple different things to look at.
Well, Billy, what do you think here, kid? We're putting you on the hot spot right out of the gate here, week one, first quarter.
I know you are, but I got him down and before he fumbles the ball.
Down?
If it's a catch.
Okay.
I've got the knee down.
Review. The call on the field is upheld.
So it is a catch. It is a fumble. And Clemson's going to be set up at the LSU 24-yard line.
You know, and that, let's talk about Tom Allen. Simplified the scheme, attacking mentality, get this defense to play fast, stressing tackling and effort, takeaways. I mean, these are the pillars of his defenses no matter where he's been. And you can see his reaction to the play by Terrell and the pick up for the scoop there by Jones. And they put Cade Klubnik and company in great field position.
See if this Clemson offense can cash this in. Antonio Williams, the receiver, is lined up in the backfield, number 0. Klubnik across the middle tried to find Williams out of the backfield. Harold Perkins, who's changed positions to the star position here. Kirk, versatile, superstar playmaker. They hope they found a home for him in this kind of hybrid position.
Yeah, well, you know, he is a great player, spectacular with his ability to close. You're right. It's been a little bit of musical chairs for him. He exploded on the scene as a freshman with some sacks. Try to move him to the inside. Now they move him back to the outside, coming off the ACL. He'll also spy to try to chase down Cade Klubnik on third downs.
Play fake. Protection holds up. Ball launched to the end zone. Jump ball over the head of T.J. Moore. A couple Tiger defenders in the area. Jordan Gilbert, who's in for A.J. Halsey. The starting safety was suspended for the first half because of a fight that he was involved in when he was at Houston last season in the finale against BYU. That's a whole other story. We'll get to that in a second. But Halsey out, and they have trust in Gilbert coming in as a starter in the meantime.
Yeah, and he'll be back in the second half. That's college football in 2025. By the way, I saw Antonio Williams grab his right hamstring, kind of limped off the field after that last play.
Clemson facing a 3rd and 10. And Randall runs it. So this LSU defense, sudden change, Kirk, goes out there and makes a stop. Clemson doesn't gain a yard. Patrick Payton made the play there.
Yeah, this is, I know it's a conservative call, but Patrick Payton is known as a pass rusher. He's up here. What I love is he's not fooled at all by this run. You know, look at him get off of that double team. Just splits the double team, collapses down, and makes a great play. So both teams on third down in plus territory offensively, electing to go more of a conservative route. Clemson at least has a shot at a field goal in 3 points.
Hero of the ACC championship game, Nolan Hooser booted a 56-yard walk-off field goal to give the Tigers the ACC crown. This is a chip shot from 42, and he just bangs it through. But LSU will take that as a W. As the fumble sets up Clemson, they gain nothing. 3-0 Tigers. Nussmeier and LSU back to work next.
If you fall below the speed of 3 miles per hour, warning.
you get your ticket. There's one winner and no finish line.
Rated R. Team, it's been a grind, but I think I've aged you well. Some might say perfect. Who's ready to show who's the cheesiest?
I woke up feeling the cheesiest, coach!
Cheez-It, official sponsor of the college football playoff.
Where's the beer guy?
Bud Light here? Bud Light here? Bud Light here? Bud Light where? Bud Light here?
I missed that because of you.
Got your Bud Light.
Oh, nice.
Never mind!
Anything for the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light.
Join the more than 7 million adults, like Michael, who've taken Ozempic.
As touring musicians, my type 2 diabetes could have slowed us down, but I didn't let it. I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty, and this is what my Ozempic era looks like. I lowered my A1C, and I saw noticeable weight loss. I also learned some people take Ozempic to lower the risk of major cardiovascular events like stroke, heart attack, or death. And others take it to lower the risk of worsening chronic kidney disease.
Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Stop taking and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck or any of these allergic reactions. Tell your provider if you plan to have surgery or a procedure, are nursing, pregnant, or plan to be. Serious side effects may include inflamed pancreas, gallbladder or severe stomach problems, or changes in vision. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Taking with a sulfonylurea or insulin may raise low blood sugar risk. Common side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, constipation. Some side effects lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems. Discover the GLP-1 with the most FDA-approved uses. Ozempic.
With NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV, Jason Kelsey can watch every game every Sunday, all in one place. But how much NFL in one place can he handle?
Yes! Whoa!
What have we done? NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV. Every game, every Sunday, new users pay less.
As your host, I have some rules. First, no showers longer than 5 minutes. This isn't a spa. That's the rule.
Meanwhile, at a Verbo, get the vacation you expect, and never a hovering host.
Domino's Best Deal Ever is back. Any hand-tossed, pan, thin crust, or New York-style pizza with any toppings for just $9.99 online. Last time you got
Sausage, bacon,
chicken, spinach,
beef, buffalo sauce.
What are you gonna get this time? Get Domino's $9.99 Best Deal Ever before it's gone.
From Hollywood, it's Dancing with the Stars. Tuesday, September 16th.
Is it possible? It's been 20 years since the devastation of Hurricane Katrina down in Louisiana. More than 1,800 lost their life. Unimaginable psychic damage there. LSU became a lifeline. 6,000 patients came up to Baton Rouge. They sheltered pets, mobilized volunteers, and on this anniversary, Molly, the Bayou Bengals wearing a sticker to commemorate Katrina.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. The LSU Tigers wearing a special sticker on their helmets tonight to remember the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina. And this purple rose resembles resilience, hope, and lasting beauty. And Hurricane Katrina affected the trajectory of so many people's lives, including LSU linebacker Harold Perkins, whose family left New Orleans afterwards, and then the pull back home is what brought him to LSU.
Affected the lives of several generations of college football players. Now to the Clemson sideline. Holly, what do you have?
Well, guys, a huge development for the Clemson Tigers. Their most versatile wide receiver, Antonio Williams, limped off the field, grabbing at his right hamstring. He's been in the injury tent. I can see them working on that hamstring. This is a huge deal because he can line up everywhere on the field. He's a big part of the Clemson offensive plan. In his place, I've seen Tyler Brown, the redshirt sophomore, go sit on the bench with the starting wide receivers and start looking at the iPad. He'll have to come in next for Antonio.
It's a good receiving corps, but that's the leader. That's the guy who's been teaching the younger guys.
That's the mentor, as Holly said. That is a significant loss as he heads to the locker room.
Third possession for LSU off the fumble last time. They'll hand it off.
And once again, penetration. That's Sammy Brown in the backfield, and they stop him for a loss of 2.
Again, if you're a Clemson fan, you know this is what you like to see. Getting downhill. Garrett Nussmeier, interesting here. Just a couple possessions, but throwing the ball to Sharp, throwing the ball to Durham, getting the ball to Juwan Johnson, Green, the big tight end. Not getting this group of receivers that LSU coaches were very high on and touting after the transfer portal. Haven't been able to get them the ball just yet.
And now one of those pre-snap penalties.
Offense, number 14. 5-yard penalty, remains second down.
That's Green, the tight end. We knew these offenses are going to be really challenged with the new pieces up front and the talent of the defense they're facing. LSU going backwards. They have a chance. They got to get something out of this second down play. Nussmeier backpedals, launches. It's Green down the field. They try to get the ball to the big 6'7" tight end. A flag is down. Wayne Woodaz defended. They are intent on involving this young tight end tonight.
That's going to be pass interference. Official threw it right where the contact was. Flag came in from near the line of scrimmage.
Pass interference. Defense, number 17. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. First down.
That's a good call. I mean, it's not just the end of the play. It's the pushing that he went on for about 7 or 8 yards. He took away the boundary or the cushion to the boundary, and it just got way too handsy. Watch how much contact there is. Pushing. Yeah, it's a good call there.
This is rangy specimen, isn't he? 6'7", 240. He can play receiver. They'll move him all around. Featured early. And he draws the penalty that gives him a first down at the 34. And breaking it off is Xavier Thomas. Receiver's got blazing speed. They're getting a little creative with the run game here. Lucas forced him out, but it's a first down near midfield.
I'm with you. You know, you have that motion. Last thing you're thinking about is he comes in motion. You think he might go around to the other side, but instead puts the brakes on, goes back the other way, picks up a block from the back there. Caleb Jackson, whatever they can do. We just talked about how they're not getting the receivers the ball yet. That time they used him in the run game.
We've got a lot of talented receivers who can do a variety of things. A lot for Joe Sloan to deploy here. Another flag comes out. Bursting down the field is Caden Durham, but again, that flag right at the line of scrimmage. This one's going to come back, looks like. Illegal shift, I believe. Those early penalties are piling up, and Kelly obviously frustrated.
Number 6. He went in motion from the line of scrimmage. 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
Negates a 15-yard gain.
And that's to Brian Brown, who's a very talented transfer portal from Kentucky. Brian Kelly communicating with him. That's a miscommunication with the receiver. You saw him start on the line of scrimmage, cannot go in motion. That whole play from the beginning, he looked very hesitant and unsure. Officials on top of it. Pushes him back behind the sticks again.
Nussmeier making some adjustments, and for the second time in this first quarter, he didn't like the look, and he's going to spend a timeout.
Garrett Nussmeier is frustrated. You can see Brian Kelly. I think it's a lot of it with he's talking to the wide receiver coach right now. This has a lot to do with the receivers as a group. That's Cortez Hankton he's talking to about, hey guys, let's go. We got to all get on the same page.
And when the coach chews you out, the assistant coach gets wide eyes as he talks to his guys.
Yeah, he's talking to Chris Hilton right there, number 3. Again, this is a great group of receivers. You got a veteran quarterback. The expectation that this is going to be a fantastic passing game, and it will be. It's just they've not yet been able to find their rhythm on the road against this very talented and athletic Clemson defense. It's 2 timeouts that they've had to use because of crowd noise and 2 pre-snap penalties because of crowd noise. So the battle of Death Valley, you can see with Clemson the advantage they have when they play here, especially at night.
That's Guns N' Roses joining the crowd to make it really noisy here on 1st and 15. Durham in the pistol. Hilton comes across in motion. Durham makes a cut and bursts forward, picks up about 6. Sammy Brown made the stop.
You know, with the quarterback that's a veteran, you got good receivers, tight ends. You know, you got one that's a portal, the other guy that's been around. You got some new faces up front. And this is the beauty of playing a game like this. Instead of being at home playing McNeese State and having a chance to kind of work out the kinks, you're on national TV in one of the toughest environments in college football. It's not as easy as just show up and play. It takes time to build continuity and chemistry. This is part of that experience in a new season.
2nd and 9. Durham trying to get the edge, but the Tigers swarm him, stop it behind the line, and Sammy Brown has been active here in this first quarter. Very pass-heavy scheme so far. Kelly and Sloan featuring the run game in this first quarter.
They sure are, and it's not fooling Clemson at all. Watch the defensive line do their job. They're just going to eat up those linemen. See how 47 is free? Nobody's able to climb up to him. Sammy Brown says, hey, fellas, in film, I'm going to recognize the job that you're doing. You're freeing me up to roam and make a lot of tackles.
3rd and 9. Tigers bring the pressure. Musmeyer backpedals. It's a low throw. It's incomplete. Tried to get it to Aaron Anderson.
Terrell made the play to force the fumble. This time he does what he's known for, which is be able to play in great tight coverage. That's him in the slot. That's good against good. Aaron Anderson can separate, but that time with the pressure, Nussmeier's got to get rid of that ball, tries to go low and away, just not quite enough on it, but good tight coverage there by 8 and orange, Terrell.
These two highly touted and talented and experienced quarterbacks not having the start they envisioned. Nussmeier 4 of 6. Klubnik, in his part, 0 for 3 throwing the ball early stages. Chadwick boots it near the sideline, and it's going to go out of bounds. And spot the ball at about the 14-yard line, and that's where Clemson will take over, up 3-0. Well, this Labor Day college football weekend just rolls on. South Carolina hosting Virginia Tech in the afternoon, 3 o'clock Eastern on ESPN. And